always end up, you know.
Yeah. I was just thinking that it would be cool for me personally to run an experiment and just see if I can get it up into a jet stream or something and test speed, like how long it takes to travel from one point to another.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe have some barometric measurement devices and all the other things, you know.
Something that's strong enough to send a signal, but I also wouldn't care if I lost it. Whatever. It's about the data that I'd receive from it.
Yeah. What would be more cool was, copy what Picard did or what the Red Bull jumpers did. You know, be up there in a cupola by yourself and actually see it with your own eyes.
That'd be a trip. Actually, that's kind of what I was talking about before. Like, I really do believe that it's possible to build kind of an Aether ship that would go up to that point and be able to stay up there for a long period of time. Could come back down whenever, but I mean, I think if you stayed up there too long, it might be kind of mess you up. You know, like, all right, a diver goes in the water, they go up, and they come back. Like, if they come up too fast, they can end up having certain issues. Well, if somebody stayed up there too long, what would happen?
I mean, it depends. I assume if the cupola that you're being in is, you know, pressurize it and have the right temperature, you could probably stay up there for a long, long time.
Yeah, like, I'm just thinking of all these risks. And what was that, System? I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry, I was just saying that's why they have to demonize airships.
Yeah. I believe that it's possible, like, even up to the point where one could technically, hypothetically build a cloud city. I mean, it would take a lot of engineering, and you'd only be able to allow so much weight on it, or you'd sink the entire city. But I'm saying, you could make a lot of things fly. Like the entire concept from, there's this one game, one of the BioShock games where they have a flying thing. Not quite like that, but yeah. You could make a flying city.
You just have to be just above the clouds, so you always have and sun cover.
Yeah. If they had it high enough altitude, always have the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I wonder what exact speed one would have to travel in order to make it so that the sun is always overhead and it feels like it's noon for you at all times.
Well, that would be 15 degrees per hour.
It'd be pretty damn fast.
Yeah, 1,000 at the equator, 1,000 kilometers, 1,000 miles. Yeah. Speed of light, as they claim.
A little bit above the speed of sound. Doesn't sound 700 something, 730 miles an hour? I may be wrong, 780. Let me go check. It gave me everything except for miles per hour. 767.200 or 269. That's something that I've been recently actually teaching my children, just that the speed of sound is over 700 miles an hour, so you can speak much faster than people can perform most actions. Your words are one of the most powerful things that you have. And it doesn't seem like it, but it is. It's just the thought alone of how fast your words can travel. And then when you amplify that by the internet, think about it. 700 whatever miles an hour multiplied by whatever, and now my voice is reaching Australia and you guys can hear me. And I'm not even raising my voice.
I haven't had enough drinks to have that kind of mind-blowing conversation.
I'm just saying, though, like, just the amplification of technology that we adapt to using stuff like this. It's just weird.
I agree.
And even without that, just based off of the speed of sound, the voice is one of the most powerful things that we have.
I use my voice to meditate sometimes when I'm out in the forest, just yelling random gibberish as loud as I can.
Really?
Yeah, it is really relieving. You should try it.
I'm gonna try it next time.
Don't be scared. Just do it. Yeah. It doesn't even have to be coherent. Just like it could just be wah, like some berserker or whatever.
It's really boxing the floor.
I'm 100% going to do that now, and then I'll tell you what I think when I get back from it.
But you really have to, get to the bottom of your lung. It's really, it's relieving.
Kind of like a howl at the moon type thing.
It's like, for example, like you are in all these situations and you always have to be calm and collected in society. But often you get frustrated and you're actually not using your natural voice, but you can get relief from that build up frustration of not being able to use your voice in society as we were born to do at times.
And let it out.
Yes.
I've got to try it. There is one, it's kind of on topic, like when I'm out in the woods, for example, on my tractor, or like I've got my chainsaw going or whatever, I constantly feel like someone's watching me and I can see movement in my peripheral, and it freaks me out. But it doesn't happen while it's quiet. So I don't know if it's just...
Maybe that's just an instinct.
Yeah.
But think about it. I know it's a made up character, but Tarzan running around in the jungle. Oi, 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 oi. It's like there's I'm lacking the right words, but just try it out.
I have to try it. It sounds cool. It'll be awkward if someone hears me and yells back in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, just laugh it off if someone is looking at you and smiling.
Not just that, but to get more specific, you can, it shouldn't be awkward to try and emulate the noises of other, creatures out in, the wilderness. I remember as a child learning how to emulate what a mourning dove sounds like, and you can get them to, repeat back to you. You can do that with a bunch of other animals.
I mean, you can...
And they'll go ahead, man.
No, I mean you weren't done. Just finish.
I was just gonna say, you can interact, you can talk to animals if you know how to copy what they say, and a lot of them they'll respond, they'll talk back.
Yeah, like go into an urban area, something like that, or a suburb, and start to howl like a wolf or a dog. You can get all these dogs going crazy. Ow, ow, ow!
That one's hilarious to do. It's very bad. It's poor manners, but it's hilarious.
That's funny.
The voice we have is much more than just communicating.
If I did that in the middle of the forest and a dog actually barked, I'd probably shit my pants.
Well, in the town nearby,
in the town,
a fire alarm that goes off. And all of these dogs will start just howling. Everybody who has a dog, they'll all start howling at this. But you can get them riled up even more if you howl with them. Especially if you have dogs with you. You get them all excited, then you can hear the effect as it goes, and all of them will get riled up in the entire town. Which kind of reminds me of the 101 Dalmatians thing, where one dog's barking and then another dog starts barking, and then it passes the barking on to another dog who starts barking, causing another dog to start barking.
That's funny.
No pun intended, it's a dog chain reaction. Okay, yeah, that was totally intended. It is hilarious. And another thing is there's coyotes, right, that show up sometimes and they'll be yapping and howling and sound like a combination between wolves and hyenas. And they're eerie, they're like high-pitched. But you can make certain loud noises and it'll make them go away if they get tripped out or startled by stuff. Or you can howl with, you can howl at them and that'll trip them out. They tend to avoid being around people. They're actually a lot bigger than you'd think they'd be, too.
See you, Timbo.
Peace out, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
There is one thing that I do when I'm in a forest, for example, is I'll try to look and not see anything man-made. So, like, if I'm riding a buggy, for example, you'd put that behind you and you just, like, look and observe and not see, like, anything at all that's man-made. And I think that's a cool thing because it's very rare for me to be able to do that. I don't know, something about it that...
I feel sorry for people who live in concrete jungles and they rarely see green. Like the only green they see is on paper. It's really weird. They'll chase little fake leaves, but they won't actually go look at real trees.
Well, the irony of it at the moment is there's bushfires starting up in near where I live and stuff. So you love the trees at the same time. You're just like, get rid of them all around my house. It's a catch-22.
Some of these people cut down a tree and they'll be like, I don't want this anymore. I don't have to deal with the leaves. They cut it down. And now because the tree's dead, the roots are dead, it's not drinking up the water and they've got a huge puddle in their front yard. Because they don't know how things work. They just saw that they didn't want to deal with leaves. Now multiply that by thousands. And think of it next to a river. Everything's swamp now. They took out everything that was drinking up all the water, and the ground became, like, really mucky swampland. All of it. Mosquito population increased, so they spray more poison. It's whatever.
We used to get heaps of mosquitoes, but we really don't get them anymore like we used to.
I live in the city, but I have to walk only 20 minutes and I can be at this area.
Oh, that's nice.
That looks cool.
Yeah, I'm jealous. Sydney is nothing like that.
If I travel 20 minutes up or down river, I will get to the fjord, out to the Kattegat Sea, I think it is. Yeah, Kattegat.
Nice.
So even if I'm living in one of the bigger cities in Denmark, nothing is so far away that it's not just like a half-hour drive maximum to just get completely out of almost society, you know?
Yeah. Get away from the concrete jungle.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Denmark is pretty small. It takes like 3-4 hours to drive from Germany to the tip of Jutland.
I'm
The
thankful
population of Denmark?
I think new numbers is 5.8 million.
Oh, wow.
It's the same in all the Scandinavian countries. We don't have a lot. Like I think it's 400k in Iceland, 5 million in 5 million in Norway, 6 million in Sweden, and 6 million in Denmark.
Oh, wow. It's such a big place. It's got only that many people.
Yeah.
Is something rotten in the state of Denmark?
Oh, there definitely is.
You kept mentioning that, and it just reminded me of that phrase.
This is the spot where I go out. It's kind of like the highest point in my area of Denmark. This is where I go stargazing when it is, because there is no light pollution at all, and yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
man. Is Denmark at all multicultural, like most Western places?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is. I think we have like 15, maybe up to 20% foreigners or something like that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Denmark's history is not far away from English history in terms of when migration really started. Back in the 60s and 70s, we needed a workforce just like the English did, so we invited the Turks up. The Turks then were allowed to stay, and they integrated really well. But we all know that in the 90s and 2000s and stuff like that, we had a lot of immigrants and that came up because of war. We also had we also have a lot of Slavic people that came during the Balkan Wars and stuff like that. But I mean, they're Caucasian, so they just blend in. But we do have some issues. We do have areas, ghettos, if you want, where the police. It's kind of like outlawed. The police don't really have any business there, and it's kind of like almost Sharia in our country because the integration is really really bad. It's hard to integrate people who want Sharia with the Danish way of living.
Mm.
We kind of, we have.
Cool place.
Yeah.
Sorry, go for it.
It's a very conformative country. I mean, there is we don't have a lot of extremes in our population. It's more like one big middle class, if you want. Everyone is happy about paying a lot to the government, so we have a great security network and infrastructure. The government has been corrupt and sold out of our infrastructure and neglecting to pay to our nurses and all that kind of crap, just like anywhere else in the country. But I mean, I like the Danish way. If the Danish way was actually what was being valued by the higher ups.
That's why I'm asking, because it's like, not that I'm planning on moving anywhere, but I always liked the idea of the romantic idea of moving to this kind of place where there's like a monoculture kind of thing. But to hear that it's not monoculture, really,
I mean, there's a lot of factors in it. We do have a lot of people who have integrated really well in the system, but we also do have these outlaw places, and nothing is being done by it. And when we are such a small population, let's say that we have 10% Muslims, and I'm not saying anything bad about them, but just in sheer numbers, if we're only getting 1 to 2 child per family and they're getting 5 to 10, in a matter of 50 years, well, the Muslims would now be 30% of the population and strong enough to actually have a party that could be, leading the country, perhaps into worst case scenario, Sharia by democracy. But I know this won't happen because we don't have democracy in Denmark. We actually have a monarchy hidden behind this false illusion of democracy. It's written in our it's written in our constitution. I could break it down for you. The king or the queen has the lead seat in the state council. This is where all the important decisions is being made before they are even being proposed in the parliament and shared with the public. The ministers are servants to the queen, and the queen can never be punished for anything. So when you add these kind of constitutional paragraphs up, she has the power. She cannot get punished, and she has her servants, which is the ministers and stuff like that. It is a monarchy, and it is hidden behind that veil of democracy.
Yeah, it has its pros and cons, right?
Yeah,
probably more pros than cons.
Well, yes and no. People should know who is ruling them. If it was up to me, we would stop supporting the royal house, but it's not something that the Danes can do alone. As a people, we have bigger problem. The monetary system, who creates the money and all that kind of stuff. We are under that shit too, just like the Americans and rest of the world.
Yeah.
But there is one economist who has been an investment banker for Goldman Sachs who have proposed this idea that we could actually remove. First of all, we would have to deal with the money creation. That's step one. But after that, we could actually remove all income tax on living people. That means that you can never be taxed for the work you have been done. And what would be implemented instead of that, like all company taxes would also be removed. But what we replace with that is a 1% transfer tax, which means that every time money is transferred, 1% is going into taxes. So if a multinational company is trading for 1 or 10 billion or something like that, 1% of that is going into treasure chest. If you're buying grocery stores for $100, $1 will go into the treasure chest and stuff like that. And by the sheer numbers, Denmark itself would actually be richer. Like any country that would implement this would actually be richer, because First of all, if I don't pay my 48% income tax and the other tariffs that's on, that means that I have more money. That means it's good for a company, let's say Nike, because then I have more money to actually buy more stuff. So all these companies and stuff like that is paying these 1% transfer taxes, they will sell more stuff.
So the transfer tax based on revenue or profit. So, what I mean by that?
Nothing like that. There will be no taxes on these kind of things. It's if I have a company and I want to send $100 million out of the country, then 1% of that will go into the treasure chest. So every time
out
there
of
is
the country.
Yeah, or into the country. When you're buying goods, let's say that a company is buying, iron ore from Norway for 100 million. Well, 1 million of those 100 million will go into the treasure chest. It actually ends up that our companies in Denmark would be able to produce more, sell more, and people would have a better living standard also.
So would it be say internal Denmark to Denmark purchases would not attract it, or it will attract it?
That would also all transfers.
See, in Australia, we have what's called the GST, which is a goods and service tax. It's 10%. So if I run a business, so if I sell anything to anyone, there's 10% GST no matter what. Okay, so, but if I buy something in that business, I also they also charge me GST. But say if I buy a computer for $2,000, I pay 10% GST on that. But if I sell it for $3,000, then I GST of that 10% included. So I don't pay the full $300. I only pay $200, for example. So it's on profit, not on revenue. And we already have a similar system to it, but that's on top of tax as well. So that's an inclusive thing. I don't know if it's a similar system to what you're talking about, but yeah,
we have a bunch of tariffs and stuff like that. I think
but
actually,
GST's on everything, and even if you buy everything except for food. So if you buy a laptop and you're just like a mum and dad, like that, you're not a business, you're paying GST on that.
Yeah, I know.
That it's built into the price.
Yeah, I know, but all these things, they could get removed. So
but would they remove it? So say, for example, your wage is 50,000 and they remove the need for you to pay tax. They would justify that they don't need to pay you as much now. So they would just pay you the portion that they were previously paying you minus the tax.
That is something I would get to, because there is no need for people working 40 hours a week, because when you have such a rich country all of a sudden, and you have the money or the control or the money supply, and this government is for the people, by the people, you can start to invest into your people as a state. Good education, but also I know people will get triggered by this, but some sort of basic social income where everyone is getting, let's say, 50,000 Danish kroner. That's only like $2,000, but it could be, so you have your bare necessities. What this means is that there will be a leveling the curve in terms of wages. So a shitty job will now start to pay a little more. A good job, like a CEO, will start to pay less. So, and you don't, and when you have the bare necessities covered, you don't need to work a full day a week. You could choose to do so, but you could choose to work 2 days a week. And now you have like 5 days a week free, where you can pursue your dreams, become productive with your hobbies and all that kind of crap. So there will be also more growth in the creative realms of people actually creating stuff instead of just working for, some company.
Yeah.
So I mean, it is a full system swap, but the numbers is behind it. It can work, but of course there is some challenges that has to be overcome first, like money creation, and that will probably be the hardest challenge. But
I think you also need the majority of people to want to work.
Well, the majority of people from the baseline want to work. There is no people who don't. That there is lazy people, but most people, they want to work. And if they have the freedom now to, instead of taking whatever job they can get, can now pursue their dreams because the bare necessities has been covered. And they can even, like, when they're pursuing their dreams, they can even have a flex job of 2 days a week and still pursue their dream until their dream is fruitful enough to be full time, And if a rich society like that is needing working hands to cover some of the jobs that might need new hands, we can always invite people in and give them a fair wage, because if we need, more cleaning ladies, that job will not be a minimum wage job anymore. That will pay a little more, So it will also be fruitful for people to come and work in Denmark and support the Danish system in that kind of way. And if you implemented stuff like that all over the world, well, I mean, the only one who is losers in this system is the 1% that is already, that is in control right now. Everyone else will pretty much win.
I see where you're coming from. I just want to quickly note, not to sidetrack too much, but there's a place called Middelfart
Yeah.
Yeah, I just found it on the map. But yeah, no, I get exactly what you're saying.
It's actually like, and I know that you're laughing at the fart, but fart, F-A-R-T in Denmark, is actually speed. So it would be mid-speed.
Mid-speed.
But I know, I mean, we have, if you say some of our names in Denmark, yeah, they sound a bit funny.
We'll get back to flat Earth eventually, but I like what you're saying in a sense. But during the lockdowns, did they give any handouts to people?
Yeah, I think so.
Because in Australia, they did quite aggressively give free money away. Basically, they had a universal income, and I know it's not a fair comparison to what you're talking about, but I can tell you now, it really impacted hard on people's psyche. They didn't want to go to work because it was easier for them to just stay at home and fake that they were unwell and get money for nothing, basically, because there was so much money being thrown around. But I know it's not a fair comparison, and I experienced that myself. Like the government was just.
I mean, for example, here in Denmark, we have always had the mindset that we are, like the mono people that you were talking about. So most people in Denmark don't have a big issue about, the high taxes to pay and support, the bottom of the bottom. So they can be lifted up. So we didn't all. Your government probably gave you a lot more money than we got. It was only like the worst of the bonds that actually got stuff here in Denmark. Rest of them was just, like, if you had your job and you could still do it, you would still get money. We also have it's very uncommon for people to not be in a union here in Denmark. Most people are unionized in some sort of way. So if they lost their job, they would still have, because of the union and the security network in the union, they would still get, for like 2 years, 80% of their former paycheck. So the security network is really strong here in Denmark,
Yeah, that sounds good. And that's why I asked earlier about whether or not it was like monoculture, because I could only really see that stuff working if the place was very monocultural. Like, for example, I don't want to sound terrible here, but like, if I'm paying all these taxes and everyone around me doesn't look like me, I'm going to start to resent those taxes because I feel like it's going towards people that are, not on my wavelength.
Yeah, that is a raging debate, especially in England, because it's also like, okay, so we have foreigners, and I'm not saying anything bad about anyone, but if you have foreigners moving to a country, will these foreigners take the fight up and protect the culture that they're moving into, or will they accept changes, And the people who live there and have generations of family lines and stuff like that, they will fight for the culture, but if 30% now is foreigners that won't, then the culture is lost over time. And we see this, for example, in places like England. Like, I mean, the culture is almost lost there, even though they have such a rich culture.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I sound Australian, but my family is all from Malta. Like, I'm 100% Maltese, and it's really obvious if you saw a picture of me, you would never say Australian. You would think Italian or something like that, Yeah. And even after I'm first generation Aussie, or second generation Aussie, because my mum was born here technically. So, yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I'm a stranger in a foreign country or anything, but it is more and more becoming more obvious that it's like spot the Aussie. Basically, there's barely any white people you interact with on a daily basis.
Yeah, I mean, Australia is kind of like, America 2.0 or something like that.
Yeah,
like it was a place where the English colony, the English Empire pretty much sent their homeless children and prisoners and other common people that just wanted to seek a new life, and it just became a kettle pot of a mixture of cultures, pretty much mix it together to one, just like America,
really. Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what it's like. That's why I asked you. The original question was like how multicultural it is, because I don't really agree with multiculturalism. I think everyone should, have a strong monoculture as much as possible, even if they look different. I think that's the best way forward. But yeah, it just is what it is, I guess. I'm not moving anywhere. I'm not planning on moving anywhere. I call myself Aussie. My kids are Aussies, but they don't look Aussie at all.
I mean,
half Lebanese, half Maltese.
You can easily have a multicultural society, but it demands that the people who is moving to the former monoculture country is actually, dedicating themselves to know the history and cherish about why this country is as it is. Because Denmark is rich because we have worked together as a group,
Yeah.
And yeah, America is as it is because every man has fought for themselves and built up great and magnificent things. But some people have just been left behind. It's kind of like, survival of the fittest over there. So that's a big difference on Denmark and America, We have one collective group here as much as in our history, whereas, a bunch of cultures. Like if you go back in, the 1800s, like it was, like there was Irish, there was, all these small groups infighting between each other,
Well, I mean, the advantage you've got is obviously that it's a colder place, so you're not going to attract certain completely different cultures to in warmer climates, things like that.
Well, that's not real, because a lot of my immigrants from, let's say, the Middle East from the last 20 years or something like that, they actually took the entire route through Europe all the way up to Denmark, because we have the security network that we have. If you move to like Spain, you would not be able to get the same benefits from being a asylum seeker in Spain versus in Denmark, because we have this built up security network. So there isn't there isn't a big difference of a Dane who is needing help and a foreigner needing help here in Denmark. Actually, sometimes it's better to be a foreigner because they're getting additional help in terms of money and housing and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Such a beautiful place. Just looking at like topography and stuff like that, it's really nice.
Yeah, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's much more landscape in Sweden. It's just, one flat country here in Denmark.
That's all right.
But then again, like as I said earlier, the Turks that came up here in the 70s and started to work, like they're super Dane. They're super Danish, like.
Oh, really?
They're not living in. I mean, they're still having their culture and they still cherish being Turkish from somewhere in the past, but they're living in houses and stuff like that. They're not really grouping up in these projects, ghettos or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
So they are really, really Danish, and very successful, many of them. And the Turks here in Denmark is a clear sign that with good integration and understanding and respecting each other's boundaries, you can become part of, like what you would consider a monoculture. But that is also because of those who moved into it, respected and said, thank you for this opportunity for making a better living for me and my family back in the days. You gave me this, I will give you the respect back of not fucking up your country.
I feel like the first ones there to do that kind of thing paved the way, and then it turns to shit after that. It seems to be a common theme with a lot of countries.
Yeah, but the thing about the immigrants from, like, let's say Middle East, they didn't come up here with a promise of work. So and we didn't really have a big integration plan for these guys. So we kind of located them in these projects, and then they have like a contact person from the regional office or something like that, where they go in and they seek for their beneficiaries. Like, we have some of the immigrants that has been here for like 30 years. Their moms and stuff like that, they don't even know a single word of Danish anymore at all, and that's a problem. That's not integration, And when we have these societies where they talk their own language within that little part of the city and stuff like that, well, it starts to become a country within a country, and that's dangerous.
I agree. That's pretty bad.
It's even worse in Sweden. Like, I mean, we have some bad examples, but it's even worse in Sweden.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we have this politician here from Denmark who he is a provocateur. He drove around and made some protests around in these ghetto areas where he would burn off the Quran as a provocateur, and to see the reactions, and they were wild, like burning off cars, throwing rocks and stuff like that. This politician didn't get elected into the parliament in Denmark, so he traveled to Sweden, got Swedish citizenship and stuff like that, and started to do the same over there. And he caused it a 10-day riot or something like that in Geodetic or wherever he was protesting, because the integration over there is much worse, and they have much more immigrants. That is not Swedish people. They are still, like whatever country they came from, and they are grouping around the Quran, of course, because they're Muslim. So we are starting to have, like a very dangerous position over there. Could easily lead to a civil war.
Yeah, it's sad when they go to another country and don't call themselves of that country. Like Sweden, for example, like embrace it. So I don't agree what this provocateur was doing. I don't feel like we need to provoke like that, but I also understand what he was pointing out. That there is something rotten in Denmark. There is something rotten in Sweden, and we have to deal with that before it becomes a problem. I got that message. That doesn't mean that I feel like it's only the cities, though, the big cities.
I mean, that is where they grew up, in the cities and the suburbs, and
Yeah.
Just like over in America, where they have, like big cities, and then they have, like the ghetto areas where it's over that central road or something like that, and then you enter the ghetto where all these poor families is being stuck up, and it's kind of the same aspect. It's not in the inner cities that these people are really at or living at. Well, maybe over in Copenhagen, but yeah, I mean, the main issue was that we have places in Denmark and Sweden where the police almost have zero saying, because there are just so many, and they're so connected in their brotherhood,
Yeah. I feel like over time, given enough time, if there wasn't too much another influx, I get over time, they would slowly turn that place worse and worse, and then the good ones would move out and actually integrate. I would hope that would actually be the case.
But when do we get a rest? Because then Ukraine happened, and we have seen an influx of Slavs. And Slavs looks a lot like the Danes and the Swedes and the Scandinavians, and they also have a history together, but they're still not of that country. So now we're starting to get more and more groups, They're trying to remove all these cultures. Like, if you're looking at a global, a worldwide scene, they're trying to, pretty much, level the curve of cultures and kind of remove them from the inside like that. So who knows what the next conflict will be? Will that be somewhere with China and they have to migrate everywhere? So in the entire world it's just a kettle pot of everything. So all of a sudden, and that would just mean that there is no culture left, and then they can come in with a new world order culture, and new world order religion and all that kind of stuff. Because when people are divided like that, it's easier to control them. So if you have a monoculture, you will not be able to affect them much because they have their culture and they cherish that. But if that culture is gone and it's now a multicultural company, that means that people are divided by culture or by small groups. Much easier to control. Also, much easier to provocate into a civil war state. Sweden was a good example,
Yeah, I think that over time, culture. I don't think the answer to a lot of problems is political. I think it is cultural.
It is perspective, yeah. It is about us changing our perspective. We could easily be multicultural, but we have this. For example, the American way is that everyone is actually my neighbor is my enemy. We are all competitors because we all want a piece of the pie. If we like, that is why I like the Danish way, because we accept that we are one nation and we pay into so no one is left behind in some sort of way. Yes, there is also less of people breaking out and really becoming multi-billionaire and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I do like not communism as in Marxism, but if you go back in the day, what communism really was, it's pretty much just based around communion. I would much rather see a world with that kind of mindset versus a world where my neighbor is my competitor.
Well, I think it works on a small scale, right? Like your family unit, my house. You would like the way you structure your house it can be very you could call it a commune in a sense, like it's very communist, like at a small scale. It's not.
Yeah.
It's definitely not capitalist. The family structure.
I get what you're saying, but I mean, the most dangerous thing that I feel that we're encountering right now is these hubs of mega cities, because people are easy to have peer pressure upon them. I rather want to see the entire world being made up of small to medium-sized villages of 200 to 5,000 people all around the world, and these people are, communing together and getting that mindset instead of this mega city where you can just be lost in the masses. In these smaller cities, in a smaller community like that, with no centralized power in general, no face is lost. Like everyone would know each other. Oh, that is the guy over from the other city. Yeah, I know him and I know his cousin. Like, I just feel like these cities that has been these mega cities, they are super dangerous.
Super dangerous from that perspective. I think migration has always baffled me, how it really works and why countries need it so much. But it must be such a drain on other countries as well.
Yeah, well, migration have always happened as far as I know. This is how, religions changes and all that kind of crap all the way back to within history, nomad societies and stuff like that. It's only here in the last, couple of I guess the Roman Empire would be the first real example, or the Persian Empire. But else, people lived in these small rural areas and they traveled, from north to south in the winter and from south to north in the summer and all that kind of crap. People have always migrated. Like if Denmark back 2,000 years ago didn't have enough to feed the people would migrate south to Germany and other tribes and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. And it makes you wonder how, like, making that big leap is like. Is your whole family, like, as far as you know, going back Danish?
Yeah, I assume so. Saxo, Scandinavian. we all have blue eyes and blonde to brown hair. When I was a kid, my hair was bright white. Today it's like brown, but blue eyes.
That's what happened. So my wife's a Lebanese Catholic, and on her side of the family, for some reason, they come out with blonde and blue. They come out blonde and blue eyes, and then by the time they're an adult, they have brown hair and brown eyes. So weird. It's really weird to see baby photos of these Arabs, basically, that look like little Aussies.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Persians do have blue and green eyes. Well, a lot, I don't know, but it's common.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I mean, I appreciate it because my kids, I'm like, my eyes are like brown, dark brown, and my hair's almost black. And like, to see my kids not have that trait, and they have like lighter brown hair, and they unfortunately got my brown eyes. But yeah, it's kind of cool to see that mix happen, and what happens when
yeah. So as far as I know, I'm full Northern Europe.
Yeah.
I also have like a special last name. We have only like 90 in the entire Scandinavia.
Oh, you mentioned that last time, yeah.
Yeah. As I said, that's like cool. I don't say I am descendant of King Canute, but my last name can be derived back to his weapon shield, or what is it called? You know, yeah. So I'm not saying I am. I could be a bastard all the way up, but
no, I think you should make a claim. I think you should make a claim to the throne.
But there is a chance, because there is a migration period in 1400 where my last name migrated back to Scandinavia. So we could easily be, Scandinavian that came to England in the Viking period and then traded back again, or during a famine or something like that in that migration period.
I think you should stake your claim, get the backing of some religious leader, and build an army.
My clan has a castle in Scotland.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Henry Briggs. He was some kind of military dude. My family name is crazy because it's Briggs, but it goes to Bridges, Brigham. All derive from that. And there's a lot. I'm still researching my family history. I don't know enough.
It makes you wonder how they lose. Like, you don't obviously have any claim to that. You can't, like, it's not yours in your family anymore, right? Is that fair to say?
It is an old ruin of a castle, to my understanding.
Ah, okay.
I bet somebody probably could go and stake a claim to it.
Like, this is what I just posted. This is the message you find when you search for my last name. I'm not gonna put it here and dox myself, but
no, that's okay.
Just interesting.
Oh yeah, nice. I find it funny. Like, I'd love to go back into my history, but I'd probably just go back and find it's like, great grandfather was a guy who just cleaned toilets for a king or something like that.
I mean, that would be fucking cool too.
I don't know.
I mean, a lot of origins of people's past, they kind of got lost in quote unquote translation, where last names was like where people started to call it like let's say system son. That would be your last name because you were son of system.
Yeah.
So that
Japanese, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when people like, or when Helgi's daughter, that would be, Helgi's daughter, and so that would be the last name of her Helgi's son or daughter.
Well,
when people started to use those kind of last names, that is kind of where the line ends, because before that people didn't really use last names. That was more like a bureaucracy thing when people started to make these industrial towns and stuff like that.
Yeah, the hard thing with me, in particular, being Maltese, is they were just taken over by so many countries in the past, and the culture changed. And then when they converted from being Islamic back to Catholicism, it became really unpopular to have a Muslim last name, so they added A to the end of a lot of things. So you'll see like a name and it has A, like Sultana is a very popular or very numerous, like there's a lot of them, Sultana, but obviously that one in particular you can tell was Muslim at some stage. It was Sultan. And
well, I mean, that's cool in itself, because then you kind of know, then that dude would know that, oh, his ties actually go all the way back to the Muslim empire, whatever you want to call it, you know, like that's pretty cool in itself, you know.
The issue there is because it became unfashionable. They all just appropriated other people's last names that they liked. So you would come, like, for example, you would like if you had a very Muslim last name and your family wasn't strong enough, you would just appropriate someone else's last name and start using that. Yeah.
Speaking of all this stuff, oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go for it.
I was just gonna say, I didn't want to mention it earlier, but there's this claim I've heard from a friend of mine that my name, the surname, goes from like the B. It was originally, or not originally, no, the F in the Frisian or the Phrygian people is actually like was changed from a B, and so it's actually the Book of Orlinda. And I don't know, this is a claim I've heard. I still need to do more research. That's why I didn't want to bring it up, because I haven't done my own research on this yet. I just got told like 2 days ago about this by a friend who has done more research. But if that's true, then the Book of Orlinda is like a direct line to my family line, which is
that's
really
cool.
If that's true,
did they give a reason as to why they changed it?
Oh man, the languages have been changed so many times. Like each one of them has been changed. Like in China is a good example for that, because they would go through and do whole language changes, and they would have to learn a whole new language, and so the history books would be changed a little bit because they're transferring it over from one language to another. It was pretty insane. China,
yeah, I think not to burst a bubble or anything, but I think names are very like they change so frequently just for dumb reasons, like all the time, and it's hard to really pinpoint and go back in time unless someone's done all that work for you, and then it's been maintained over a long period of time. I'll give you a really local example of how a name could change dramatically. Even in modern times, you would think it wouldn't happen as much, but like my wife's family came to Australia from Lebanon, and they changed their last name completely because that last name was involved in a civil war there at the time. So when they came here, they just took someone else's last name and started calling themselves that. And from now on, that's just their last name, and there's zero connection back from that last name. There's no lineage unless you actually know it. It's not something that's written down as well. So it's just an annoying thing that's happened.
I mean, I don't know. You could be right. As far as I know, the Briggs clan goes back pretty far.
Yeah, that's awesome though.
I'm still researching it though. So
yeah, I think it's interesting stuff. Last names are always interesting to me.
I don't know. Part of what makes me feel like I should believe it is that I've read the Bible and I've looked into the Quran. I haven't read all of that, but I've read a bunch of different extra biblical texts. I've read a bunch of history stuff and researched a bunch of that, but I found the Book of Orlinda, and I don't know. I heard like whenever I read that book, it was this weird connection I felt, and I don't know. I felt that, and then my friend told me this other connection because I mean, I could believe that the F and the B could. That's a very small change for me, but at the same time, it's like I don't know. I just need to do more research.
Either
That's pretty
way,
much what it comes down to. Sorry.
it's
Kinda
either way,
saved
it's
a
a
lot
cool
there.
thing to do.
What's up, cut of the knees? He never talks. I just thought I'd try to coax him.
Yeah, he's a fake flat earther.
He just does some sick memes all the time. Well, I'm gonna go sleep. Always great to talk to you guys. Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, take care, man.
Talk to you soon. Cheers.
We got art gallery up there. Needing to be checked in if anybody can.
Again, you can run this right across. You could see Hollywood. You could see, T-shirts made, and no one's attacking Muhammad. I mean, very, very few.
Did you look up the server? Did you look it up? Did you look it up?
Did I look up the definition of horizon?
Yeah, go ahead and read it out to us.
The horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of a relevant body.
Where the fuck did you get that definition?
Yeah, where's the fuck? Oh my gosh, that's terrible.
You can, here, I'll give you the link.
Yeah,
Wikipedia.org/wiki/horizon.
Oh my gosh.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, Do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, and isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain this. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
it's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right, of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is. Because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So, it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
There would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
We'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a
observed?
question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So
yes.
What in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading it.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this was interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit, according so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes. What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said that they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster. And it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe. And then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
It's not actually. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft, so that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? if I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So, what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can.
How far away do you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About.
According to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
it's different,
right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with size. Yeah. Things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. Oh, I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say have you ever been to a hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yes, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center of view and the floor appear to go up towards your center of view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway's like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about
that. Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. but
right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that far.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean, like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Right,
think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there real quick, because he's saying something that most globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part. So every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship. and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters. Right.
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
It's about
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many... Yeah. Sorry about this.
Just doing the math off the top of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that would be at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right, so then what must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that most of our vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm not sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true, that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit. Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? Mm-hmm. If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick. But it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah.
Now, this is a necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you wanted to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see?
Imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I imagine like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm. There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality, it's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently
it's
well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the Black Swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the Black Swan. In the Black Swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now, you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths, 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
if you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25. Times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm going to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
So I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay? So, I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right? Between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept, and concrete has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor. Right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. with a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything. One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well, in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. Yep. Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
From that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story.
Doesn't
Cool story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
that? It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. But the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
but let's be clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
But where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. Like, you know, so what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. The 7 stage, right? Yeah, but...
Yep. Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this, though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last, 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and?
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with it.
Go to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that your claim?
It's like saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's going to catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar anymore or anything like that they don't track ships now?
If you were on Antarctica, no.
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like...
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk when you're here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us, sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist, and masochistic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay to
for
lie
example.
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
We should change to 4 shifts per day instead of 3.
Why do you say that?
3 shifts a day would be better. Safety aboard ship is key and should never be sidelined even for personnel staffing decisions.
Safety, huh? Yeah, that's important. But what does that have to do with the number of shifts?
That's right. 3 shifts instead of 4. You can't compromise safety.
I guess you're right.
I'll mention it to the department head when we get back to the ship.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jakarl, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the red herring, also known as a diversionary tactic.
I thought it was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but the form of the argument is invalid. Red herrings are statements mentioned in an argument that mislead or distract from a relevant or important issue. As an informal fallacy, the red herring falls into a broad class of relevance fallacies. Unlike the straw man, which is premised on a distortion of the other party's position, the red herring is a seemingly plausible, though ultimately irrelevant, diversionary tactic. The fallacy is due to the fact that the misleading or distractionary statements used within the argument are not relevant to the issue being discussed, and therefore not valid premises.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the red herring fallacy, which is a diversionary tactic.
It's only logical.
Lieutenant Clayton said we should begin the calibration of the transporter system by confirming the alignment of some of the Heisenberg compensators. That won't work. If we realign all the Heisenberg compensators, we won't finish the calibration during our shift. With all due respect to Lieutenant Clayton, we'll have to do it a different way, because his idea is all wrong. Is that right? Is that what Clayton meant? Mm-hmm. Realign all the compensators. That would take all day. Lieutenant Clayton is wrong, then. The whole cow shouldn't take but 3 hours.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact,
it exhibits the straw man fallacy. In other words, misrepresenting the opposing argument.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy attack a position via a misrepresentation of the opponent's viewpoint. The straw man argument restates and often oversimplifies an opponent's position, and then attacks that hollow argument. Lieutenant Kyle, you stated that Lieutenant Clayton was wrong because he suggested realigning all of the Heisenberg compensators. In fact, Mr. Clayton's contention was that the alignment of some of the compensators should be checked. Some of them checked, not all of them realigned. The straw man argument is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question. That makes sense. Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the straw man argument, or misrepresenting the opposing argument.
It's only logical.
It's a mutiny. The captain thinks the world is a round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Good, good.
You see, my crew thinks the Earth is a flat, but we know it's a round, right?
Yeah, right. Sure, it's round.
Of course it's round. Yes.
What town, sir?
What town? Why, that's easy. Now there's the whole flat world as we know it.
Why does the water lay so flat? You ever really thought about that? Why does the sun traverse the plain and comes back over again? Logic sound with the globe story, just go check out. Think about claims are in town with the globe story, just go check out. Do we see so far away, much further than they say we can? Don't just ignore what you perceive. Learn to trust your senses again. go check out. Think about it's a logic sound. With the globe story, just go check out. Think about claims are in doubt. With the globe story, just go check out.
Yo, what's up? It is I. How's everybody today? Who's here? We got cut off the knees.
How's it going, man?
Eat the grass. Wave mixer. Dial-in, what's going on? What up, Wave?
Just getting ready for work, dude.
It's another lovely day. Just starting where you're starting work, Wave. Looks like Dial-in's getting ready for it. Do you guys work from home or are you heading off to work?
I gotta go to the office, dude.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm so hungover, man.
From last night?
Yeah.
Did you guys party out or what?
I don't know about them, but I did quite a bit of liquor and weed. Well, the reason I feel like shit is because, like, I got super stoned and ate a bunch of Chinese food in the middle of the night before bed.
Oh, yeah. That's going to do you in.
Yeah, it's like chest burn. I gotta figure out how to get up so I can go take a shit. Now it's gonna be horrible.
Yeah. No doubt. Any good convos this morning? Looks like Timbo was having something this morning. You guys were talking to someone. I'm looking at the live stream voice text. Maybe at 6 o'clock there was some action going on. From
Just
my
a little bit.
Who was it, Aether, that was coming in?
I think Timbo and Systems were talking to some guy about various things.
Was just some random guy or some guy that's been in our...
I think it had already been... No, that's right. They VC verified him right there and talked to him a little bit, but then he had to leave.
Well, that's what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So it was only one person, and he didn't even stay long. He just kind of talked a little bit, and yeah.
See.
That's normal. It's also annoying. Like, I see that over and over. Y'all get somebody VC verified, and then they'll just leave like 5-10 minutes into the conversation.
Yeah, I hate that. Well, they don't usually stick up for the globe anyway, so they just wanted to leaving.
Well, Oh, that should probably be deleted. Live stream.
What, this morning?
Just recently. Somebody just posted.
Yeah, so if you guys are listening on the YouTube live stream and you guys want to pop in here and have a conversation about the shape of the Earth, just click the link in the description. If you think the Earth is a globe, come in here and bring your evidence. And let's talk about it.
Yep.
Nightbot is spamming a link also on the text chat. So it's real easy to get in here. Once you're in here, then I will unmute you. I'd like to see what you have to say.
There's this clown acting the silly CTA. He's like misspelling cat on purpose, has a cat profile pic. They're sitting there acting like a clown in the lobby. I was just waiting for, I knew that sooner or later one of you guys was going to get up here and put him in cock just where he belongs. I'm pretty sure this Wawa guy's with him, but yeah.
All right, let me see.
Martov's got him though.
Oh, Martov's in it right now?
Yeah, you just put the spotlight on him.
Let me see what's going on in the lobby.
I think it's cute to try and play innocent like that when they're obviously just trolling and not taking anything seriously. I think they forget that there's a search function up in the top right corner. And you can go back and see everything everybody's posted.
Wait, how do you do that?
Top right corner, there's a search, little magnifying glass. You can click that and you can search by user or by whatever text that you remember. Everything on the server. Everything you have access to anyway.
Oh, shit. Man, I've been using this for a long time. I didn't know that was there.
That's the funny part, most people don't. It makes it useful, especially when they're trying to do the moderation stuff. They can go back and see what kind of person they're dealing with.
Yeah.
We got Get Beget that just joined and Sasha at the same time. Wonder Twin powers activate. What's up, Get Beget? Hello. You guys sluggish today or what? Wake up, people. Oh, friggin'. Yeah, all right. All right, so Wawa. Let's see here. All right, you coming in from the lobby. Dude, I just unmuted you. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord voice chat. And what?
And he's gone.
Come back. Hang on, let me see if I can get him back.
What? Oh, he's gone. He already left.
Did he dip?
Yeah, he left the server. He spiraled right off the server without a word.
What a freaking weenie, dude. What a gamma. That's why you guys never make it. None of you stand on 10 toes. Get your shit out of here. Come on. Dude, like, it's just so easy, man. If you really think the Earth's a globe, come in here. Why are you guys all scared? Everybody, most of these globers are freaking betas, gammas. Like, I swear.
They're the sheep.
It annoys me, dude, like that they don't come in. Because like, if I knew the Earth was a globe for sure, I'd be in here with bells on, like to make fun of everybody. But nobody that thinks the Earth is a globe comes in here. Nobody.
What? He came back.
Yeah, he's back. See if I can get him back. What time is it? It's mayhem time, baby. Let's go. You punk ass Globers, come on in here. It's the only way to get your asses in here, man. If I taunt you guys, little weenies. I think the Earth's a globe. No, you don't. You believe it, son? I'm gonna show you too.
The Earth is a globe. My transgender liberal arts teacher told me.
That's par for the course. Yeah, that would be right. Yeah, get him in here, Simcord.
So do you guys believe that there's like lights, or just like humans can't get past that radiation belt? Some guy in here the other day was saying that like the Chinese spy balloons are actually the calculator satellites that get past the atmosphere.
Dude, look at what freaking Martots just sent as an image in the lobby. This guy named Huncho Luncho is saying gas is close to the ground, and then Martot said it's formed at the ground. And then Huncho Luncho is saying, no, the sun does. And then Martot looked like he's saying the sun doesn't form the gas on Earth. And then Huncho is saying it gives gas. Martot's response was, so the sun creates gas, then the gas moves 93 million miles to Earth? Huncho Luncho says, well, the sun can give us sunburn. It's strong, of course. It could give gas. Stupid idiot. Freaking.
Gotta watch out for that sun gas. Leave you bloated.
We got sun gas, baby. All you sun gas believers, come on in here. Let's go. You can't make this shit up, dude. But they can, though. Globers say the darndest things. What up, Sasha? Who's in here? Yeah, we got 14 people in the YouTube live stream.
Hello.
That sounded robotic. Oi, that's a speaking spell. Remember that old speaking spell?
Buongiorno tutti, come va? La terra è piatta e Sasha ha cambiato la lingua.
And for those who didn't understand, is Sasha's changing the language because the earth is flat.
Yeah.
Sai.
E livello vuol dire piatto. I have a question.
What's your question, Sasha?
If Earth is flat, where is curvature?
I don't know. They seem to think that it's everywhere. Curvature is everywhere.
That means it's not flat.
Oh, so we gotta. Yeah, if you guys
Where's your evidence?
There isn't any.
You can't just come in here speaking 3 different fucking languages and then making a claim. You have to like present evidence and shit. This isn't your liberal arts class, Sasha.
Really? How then in English you have you don't, if you have evidence you don't have proof.
What the fuck did you just say?
How then in English if you have evidence that's not enough, you need to have proof.
Well, how do you get proof? You compile evidence.
Because proof and evidence are not the same thing in English.
They're synonymous.
And then now you need to discuss about 2 to 3 hours what is evidence and what is proof. And then when you get that, then you go to the
that shit has happened on this server, man. People argue about evidence and proof not being the same thing. It annoys the hell out of me. If you look it up, just look it up. It's synonymous. It's the same thing.
There's empirical evidence. There's stuff. Fucking what do they call it?
Proof.
Bring your proofsies.
I just look up like partial evidence, whatever that's called.
Bring your proofsies.
It could be fact if you want to show facts, for example. Fact, it's also like proof. But fact must be fact, not fact with the words. You know, I'm telling you, and now it's a fact.
What we need is proofsies from these white-breaded bitches. Come on here.
So this Captain Caveman keeps on posting.
Yeah, what is Captain Caveman posting, dude? What is this shit?
It's all devils, man.
I don't know what the hell this is, man.
Devils made by Earth.
Devils made with Earth? I don't know what the hell that is, dude. Is this some new thing? I don't know what it is. It looks like a friggin' penis, dude. Like the way it's.
That's the other thing that he had posted before was something like that too. But that's pretty much what he keeps doing.
Dude,
you can see
delete that shit, dude. Hang on, Sasha. Caveman, delete that shit, bro. What the hell is this shit? This ain't your like. It's dumb shit, dude. Don't post things with like penises and shit. Why you gotta do that? The hell, bro?
That was rude and offensive.
Yeah, nobody wants to see that shit, bro. We destroy the argument. We don't put pictures of. I don't know what the hell it is. Just like the globe Earth folded in different many ways, looking like tits and asses, dude. Like I don't know.
I think it's supposed to be like some sort of demon or something.
Well, it looks like I don't know. I don't know what the hell it is, bro.
But flower you will not get for sure.
Certain things in the live stream might be a bit too risky to be posting like that.
Globers, come out and play.
They run away when they see that you're online. They'll be like, nah, I'm good.
I've wrecked them all.
Yeah.
Who's next in the line of fire? I open the mics of like 4 globers and then I wreck them all. Let's go. The crybaby Faustinus last night came in here and was talking all kinds of shit. And then my boy Jedi was talking to him. And he doesn't know. He's just asserting Coriolis effect. Coriolis effect. And he's like, if you want to know what Coriolis is, just look it up, man. Shut your bitch ass up.
Dude, that shit sounds like an STD.
The Faustanos?
Oh, Doc, I caught the Coriolis.
The Faustanos. Wait, the Faustanos Coriolis. There's no cure for that one.
Oh, God.
Dude, they just come in here spouting bullshit.
Yeah.
I knew I shouldn't have hit that Glober raw.
Oh, shit.
Now I got the Coriolis.
But that Coriolis thing, what Coriolis need to be observed?
Why are there so many snipers who say that at no point have they ever taken into account the Coriolis effect in order to take their shots, yet they've made their shots?
That's bullshit, Aether.
No, one says they have not. No, they have not taken into any account anything, and they've just straight up taken their shots without having any Coriolis bullshit with it, and they've made their shots.
But that's bullshit because also I in military I was not sniperist, but I had the weapon, anti-aircraft weapon, but you can use the targets on the ground also, and it's more, how to say, you can shoot a more distant than sniper, and I didn't account on anything.
Have you heard Matthew Learn's argument?
Military training camp has you do Coriolis. In fact, they just have you head a little bit to the left. And that's because of the way air works, nigga. Well,
but for this Coriolis, for any Coriolis, you need something to rotate. You know?
Yeah. Did you hear Matthew Learns' explanation, though? Matthew Learns was explaining that it's in most of these complicated computer systems. And they say dumb shit, dude. And so that's his excuse. Well, why is it in all these complicated computer systems then, huh?
What is in computer system?
They factor in that the Coriolis is already calculated for.
I don't know for that. I know physically, if you want to observe the Coriolis, you need something to rotate.
Somebody pull up what he said. The shit that he said was I think it's on the live stream last night. Yesterday it was. So it's still kind of fresh in here, but he did say that, which is pretty stupid.
Well,
and I'm paraphrasing, but if you look it up, you'll see what he said. Is there some way to look up what he said, by name? If we look for is there some easy way to pull that shit up?
Yeah, do a little search mix the guy was talking about.
Just at username, right? Bring that shit up that way.
No, just click the little.
You can go at the top corner and you can search by user.
Yeah.
Matthew Learns should be the one at the top. And then it'll give all of his posts. You can organize them by new, old, relevant.
Type all Matthew's bullshit.
No, let me see.
I don't think I can organize it by bullshit, but we might be able to use other words to be able to find the post.
He says about Coriolis effect. He says, yes, this is an observed effect of shooting east versus shooting west. The globe model provides an explanation for why that takes place using the Coriolis effect. If
Tyler,
you have
can you forward that shit? Or even if you can screenshot it. I don't know if you're on a PC or your phone. If you're on a phone, I think just forward it. Forward it would be great.
Just copy message link and then send it to you.
Whatever. Yeah, it don't matter. I want to post that shit.
Which one are you? Mayhem?
Mayhem, yeah.
If you click that link, it should pull up his post and show you exactly where it was at.
Okay. Date Bio just joined the chat. Date. You're VC Verify. What's up? Dot Bio. Are you there? You have 10 seconds to comply. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Disconnect.
Hello, I'm a new guy.
Mayhem, baby. Speak or be booted. Well, anyway, I mean, if you're going to say something, man. The hell, bro? Come in here and just sit there like... What's up, Get? Got 18 people watching the YouTube live stream, and not one of you people have any evidence for the Earth being a globe. Man, you guys suck. Bring your pictures from NASA. I don't care. Which picture do you think provides evidence? Let's go. Yeah, did you... where he left? He left. He didn't send that to me. Anyways, maybe I should start searching for it because I can't pull his name up. Did somebody change his name again? His name doesn't come up. Weird. See. What does he go by anyway? It's Matthew Learns? Because I'm searching from user at Matthew Learns, but let's see. Don't bring it up either.
Yeah, I just clicked from user and then typed in Matthew. It brings his profile pic and name up.
I put just the name Matthew.
Yeah, well, like it should bring a little list up, and then you can just click. It'll fill it out the rest of the way for you.
All right, so Matthew. Okay. Why does he got a weird role? Silver. How the hell did he get silver? This freaking guy got silver. Who gave him silver?
I think he got that long time ago.
He never had silver. Not to my knowledge. valued, yeah, but not silver.
I think yes, because of ladies' nights and blah blah blah. I think, and like a good Glober, he got like
I'm taking that shit right off. Get that shit out of here. Get that shit out of here, man. All right, valued. I don't.
Give him some aluminium.
Valued. Get that shit out of here. Valued. VC verified. I'm taking away too because he don't need that. Listening pass, taking that away. All he needs is globe earther. Highly suspect. I don't really care about. Secret King, all that other shit. Just I don't. Globe earther's fine. Matthew learns as long as he stays with that name. That's good with me. But valued in silver, I don't think so.
You mean Glober? I don't think so, but okay.
Well, according to what his belief is.
Yeah, but if somebody's protecting in a way that making up the stuff and what we call that? Anti-flat earther?
He's definitely anti-flat earther. We need a role for that shit.
Yeah.
I don't think we have one. I'm going to talk to the
He maybe will not like that.
I don't care what he likes. That's exactly what he is. He doesn't want that, then yeah. A glober is just somebody who just thinks that it is, but they're not really hard pressed for it. No, he's an anti-flat earther. We should have a role. Yeah, we should. Let me see. Looking through the shit that he was posting, I don't see. Let's see. New. All right. Okay, it must be a little older than yesterday because I don't see. Go back. 9,299 results. Go to page number 2. It's got a bunch of his videos and shit. I don't see where he's put that yesterday. But it was what the gentleman was actually talking about in there, Dylan. It was what he said. That's what he was talking about with the Coriolis. He's advocating for the guy who was speaking. Oh, yeah, Indio. I saw that too, Sean. Freaking Sean, the idiot. Oh, crap. Now, I'm looking for Matthew's live stream text. Not unless somebody deleted it. I don't think they did, though. Let's see. No, I don't see it. Yeah, who knows where the hell it is? It's not in here. Oh, well, I'm done looking for that. Globers, come out and play. There really isn't any new arguments that I've heard anyway. Coriolis, that's derivative. You'd have to presuppose the Earth's already doing something or not, and then argue that point. It's more of a like, well, I'm just bored. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk about Coriolis. Me, I don't like that. I want utter and complete annihilation of the globe from the time that you come in here. You won't even be able to breathe. You're going to be just, but my globe. Oh no. My globe. There is no evidence, my friends. None whatsoever. And I am Kovac that's just joined. What's up, Kovac? Why does it say you got space herpes on there, man? Somebody likes you or what? And you got VC verified? Aren't you been in this server for quite some time, Kovac?
Yeah, I've been here for a little while, yeah.
How come you're still VC verified? Like, yeah, you don't...
That's all right. I got space herpes.
Huh? Why? How come, like, well... Have you talked about what you think the Earth is? Or shoot, dude, like maybe you're just always quiet. I don't know.
Yeah, usually quiet, yeah.
Well, what's your take on it? Like, are you a globe earther or what? Think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, I don't think so. No.
What do you think the Earth is?
I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a globe. It seems like it's station. I've never seen it, right? So I don't know if it's what shape.
What you talk about? You never seen it? You don't go outside, bro. You see the Earth every day.
No. I've never seen it from space, so I don't know the exact shape, but it's definitely not moving.
Yeah, but we're not talking about someplace. Yeah, we're not talking about like, it's like me saying, well, I haven't been to Narnia, so I don't know what the lion looks like from a distance. Like, shit, we're not talking about something imaginary. We're talking about real Earth. Like, if you can't go to a place that they make up, it's like, well, I can't. I've never been on a rocket going to like Middle Earth, so I don't know what orcs look like. That's like what it sounds like. Why, dude? Like, you can't go to an imaginary place. Like, that's impossible. Okay, so why don't you like? These guys give a false dichotomy, Kovac. They tell you that the Earth is something from somewhere they've never been, and it's utterly ridiculous. That's it. That's what they're telling you, and they want you to kind of like, well, what if you got in a rocket and you went to space and then you saw the Earth as a globe? Would you believe it then? I was like, well, in your imaginary scenario, of course, because that's made up. So you like to make shit up, then of course I would see it in an imagination like that. In reality, however, no. Because you can't go to a place that's imagined.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I haven't been up there to verify anything that they're telling us.
Yeah,
all I got is that's what I mean. All I got is the numbers.
But the verification happens right here on Earth, my friend. It doesn't happen up there. Actually, it's more of a speculation up there, because I can go up there and I could be with you up there in some kind of vehicle, right? We could be on a plane together, and you can look out the window and you say, man, that's pretty globish to me. And I'll be like, no, it's not. It's flat. No, it's globish, man. I see the curve. I'm like, I don't see anything. So what are we doing? We're bickering back and forth about what the Earth is. So verification doesn't happen from a picture, from you and me talking about what we see. That's not it. That's not verification, my friend. Verification is when you come back down to the ground and then test the ground to see if there is any drop over distance. And if there is, then you guys verify that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they say it is with drop over distance. That doesn't happen when you take a rocket and you go up there and you're like, oh, look, man. Wow, the Earth's pretty globish. Because somebody else could go up there and be like, I don't see any globe. There's no curvature up here. You follow me, bro?
I do, yeah. 100%.
This is the issue with these guys. Their verification method begins when they get on a rocket and go to an imaginary place. That's where it is. That's the verifying place for them. For us, it's right here. Tangible Earth. That is the verification place for all of us. Or it should be anyway. But it's the conversation starts to go that direction because their method of verifying something is observing it. And that is all. If you see it, therefore it is. It's like, no, that's not. You have to verify the thing by actually testing to see if there's any curving surface. That's pretty much it right there. Getting caboodle. If you got drop over distance, voila, the Earth is curving at the set rate with the values corresponding with that. But they don't like that. So go to an imaginary place and then verify. And it's like they give you the impossible. Well, if you give me the impossible with your imagination, I'm going to give you the impossible with actually realizing that in reality, you can't do the thing that you say that you think that it is. I'm going to give you the impossible task of verifying the curvature of the Earth, which is imaginary. Because if there was such a thing, then we'd all know right now that the Earth would block our view, would obstruct our view from the thing that we're trying to see in the far distance because it would be in the way. That's pretty simple, really. So the verification method doesn't happen on rockets. It happens right here on Earth, my friend.
That's right. I agree.
Well, that's good to know because now you can actually have evidence, right? Because that's what they want is the proof sees. You got it, my friend. Just take the line of sight and you can go from the distance of 10 miles onward, right? That's a good sample set. You really want something that challenges the narrative. So you want to go from 10 to 15, 20, somewhere like that, 20 miles. And, if you can see something from that distance and you can do the math, which also you add in the values of the Earth with the radius, diameter, circumference, right? So you want all that to be corresponding with your elevation, height, and so on. And then you're going to put in like the values, right? So you got to know the distance. Well, you want known distances from where you're standing to where the thing is you're trying to see in the far distance, and then try to figure out some maths. Simple geometry will suffice. And then see if there's any sagittale. And then if there is, then, well, you got a globe. Because it's going to obstruct your view every time, all the time. And so if you see something today and you go there tomorrow and you can't see it, and then a week later you go there and you can see it again, that doesn't mean the Earth's curving and you can see something past the curvature because it's looming up over the curve. It either is something static, like a mound of dirt right in front of you. When your friend walks over it, you can't see them. And it's always going to happen that your friend is going to disappear because he's hiding behind the curvature of that mound of dirt. That's Earth in the way. Earth in the way in the scenario of the Earth being a globe would be the same thing. But we don't see that anywhere. What we see is the thing in the far distance seems to be an optical visual. So we see it and then we go test to see if it's actually the reality of the thing that we see and it's actually there. So what happens with the visual and the air between us and it, there's a lot of distortion. We talk about this, right? That's why they never get down to the ground level and be able to measure anything. There's no way. That can never be done. And I know some way I could show you as an example, Skunk Bay. Skunk Bay has a undulating time-lapse footage that you guys can see that's happening in real time. So what up, Kyle 108? And that's it, Kovac. So it's like, I don't know. Like I can't much more after that. It's like giving you the information. It's like, where do you go with that after that? You either bring it to them and show them, look, If you want to verify this thing that we're on, it's pretty simple. We're going to know if the Earth is curving at the set rate that it's curving or it's not curving, and we don't have a globe. So you have the evidence before you. It's there. And I'm telling you it's flat and stationary because there isn't any curvature to be measured whatsoever, up or down. If people want to convince you that the Earth is, convex, well then there has to be some measured curvature. Concave, well there has to be some measured curvature upward. Measured. There is no measured curvature upward, then all you got is garbage. Videos and images and blah, 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 yada, yada. That doesn't mean nothing. That's why nothing that they bring forward would be considered evidence. Evidence is something that's, can be verified, falsified.
So Miggy, what's the, or sorry, you changed your name to Mayhem. What's the explanation then for how they got, the dimensions, the circumference, diameter, radius? What's the official global explanation? How those numbers came about?
Its fundamental, point of primary source is just a mathematical construct of a sphere. So they're working that out off of a spherical geometry. So they're gonna use that mathematics and then presuppose the Earth's size, with however they're imagining the globe to be. It's really just pulled out of air, but no, I can't say pulled out of the air. It's like a mathematical construct, but that superimposed over the Earth that you live on right now. So they're presuming the Earth's a sphere with the set size of dimensions that they're claiming that it is, and then like Eratosthenes, 2,000 years ago.
Yeah,
he was assuming that the Earth is a sphere, and then what's that, Sasha?
Oh, sorry, I'm not Mikey.
Yeah, so he was assuming the Earth's a sphere, and whenever they did the thing from Cyrene and Alexandria, they were just kind of it's what do you call it? Fermi the Consequent. The Earth's a globe. I measured the rays of the sun off the stick or the obelisk or whatever well. Therefore, and then it shows that the Earth's a globe. I measured the shadow off the obelisk, and it shows the Earth's a globe. Therefore, it's a globe. So it's just, and when it could be, flat and stationary. So his assumption was just built on a mathematical construct, and it just presupposed that the Earth. It's just it's affirming the thing that he's saying. So it can't be, because it could be something else. Which is the second thing that we tell people. It's so what if the sun isn't, where they, because he didn't even claim the sun was at a particular distance. And then the people that actually talk about sun being 93 million miles away are the modern times, but that's not Eratosthenes' initial look at how he was doing it. The sun was an unlimited distance away, with the light coming in parallel. In today's terms, these guys are saying the light is coming nearly parallel, and the sun's 93 million miles away. So it's not even parallel, it's nearly parallel. There's a lot of wordplay here with what they're trying to demonstrate. And then they're still using Eratosthenes, but here again, you can't use something that wasn't an original, the way it was originally stated. So they've already modified the Eratosthenes argument. But yeah, it lives in mathematics, Kovac. It's not in reality, because that's what we're talking about. The thing that exists as a globe is only in mathematical form, and it always has been. That's the only place it exists. In math, it works out, but in math only, to describe the oblate spheroid. But it doesn't, in reality, when you say, okay, let's check this math out. If they're saying that it's this particular size, then we can go test this, geometric shape, because we're standing on it. We're on the geometric shape. We are literally on this, globe that they're telling us. Well, if that's the case, if you're standing on the ball, well, then ball Earth should be able to measure drop over distance. It should be fairly obvious to everybody we're standing on a ball. You know what I mean, Kovac? So yeah, that's the proof should be there. All right, we got Brandon World has just joined us. Brandon, what say you, man? I just unmuted you. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Brandon, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
Hey,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. So, what do you think the shape of the Earth is, Brandon Worrell? Hello?
I just got detected weird and I don't know why. It's a globe. I know it is.
Okay. You know it's a globe? How do we know it's a globe, Brandon?
The pictures of it taken from space. I mean, if you think it's fake, you think that all geodetic surveyors are wrong.
Geodetic surveyors?
Land surveyors, yeah.
Okay. Well, we're not talking about just somebody claiming something and then we're saying they're wrong. We want to know evidence for the Earth being a globe. Is there anything that we have as evidence?
Well, Black Swan kind of proves it because it's the Black Swan actually kind of proves it. Actually,
the Black Swan proves the Earth's a globe.
Yeah,
it's literally the thing that proves that it's not a globe. That's why it's called the Black Swan. It wouldn't be called the Black Swan if it proved that it was a globe, dude. That's crazy, but that's fine. How do you think the Black Swan proves the Earth's a globe? That's interesting. I just want. What's your take on it? Why does it prove the Earth's a globe? Go ahead and tell me.
Well, because the oil platform in the background, you can't see the bottom of it.
Ooh, the oil platform
in the foreground, in the background.
I heard you, but what does the oil platform have to do with the horizon that's being stated in okay, so the Black Swan was not about oil platforms, and it wasn't about the guy standing on it, or a boat, or a bird flying in the air, or a fish humping in the water. It wasn't about any of that stuff. The only thing it was talking about was the horizon and the distance between the observer and the horizon. And so the platforms were there to use it to kind of tell us how far away the person is looking. So the person that was making the observation from where the platforms are, there's a certain distance, right? So they were there to mark the distance. So so now we know the guy who's making the observation, and then the platforms are a specific distance away from each other, right? Okay, that's what they were there for. So the horizon was the thing in question. How far away is the Earth, the horizon? Because the leading edge of the sphere is what we're trying to get to, right? How far away is where does the Earth's curvature begin from where we can see it? And so the platforms were there to give us a distance, right? So now we know that 9.4 miles of platform habitat, how far away the furthest platform is. And then we can see the horizon beyond that. Can you see the horizon beyond that last platform, Brandon, on that image?
A horizon is for the cold stars. Can you have a horizon on a flat surface?
Wait, can I ask a question? Just to clarify, are you saying that if the Earth was flat, that you would always be able to see the bottom of stuff in the water?
Well, in the water, no, because of waves. Okay. But can you have a horizon on a flat surface?
Yes.
Dude,
that's not funny. It's a question.
Hell yeah, it's funny, dude. It's funny as all hell.
Can you have a horizon on a flat surface?
Yes.
Can you show me that?
It's called
Dude, looking at it, bro. What do you think the Black Swan is, man? Please show me that. You're looking at it right there, the picture.
Show me a
You're funny,
card
bro.
or a flat piece of paper with no horizon.
Look at it.
You said, I just want to make sure we get over this real fast. You said that the Black Swan proves the globe because the bottom of the oil rig is hidden, but it's in water.
Oh my God, bro! You know what's in water, Brandon? Come on.
Can you show me a piece of paper?
Can you show me,
Brandon? Yeah,
it's literally
Brandon.
in the freaking water.
Brandon, yes, we can show you if we have a big enough piece of paper, or even a floor. So, Brandon, what is the horizon? The horizon is where the ground. Listen, it's where the ground appears to meet the sky, right?
It's an equidistant.
The imaginary line where the ground appears to meet the sky, the visual line, right?
And it's all around you, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome, right? So if we can't see a horizon, then we have to see all of the ground. 100% of our vision is ground, or 100% of our vision is sky, because the horizon is a dividing line. So if you can see both, then there's a horizon. If you don't see both, you have to see just one. So on a flat Earth, which one would we see? Would we see 100% sky or 100% ground?
On anything, you would see both.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Whether it's
it doesn't matter what it is, right? So if you're standing on something and there's something separating it, right? I'm standing on a ground. It's made of a freaking pretzel. I'm on an intergalactic sized pretzel, and there's, I'm living in your space fantasy. There's going to be a horizon. Doesn't matter what I'm standing on.
Yeah, why does it prove it when it doesn't matter?
Why are you changing the subject?
You said it proves it's a flat Earth, whether it's one or the other.
Doesn't prove it's a flat Earth. Doesn't prove anything.
You just said
you're the one that thinks the horizon can't exist on a flat Earth, not us.
You need to show me.
Wait, why do you think that?
Listen, you just conceded, and now you're going to go back to your same stupid argument. Just tell me, listen, 100% ground or 100% sky, which one?
It doesn't matter. On either one, you see both.
Okay, then there'll be a horizon, right?
On both? No, wait. Oh. Wait. On a flat Earth, no. Shit.
Why not? So there's no sky on a flat Earth, or there's no ground on a flat Earth. Which one?
The horizon is the sky and the Earth? What are you saying?
This horizon is where the sky appears to meet the Earth. So you're seeing both, right? At the same time.
Can you agree with that?
About that,
Brandon, can you agree with what he just said?
Not if it's flat. You should be able to see a long distance away if it's flat.
That's not the point,
why can't you see past the horizon?
No, listen. He's just saying that's the place where you see the Earth meet the sky, the horizon. Can you agree with that?
Yeah, but I don't agree that.
Alrighty then.
Why
next one. You said we'd be able to see past the horizon. You know that we can do that. You go back the next day, you can see past where the horizon was the day before.
Well, the day before, why couldn't you see past the horizon?
Do you go outside?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay. Well, if you go look at water, you're going to see a horizon. And then when you go back the next day, you'll be able to see further past that horizon. The horizon will have actually moved.
Well, on the original day, why couldn't you see the past the horizon?
Because you can't see forever on a flat Earth, my brother.
Why?
Why do you think you should be able to see forever?
Well, you made the claim that we can't, so I want to know why.
Yeah, we have a limit of perspective, and we're looking through atmosphere.
Yeah.
Perspective says that as something gets further in the distance, it shrinks.
Alrighty then. Dude, whoa, what is this? What the hell, bro?
I recognize your voice, man. Are you, you've been in the other server, son? You've been in the other flat Earth servers?
Yeah, I have. I've been in one.
Yeah, I know, I reckon. All right, this guy will die before he concedes. Just so you know, I've talked to him before.
That's
and
good.
you were not that way.
Hey, can you concede that you've been wrong on all accounts so far? That you said that it proves the globe because the bottom of the oil rig is black, and of course we covered the simplicity that it's in water. It's in water. Then you said there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. Then India walked you through the understanding that if you can see both the sky and the ground, there's going to be a horizon. So you admit you were wrong on those two fronts, right?
Those no horizon on a flat Earth. I don't know why there would be. I don't get it.
He just you keep listen. Every time somebody brings you to a point, you just ramble things. He just brought you. Witsit brought you to a point. Indio brought you to a point, and I've listened. This is the second time, or maybe the third, that you've diverted. I don't know why the Earth is. People say the Earth is flat. Like, answer the damn question. I'm gonna start getting pissed off if you don't answer questions. So things are being asked to you. All you gotta do, my friend, is answer the question. That's it. And then once after that, we can understand if you know something or if you don't. Pretty simple.
What's your question?
Okay, so we're going to cover it. You've made 3 points, and you've been wrong about all 3 of them. Okay? First, you said that the oil rigs would be being blocked by water proves that it's a globe. But, of course, we can't see the bottom of the oil rigs because they're in water. So can you admit that you were wrong about that?
No, because the ones in the foreground, you can see.
No. Answer what he's. Don't talk about foreground bullshit. Talk about what he just asked you. Can you admit that there's part of that in the water?
Yes, but
all
in
right. Number two. Hang on. Number two.
Number two. You said there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. India talked you through it. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. So if you can see both the sky and the ground, you're going to have a horizon.
What?
Admit you were wrong. Just
admit you were wrong.
So, Brandon, maybe to help you, you can look in the live stream voice text, right? And there's an image of a checkerboard. I'll post it again because it got pushed up. So you see how you can see the squares?
Let's see. Hold on. I'm not in the text chat. Hold on.
Yeah, live stream voice text.
Oh, we are going to go through all 3 points that Witsit's going to do. And I need to hear you admit. That's what I need from you, man. So we're going to take this nice and slow.
Yeah, I think you got a better chance of that guy. I know that, like, he moved and his wife threw away his computer with 10,000.
He rage quit, bro. I knew it. See, that's what you freaking globe earthers get your ass in it, man. This is what you got, man. You send this guy in here. Why don't y'all guys man up and send your champion? Freaking weenies.
He was the champion.
He was.
He's funny though, man. I've talked to him before. He just I don't know, man. He's lost in the sauce, bro. He's gonna say the same thing in about an hour. So
he responds.
I only hopped in because I heard him say that geodetic surveying thing. I was about to jump on him.
No, he was saying that the Black Swan proves the Earth's a globe. I'm like, damn. I mean, we're talking bottom of the barrel.
I'm still trying to look through that freaking survey.
Yeah, he said a lot of things that are just he just made shit up. You know how they do it. Like, he didn't even read, if you read even the beginning of, his so-called citations, they even say that they assumed, first at the time, because he used the old one, they assumed something called the Clark spheroid, right? The Clark ellipsoid, that's what they called it. It predates the WGS 84 one. But they assume this. They admit it. I don't know why Globers, but in that, I listened to that as much as I could because it's hard to listen to his voice. Really grating. But he said they just assumed flat and they just measured it. That's a bunch of horse shit. That's an absolute, that is just horse shit, man. He just made that up.
Yeah,
like a lot of things he said are just wrong. Like he didn't actually read any of it, and I don't know. I read like the link I sent you. I kind of went. I was actually reading from the Geodetic surveying. I think Miggy was in here that night. Were you in here, Miggy?
Who were you talking to?
When I was reading from the surveying, I think it's called the Great Triangulation Arc or something.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, maybe you weren't in here. I was reading it to a bunch of people in here, just reading from it. That refutes everything he said.
Yeah, like so. Well, of course, I asked him point blank, like, what's the correction column for? And he said that's just them taking the average of the observed angles, which is patently wrong, right? They apply a spherical excess formula, and they use the reference spheroid and stuff. But
yeah, exactly.
What the whole thing is boiled down to now is they're ignoring. They want to ignore the correction column, all that. They're saying that the observed column is just raw measurements, and then they took a raw average, and that raw average shows spherical excess.
That's incorrect.
So, yeah, I have to get to the bottom of it.
They do something called a weighted mean, right? So it's not an average. An average is just taking the numbers, right? You add them all up and then you divide them by the number of samples. That's not what they do. They don't do anything like that.
That's what I've been saying. Yeah, that's what I because all I see is weighted equations. I don't see raw average anywhere in there.
Yeah, they do what's called a least squares linear regression, which is a complicated way of saying a weighted mean. So basically they take a shitload number of samples, they chop off the outliers, right? The measurements that they say, oh, this is way off what we expect. And then they find the point where 50% of the measurements are above or below some value, right? Which is not an average. It's a little bit different than an average. It's usually pretty close to an average, but it's not the exact same thing. So, like, if I have 100 samples and then I add, what I do, I find the center point of all the numbers, right? Where 50% of the samples would be above the number and 50% of the samples will be below the number, right? And I make up this number, whatever it is. And that's my mean. But, like I said, it's weighted. That means they take some of the numbers, they throw them away. Right,
yeah,
if they expect to measure like 10 degrees and they get like a 0.10 degree measurement, they're like, someone fucked up, right? We're just throwing that away.
Yeah, they de-weight it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And then they take like, if you have an extremely low number, an extremely high number that is obviously like way off, but their parameter for way off isn't that large, right? It's any slight deviation because they're using an oblate spheroid as a reference, right? So they're already assuming that it's going to be within this, right? So if you're assuming a sphere, right, and then you get values that are way off the sphere, you just chuck them out, and then you take the averages, you take the mean, the weighted means of the values that closely conform to your preconceived notion. And like,
yeah, because I told them that they baked the R value in, right, and they're like, prove it. I'm like, okay. So they use a weighted equations. How do you think they distribute the weight? So now they're denying that they're weighted equations. What did you say it was called? The least squared method linear regression?
It's a least squared method. It's a linear regression method. Yeah, and that I actually read from that, right? So they used the Clark ellipsoid, and then they cite a book by this guy named Clark, who was a surveyor in England. And so I read what he wrote, and you should see. That's what I was reading in the text. It's so Glober because he basically starts off the whole text by saying, he doesn't explicitly say it that like we don't have to prove a globe, but like he goes blah blah blah, but like basically says ships over the horizon, you know the whole Glober rhetoric, right? And she goes, so we assume that the Earth's an oblate spheroid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And do you have a good citation for this? That way we can maybe pull some excerpts from it.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, it's just funny. Yeah, I'll find it. I got it right here.
Yeah. So like, cause I intuitively know they have to use a weighted mean because the Earth's not a globe. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna have to go out there and like bake the books. And I was explaining that obviously you're gonna have like this window of acceptance. They're gonna throw out outlier. And then I'm like, so what is that window of acceptance? And they said they didn't know. I guess I was talking to a 30-year geodetic surveyor or something, and he couldn't answer. But yeah, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. Their argument now is that the observed angle is just raw without any bias, and it shows spherical excess. You know what I'm saying? Which is
bullshit.
funny because
Well,
yeah, of course, dude. They're claiming, first of all, if you look at the small triangles, they equal less than 180 half the time, and then when they get to the really big triangles, they're talking about using the theodolite like 180 miles, dude. Yeah, to measure like lateral deviation, right? Like an azimuth.
Are they still using the argument that they're measuring the effects, quote unquote, of curvature? I don't know if they've ever told you that with it, but like in your arguments with these guys,
I thought the theodolite was only good up to 100 meters or something.
Not apparently to these blokes.
They're going to say that's not when it comes to taking angles. That is, if you can see it, you can take the angle. That's what they say. Of course, first they said there's no refraction because it's left to right, and then when you read the document, it says they have to account for lateral refraction. Right?
Listen, man, they're taking these devices out of context. First of all, because they're not built and designed for this, and what they're talking about and using the rangefinder on the thing. And using the crosshair, and they're saying that you can see unlimited distance because as long as you can see it, and it's like who was in there, God Rockin', which he actually used these devices for real surveying on shooting for buildings that he was having to construct. But like he was calling bullshit on this guy. Who was it? Jesse Gordon. You remember that guy? What's it? I don't know if you had a run-in with that guy. I got shit.
He's a clown.
But, yeah, he was in here talking about he had like 5 or 6 different theodolites, but he didn't have the one that he was presuming to be an expert on, which in the time that he was in here where he pissed me off because he was like, he looked at it, he Googled it. Like, he's like, well, you guys are talking about distance. Will 6 miles do for you guys? And it, like, he pulled up one that you could see with a rangefinder at about 6 miles. It's like, and God Rockin' was in here. And, God Rockin' was like, well, what are you shooting for at 6 miles? Like, what are you what's your target? And so he was like describing, well, it doesn't matter. I think he said it was like a bottle and a light or something. And he's like, but the point is, like, with the thing that you're shooting for and what the device is used for, like, it's not meant like the way he was talking about the measuring the effects of the curvature. And that's what he said that device was used for. And I called bullshit. I was like, dude, point out but see, God Rockin' was saying that something about like the modern terms that are being used today is that you can use it for something like this. I don't know. I was like, nah, I'm talking about like what's being said as far as the device being created, that it was meant for this. And it's not meant for the measuring the effects of curvature on the Earth. But you guys, I mean, if you read it in the manual and it does say that in the device, then I'd like to see a citation of that.
A rangefinder is so you can just like know how far the fucking thing is, so you can pull up and on the gun. If you want the quote unquote Coriolis effect, when you're shooting, you just pull to the opposite direction. So like most bullets go left, you just pull a little right. It's like nobody really does that though, because it's so.
Yeah, but he said that that's what the device is. The device is used for this.
They say a Coriolis effect is just so benign that you don't even have to worry about it because a light breeze will move the bullet more than the Coriolis effect. I'm like, come on, man, that's just fake. Making shit up.
Well, in this instance, we're talking about a theodolite or device that's used for leveling buildings. Like, and so they're taking that device and then, using sample sets that are way farther than anything that they're going to be, trying to use for construction, which is taking, and I was saying this too, depending on the theodolite, you're taking it outside of its working parameter to actually say that the thing is being used to measure the effects of curvature. And then like you're shooting to the horizon, which you don't even know at that point because there's no demarcation line to tell you how far away that you're shooting. So you're just like whatever distance you think is, you're seeing the horizon at. And that's not like, is that what the device is used for? No, it's not used for that. So it's like, if a device is created specifically and designed for this, and then it'd be like, okay, we designed this for, seeing where the horizon is, and like there isn't a device that says that. They're using it for that, but and then trying to say that that's giving the, but then again, you have like those tolerance levels and like other things that are being calibrated within that device. It's not. With distance, it's going to get a little bit more difficult. Everybody like that listens to these guys talk about this, they tell us like what the device is used for and the maximum effective range, like you can actually use it for. So all of this stuff makes sense. But then when you saying that there's unlimited distance that you could use the rangefinder on the device for, it's like then that's bullshit. And like there's no way, dude. Like you can't just say things and get away with it in here. And then we're just all going to be like, okay, go ahead and use your device. And it's, no, you're not going to use the damn thing if it's not meant for this. You're just not. They don't like it. They want to talk about and using shit and then just making shit up. Ain't happening. And that's where it starts. It's like, well, hypothetically, if you do it, like, no, we're not going to work on hypotheticals either, my friend. We're in the really is level, and you're going to prove that shit empirically. And if it stands, then it's the truth. Whatever it is. It's not going to. Guarantee it. Yeah, these guys are DOA, bro. That's why I say bring on your champions. Where are they at? They're sleeping? Wake them up.
As of now, the whole argument has boiled down to like they're saying that they take a raw average. And first they said all the raw data is available. Why don't the flat earthers go do the math? So I went and looked at it. The raw data is not available. They say they take like 18 to 20 measurements of each location, and there's only one. So they're like, oh, that would be in the field notes. I'm like, oh, so we don't have the raw data. so we didn't actually see what they recorded down. That would be the raw data, of course. So then we moved on from that. It's like they're just claiming baselessly that it's a raw average. And I'm like, okay, well, it says a weighted equation. So where does it say that? And they haven't said it. So I'm trying to get to where I can like just pin it down specifically within the document.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you where it explicitly says it. So he used that his citation is the transcontinental triangulation in the American arc of the parallel. That's the name of the document. So hold on, I'll find it.
Ooh.
Well, I have it. But I'll find exactly where it says it because I looked at it. Like,
is that what he's referring to?
That's his. That's the document.
They're all reading off the same script, so I think it would be in line with what Witset's guy was probably referring to as well. Who is it? It was a geodetic surveyor, or who are you speaking to, Witset?
MC Clown.
Yeah, I started with
MC Clown
with McToon, but now, now it's like the entire anti-flat Earth community, But yeah, I was talking to a 30-year geodetic, Larry GPS.
The water in a tab can drinker when you were.
McToon, yeah.
He's a freaking clown.
He said he emptied the soda can and put water in it.
Yeah, dude, it was so stupid. He's funny, dude. Like, yeah, he's good for a laugh. He really
he was trying to say that one time. Is just average.
Oh
yeah, that's not true. That's just making shit up.
Of course, it's not true. That's retarded. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. There's only one observed angle. How could the next column be averaging something? It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And I called him out on it, and dude, he imploded, man. I don't know if you guys know much about McToomey. He doesn't really cuss. He imploded, man. He was like, "Shut up, bitch." He said it like 20 times, like just impulsively. It was super funny.
That is hilarious.
I like to when they get steamed up like that. I love it.
He was so mad, dude. I'm like, dude, just admit you were wrong, man. It's okay. And he's like screaming, cussing. It was like,
you have like a permanent condo in these guys' heads too. With it, most of these clowns, because they mentioned.
Well, yeah. Evidence of that is if I bring up a new subject, they all obsessively talk about it for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's cool though. It's beneficial in a way. It's like, they can like sift through all the best the globe has for me.
No, when you were doing your tour, that idiot that came to you,
M. Stone.
Yeah, dude. Like these guys wait for you, man. They literally look for you.
Yeah, it's weird. It's just super weird.
He wanted to stand on all his 10 toes, and then like randos that were walking by didn't give a shit for him, like in his argument. And it was so big to him, dude. Like that he had to say something standing up for the globe, and then everybody else just like really didn't give a shit. Like they were just like, I don't care. Like he's like all pissed off about it. Like, but then again, he wanted to like he was gonna do something. Like, dude, what are you guys? Sit down, bro.
Yeah, no, but he got really nervous. He was like shaking and stuttering and stuff. It was really funny.
Do you want me to read it to you?
Yeah, sure.
Look how it actually. Hold on, I want to make sure I got the right thing. I'll read it both.
They're going down swinging. I guess somewhere in there it says that they apply equal weights or something.
I'll read this part instead of the other part, because the other part's a little more minutia, a little more in the weeds. So, says the method of treatment and the general result may be briefly stated as follows. Each base net was first adjusted separately. This gave at intervals along the arc certain lines whose length depend more upon measurement and which were regarded as absolute. The triangulation intervening between any two adjacent figures thus established was treated by the method of least squares so as to reconcile discrepancies between the fixed values and those resulting from angular measurements connecting them. The operation thus far gave a connected, homogeneous system of figures throughout and opened the way for the final computation of the individual geographic positions. Right? So right there it says the method of least squares, which anyone can look up. It's a pretty well-known method for treating measurements.
Yeah, I don't know what page that's on. I would, if you can say the page, but they're going to say that that's just the correction. They're going to say that's after the observed angles are written down. That's what they're going to say, no matter what the truth is. But I don't know.
Well, they reduce all. It's called a reduction. Let me find it, dude. Like it explicitly says it. I was going over this the other night.
It is kind of a headache because it's like 900 pages long.
In order to but most of the stuff, like the methodology, is in the beginning. Oh, I should have just read the next part. In order to determine standard data to which the entire arc should refer, a first preliminary reduction was made. This gave provisional values, which were afterwards corrected so that the average discrepancies between the computed positions and those determined by astronomical observation should be made small as possible. Exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
trying to conform it to something. Yeah. This is on the bottom of page 19 and the bottom of page 18 in the top of page 19 in it.
Okay.
Okay. And it goes on to say, okay, so there's just a lot, you know how this is. It's just a lot, especially in something like this. Okay. Latitudes observed by 109 stations, azimuth by 73, and longitude by 37. The average local deflection, the local deflection means how far the plumb line is deflected off the astronomical observation, right? So that's the deflection of the plumb line thing. Irrespective sign in the plane of meridian from 52 latitude comparisons was about 2 minutes 4 seconds, and those in the prime vertical in general of equal magnitude. After rejecting values which were clearly inadmissible on account of local configuration, the following corrections were made to the position first adopted. They just know it. Latitude, longitude.
Wow.
Hold on. I'm getting to the part. The discrepancies between the positions deduced through triangulation and those determined astronomically may result from deflections of the plumb line or from the fact that the geometrical figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different than those of the actual Earth.
There you go. There you go.
Check and mate, dude. That's it. You got the king in the corner. Surrounded by pieces.
What's the page, bro? What's the page?
That's page 19. I was just reading from page 19.
Did you put a link to that, Indio? I want to.
Oh yeah, I'll just I'll post a link to the PDF in a live stream.
Because it says preliminary reduction. So I mean, because like they're trying to paint the narrative that they do nothing to the data, right? And I'm like, oh, I know they do. I know for a fact they do, because I went and looked at the Earth. It is not a globe, so they're
measuring the Earth like they're doing carpentry, right? Like, oh, this is just this many inches, and this is that many inches, and that's all they're doing. They're not doing anything like that.
Yeah, I mean that's how what they're painting it is like there's the observation and there's correction. Because if you look at the observation and correction, usually the corrections aren't that big, So they're like, oh, see, like the actual Earth matches the prediction very well. But they're wanting to leave out that the actual observed angle column has baked the R value in as well. They've obviously created like a window of acceptance. They've thrown out everything else. They've weighted the angles based on the predicted value. So.
Yeah, what he's trying to do is conflate the normal probability. Right, so when you make a bunch of measurements, right, not every measurement's going to be exact, right? Even if you use a tape measure doing something, or a micrometer, right? So you can take lots of measurements and do this probability method, this least squares method, to get like what's most likely the true value, right? Using this weighted mean. And they're trying to conflate that, right, with the number that they're spitting out. This is the angle measurement. Like after, so they take the measurements, right? So now, they take a bunch of measurements, they come up with a value, some angle value. And then when they take 3 locations, right, and those they have to intersect those lines of sight to a location to make a triangle, they're doing it again. Right, so they're making a correction. They're reducing it. They're making a correction to a correction, right? So it's like and they're trying to just conflate. Oh, this is just normal because this is just measurements. They're trying to take that idea and put it on how they're reducing the this so-called triangulation network, and it's not actually the same thing. They need what's called closure, right? You need the triangles to actually intersect each other. And they're just making it up, right? Changing the angles a little bit so that all the triangles, it's almost like, you ever seen like a mesh, a 3D mesh in in a wireframe in like a 3D model? Right? So you can, if you ever used Maya or some 3D program, if you take one of the vertexes and move it, you distort a whole bunch of triangles, right? So basically, they're just moving a vertex, right, to make it all work, because it has to fit on this globe. And they're just adjusting the vertexes, right? Calling it a so-called reduction or correction or whatever you want. But there's no basis. The only basis for it is assuming it's already a globe. That's the basis for it, right?
Right.
So it's pretty I mean, the wireframe, if anybody's done any 3D modeling, you can make a 3D model, right? In a program like Maya. Maya was a popular one. I don't even know what they use now. Probably dating myself. But if you want to do fine adjustments to your model, you can take off the skin and you have just the wireframe. And you can adjust individual vertices on the wireframe, because a 3D model is just made up of a bunch of triangles. So you just adjust them. But if you make an adjustment too far, you distort the whole thing and it ends up looking like shit. So you just you have to adjust a whole bunch of them. And that's what they do, because they have this large triangulation network with 100 triangles in it. And if they change the vertex on one, it shifts everything going all the way back. So they have to, like, you know, if it was like a mile, 100 points on a 100-mile length, they change one because they're all connected, right, in the chain. If they change one, it distorts all of them. So they have to, like, do these, you know, these adjustments to make it all work. You know, it's just games. But, like, you know, you don't have to take my word for it. They said it.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm
not going to read it again because it was so good.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, discrepancies between the positions deduced through triangulation and those determined astronomically may result from deflections of the plumb line or from the fact that geometrical figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different than those of the actual Earth. Okay, then. Like, what do you want me to say? Like,
yeah, look what it says beyond that. It says, moreover, the deflections may be local, as when caused by mountains, valleys, etc., or they may extend over great areas where a change of density in the Earth's crust is the underlying cause. As far as the present measures go, the curvature of North American continent along the 39th parallel seems to be intermediate between that of the bezel, is that right? And the Clark.
Yeah, bro. It's the whole thing is about assuming the sphere. But like, okay, these people didn't go out there like, oh, Earth is flat. Let's deceive everyone and make it a sphere. Like, they just assumed it was a sphere. They had a reference model, and they're just trying to make the measurements work in there. So much so, the assumption's so, like, assumed that it's not really specifically laid out, right? It's just like, oh, well, we're using the Clark method. We're using the Clark ellipsoid model. We're using these other surveys to piece together for our foundation. Whereas now we have anti-flat earthers in 2023 that are taking advantage of the fact the assumption was assumed so boldly that it's not specifically stated for like a 5-year-old to know that they're just, you know, baking the books, cooking the books, to where they're like, oh, they didn't cook the books. You see, I hope that was coherent, but like, it's like they clearly just assumed the sphere so much so that it's just a given that it's assumed. It's a given that it's a sphere. So they don't go into like excruciating detail about, you know, transforming it from a plane. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a given that that's the objective.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier about the Clark guy, the Clark spheroid that they're using. He starts his book basically saying this, that they're just assuming it. But he gives like his evidence, right? And his evidence is the same stupid shit Globers give. Tips over the horizon, dip of the horizon, all that nonsense.
Yeah, I heard you reading that.
So I'll read that to you because it's so stupid, right? It says, of the many discoveries made in modern times by men of science, astronomers, and travelers, none have ever tended to shake the doctrine hold and taught by the philosophers of ancient times that the Earth is spherical. That the surface of the sea is convex, anyone can assure himself by simply observing, say with a telescope, from the top of a cliff near the sea, the appearance of a ship on or near the horizon, and then repeating a few moments later, after at the foot of the cliff, the same observation on the same ship. Yeah.
Wow.
Assuming the Earth to be a sphere, a single observation of a more precise nature taken at the top of a cliff would give a value of the radius of the sphere. The observation required is the dip or angle of the depression of the horizon. This combined with one linear measure, namely the height of the cliff, how'd they get that, right? will suffice for a rough approximation. This is an experiment made by Mount Edgecombe more than 2 centuries ago and may have possibly been tried in other places. The depression of the sea horizon at the top of Ben Nevis is 1 degree, 4 minutes, 48 seconds. This is the mean of 8 observations taken with special precautions for the very purpose of this experimental calculation. The hill is 4,406 feet. That's not even the current value, but let's not digress. But I digress from that. Now let A be the radius of the Earth, blah, blah, blah. He goes to the formula. He says, but this formula is not practically true, as the path of the ray of light passing from the horizon to the eye of the observer is not a straight line, but a curved one. Dude, this is some crazy shit he says. Listen to this carefully. But the laws of refraction have been carefully studied, and we know that the value should be written down for x should be multiplied by a certain constant. That is to say, the true equation of x equals 1.6886. So this is basically This is almost 7.6R. It's a little bit larger than 7.6R. It's like 7.0, whatever. Anyway, close enough. This numerical coefficient obtained from a vast number of observations is to be considered as repeating a phenomenon. This numerical coefficient obtained from a vast number of observations is to be considered as representing a phenomenon of variable and uncertain amount. Did you hear that? He started off by saying, we know that the value is written down should be multiplied by a certain constant. Says the constant. Now, constant doesn't change. In the same sentence says, is to be considered as representing a phenomenon of a variable uncertain amount. What the fuck, dude? He contradicts himself in the same sentence. Right?
Yo, can you drop that?
He says it up here, we made all these measurements. But that's not practically true because the path of the light ray is curved. So that's not right either. He's like says this is our proof, but it's actually not proof. Here's our other proof. This is actually not proof. And he just goes on and on. And this is the guy that they. Okay, so if you follow the chain, MC Toon's relying on this survey. It was made based upon this guy's Clark's ellipsoid, and here's Clark freaking contradicted himself 50 freaking times. So like, this is the best you have. Oh, it gets better. It gets better, right? One of them. I'm laughing because I had read this before. Okay, so half a century later, Picard conceived the happy idea of adapting a telescope with crosswires in its focus to his angle measuring instruments. Armed with this greatly improved means of working, he executed a triangulation extending from Mulbazine near Paris to Amiens. From this arc, whose amplitude determined with a sector of 10-foot radius was 1 degree, 22 minutes, 55 seconds, he deduced from the length of a degree 57,000 toises. That's some unit of measure in French. The accuracy of this result, however, was subsequently found to be due to a compensation of errors. So funny. That says, yeah, he did this amazing thing, but it was wrong. Then it goes on. One of the most important results of this measurement of Picard was that it enabled Sir Isaac Newton. So Sir Isaac Newton used this wrong result to establish finally his doctrine of gravitation as published in the Principia. In this work, Newton proved that the Earth must be an oblate spheroid, and moreover that gravity must be less at the equators than the poles.
The hell, bro?
Yeah, so Newton proved something from the result of a wrong observation. What the fuck? Yeah, it's like this. When I read this, I was like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Like, is he like he's got like a little angel and devil on the side, and like one of them's writing one half the sentence and the other one's writing the other half of the sentence? Yeah.
Yo, what's the name of the paper that Clark's paper?
I'll post the thing. It's called. Let me read the title. But it's cited in the book in the first thing I posted. That's how I found it.
Hey, by the way, I
Clark. So
I highlighted that part that you read where it was talking about there's assuming on page 19. I already have it highlighted for everybody in the chat that if you want to save that as an image.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so it sounds just like a big cult to me. I mean, honestly, I want to keep it real.
Well, we've all, I addressed, obviously this isn't the first time I've heard of this, and I've already explained, you assumed the sphere, applied spherical geometry to your assumption, cooked the books, and then claimed that it proves a sphere in 2020 or whatever, right? But now it's getting brought back up, and we found out a lot of these actually equal less than 180. When you add them up, even within their assumptions, they couldn't get it to work. So I just think it would be beneficial to just concisely and precisely destroy it using their own documentation for new people, right? Because what happens is new people, they hear the concept of a spherical triangle. You can't have more than 180 degrees on a plane. And they don't really understand it, and then they go look at this document after listening to MC Toon just lie, and they're like 900 pages. Get the hell out of here! This is too complicated for me. But yeah, I do know that you can't have a spherical triangle on a plane, and they kind of they get deceived, So I just want to expose it. This is if you ask for physical measurement of curvature, this is
well, I specifically asked Jesse Kozlowski because they talk about this, the reciprocal zenith angle, right? So the tilt.
Yeah.
Okay. So I asked him what happens if you get a negative value, right? So because they'll say, well, it adds up to more than it's greater than 180 degrees, right? Between so instead of the verticals being parallel, they're supposed to be tipped away from each other. When I'm basically asking them, what if you get a negative value where they're tipped towards each other? What do you do with that measurement? He didn't answer because he knows what he does with it. He throws it away. Right. So if that's one of the weighted mean, right? Like, oh shit, the Earth's a sphere. I can't have a concave Earth. I'm going to just throw that value away. Even though at that particular point, because of their deflection of the vertical, that's a perfectly legitimate, it doesn't even falsify the globe. It's just they're massaging the data. And they know they're massaging the data.
Yeah, and they always make the claim that it's never tipped towards us, right? Which is what would be that negative measurement. They make the claim that it's never like that. Because first you're like, if you read this talks about, this also talks about the zeniths. And it talks about all kinds of spherical corrections and refraction. And so obviously... Oh,
we've all seen potato Earth, right? The potato Earth's got dimples, right? And that's supposed to be the gravity of the Earth. That's supposed to be, if you took all the measurements, right? If you measured all the deflections of the vertical all over the Earth would be bumpy, right? Gravity would be bumpy all over the place. Well, you have to have negative angles at some locations, right? Otherwise, it would be perfectly smooth. It can't be perfectly smooth, right? So,
wow, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, they have to acknowledge negative.
There would have to be somewhere. It couldn't be just all positive angles.
So you'd be seeing concave Earths at some points?
Yeah, exactly. If you're going just by the plumb line, right? Yeah. So what you're doing is, right, you're taking the plumb, so you got the plumb line, right? So that designates the vertical, right? And you can make an astronomical observation and go, okay, this vertical should be looking at this star. This star, according to our globe model, should be directly overhead, right? But it's not. But you can't say, well, fuck, dude, that's something wrong with the globe, right? You got to say, oh, there's lumpy gravity, right? There's lumps of gravity underneath the Earth, big masses, that mountain is deflecting it, some other excuse, right, on why it doesn't line up with the so-called celestial sphere. They've known about this since like the 1400s. This isn't like a new thing. They've been trying to, quote-unquote, fix it ever since. So they came up with this Earth gravitational model, potato Earth.
Hey, isn't Nud known glober? Nud, are you a known glober that's been in here? Why? Well, how come you don't have a role in here? Is this a sock account? I remember the what was it? That young guy's name? Kundi, I think his name was.
Yeah, so I posted the PDF at 11:38. That's.
Okay, cool.
What I was reading is right in the beginning. He starts off with it, so you don't have to search. It's literally the beginning of it. There's the preface, and then he starts into his basic, selling the globe with his dip of the horizon nonsense.
Well, I asked McToon specifically. I'm like, so they reference the Clark method. What's the Clark method? He's like, I think you're talking about the Bessel. I'm like, no, I'm talking about the Clark, but. What's the Clark method? And he couldn't answer. And I'm like, well, what's the Bessel method? He couldn't answer. I'm like,
he ain't gonna know that.
I'm like, you don't even know the. Yeah, but the point is that they're building the whole thing upon that. So it's like when you're making definitive claims about what they do or do not do at the offset of the observed angles, well, you need to know what you're talking about. You need to shut the hell up. He's been talking about this for years. It's on his website. My point is that I want to embarrass him so thoroughly that he is embarrassed to have it on his website. And he's banking on oh, he's a math teacher And he thinks I can't do math, right? That's what he keeps saying. But in reality, I can do math. And I'm like a little rusty on some math, sure, but I'm actually having aptitude for math. So what I want to do is just like share screen with my iPad and just like show him what the assumption is in the math, because he's getting on my nerves. But either way, he thinks that flat earthers aren't going to get to the bottom of it because it's so dense in math, you know, when he knows that in reality, he doesn't know what's going on. He just went to the charts, added them up, which a 5-year-old could do, you know, add up the angles.
I can show you where in the math it is. I just got to find it. I saw it. Because they explicitly say it, man. It's not like they're trying to hide it. Like, they're not embarrassed by any of this. Right? The people that write these books, they're not embarrassed. They come right out and say it. They don't think there's anything wrong with it. But, you know, if they were alive, like some of the people that wrote these, and you press them, you know, in the time they lived, there's no one running around to, like, you know, challenge them.
Nobody's holding them accountable, so they're just
they live in their small little community. You know, everything is done by letters and horses and like, you know, it was a different era. There's stuff like, and the people that could, like, that did have access to read and digest their stuff, I mean, that was a very small amount of people that were like in an echo chamber, right? So you have this like little geodesy club, people that, like, you know, academia, if that's what you'd call it then, and they just lived in their own little echo chamber.
Yeah, it details all kinds of egregious assumptions. But they're out right now in the conversations is, well, that's all the corrections. Those are all afterwards. Those are later. Those are done later. Those are the afterwards corrections.
Nope.
Yeah, I know.
Wrong.
It's a cool story. Yeah. Because you can see, obviously, like, if what they're saying is true, then it is a convincing argument to someone, right? It's like, obviously it's not true, but the narrative that they paint is they go out on the earth with no bias. They just take raw measurements. They write them all down. They just take a raw average, and then they put it on the paper. And when you look at that data, they call that the raw data, when actually the raw data would be all the measurements they took down. That would be what's called raw data, right? But anyway, they're like, oh, when you go look at that raw data, what they mischaracterize, then it shows spherical excess. Before we take the model, the spheroid model, before we make the spherical corrections, it's already super close. And then they go down to the big triangles that show, like, I think there's one triangle that shows like 72 arc seconds of spherical excess, right? And they're like, look at this. You know, like, this proves that when you really go out into the earth and just make the measurements, it showed that the earth's a sphere. That's their argument.
No, it's not how it works. It's not how it works in the math. That's not how it works. I'll find the exact thing. And they say it, dude. Just give me a second to find it, dude. They explicitly say it.
Yeah, cool. Because like I keep on asking, I'm like, you guys are claiming it's just like a raw average. I'm like, can you just cite it? Can you cite where it says they just take a raw average? Because everything I've read while traveling to Florida and not having time, you know, being on an airplane for 30 minutes looking at it, it's like all I see is weighted equations. I see weighted equations, ellipsoid model reference. They take the spherical coordinate systems from the astronomical positioning. They compare that to a geodetic spherical coordinate system. They correct direction based on true north relative to the spherical coordinate system.
I found it. This is on page 47. Okay, it says reduction of horizontal directions to sea level. The resulting directions at a station, as given in the abstract, still need a small correction to reduce them to what would have been had the object been observed upon being at sea level. The altitude of the observing station and the distance between them does not enter into the case. The reduction is due to the circumstance that, in general, the verticals at the two stations are not in the same vertical plane. You hear that again? The verticals at the two stations are not in the same vertical plane, which means they're not horizontal. That's what they're saying. That if I take two plumb lines, dude, they're not horizontal. And they give a correction for this. And How is this not assuming? How is this not assuming a globe in the math? And
Well, so how directly
it gives the correction. It gives the formula, right? So,
how's that going to affect the specifically? How would that affect the azimuth, right? Because what they're saying is they're acknowledging that the vertical angles and the plumb lines and the zenith, that they all make spherical assumptions of correction.
It says reduction of horizontal directions to sea level. Because you have to remember, like, the tip is in 3 dimensions, right? So, okay, say I'm at 1,000-foot elevation, right? It's hard to describe. This is the curvature of the plumb line thing. So, I have a direction. So, say I'm facing exactly northeast, right? But I'm tilted. Right, I'm tilted because, according to them, I'm assuming I'm tilted at some vertical angle, and there's some other station I'm pointed at. When you reduce both of these down to sea level, right, when you move them down, the direction, their horizontal directions, that angle is going to change because it's tilted. You're starting off tilted, and as you're moving it down, it has to rotate a tiny bit. It's hard to describe verbally. it's like okay. Now imagine you had a ball, right, and you stuck 3 sticks in it. And on this little ball, you stuck a little flag that pointed at one of the other sticks. And it was at the top, right? Now, as you slid it down, like to the surface of the ball, that direction, the angle that the flag was relative to the Earth, right? That tilted angle changes, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
One angle when it's in the air, it's another angle when it's touching the Earth. So to straighten it out and to get it to match again, you have to tilt that, right? You have to tilt it up a little bit, say, and it'll change the direction. It just has to. Now it's not pointing at that other stick anymore.
Right, but what they say,
you understand what I'm saying? So you have to correct that. And now you have to do it for all 3 sticks. You have to correct all of them because all of those have to be reduced to sea level. And then all of them are going to change their horizontal direction a little bit. And then you have to correct it.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's not, and it's not me who said it, dude. It's them saying it. Reduction of horizontal directions to sea level. They're reducing horizontal directions. They're not, and they're reducing horizontal directions based upon the premise that the vertical is tilted. It's not me saying it; it's them saying it.
No doubt. But what they said about that was that they gave an example, and that the correction is so incredibly small. It's like 0.0009 arc seconds or something. And yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I know that they do have some type of like bullshit about the reduction to see to
if it's
reduction.
So small, why are they doing it?
Well, then
what I'm saying? If it's so small, why are they doing it? Like, what's the point, right?
Yeah, and wouldn't, of course, if you're going to be connecting these triangles, like even just a small change would have a compounding effect, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about with the mesh. When you change one vertex, a vertex is where the lines meet, right, at a point. If you move that, it moves 3 lines, right? And if you're trying to maintain the angular relationship, right, through the trigonometry sine and cosine, right? If you change the angular relationship of any of the lines, then that cascades down the chain, right? Because you have to change all of it going all the way back. You can't just like move one around.
Yeah, because what I'm about to do is launch back up. I'm pretty busy right now, but I'm about to launch back up my Skull and Glovers series, and I want to cover this. I think the best way to do it for everyone is like just to make a PowerPoint that has like bullet points listed at the top, the first page, right? And it's like all the things they have to transform or change with the spherical assumption. Just like lay it out like that. Like they have to make the reduction of horizontal at sea level change, right? Explain it and go by bit where you see what like all the stuff they have to change from reality to try to interpret it as a sphere. I think that would be the most efficient way.
They couldn't explain it to you. They don't know it.
What's up, you guys?
Oh, I know they don't know it. Dude, McToon said the correction column was just an average idiot. He's such an idiot, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's like whenever I hear average, science doesn't use averages. That's something like you use, like, you know, when you grade papers in school. Like that's, you know, because they teach us averages in school. That's why we learn averages, right? How am I going to get my grade? Well, we're going to take all your results, right? All the grades you got, and then we're gonna average them, and then that's going to be your final grade. And that's how we learn, right? That, like, what averages are. But that's not how it works in, you know, scientific. That's not how they do it in science. That method is erroneous. It leads to, like, you know, just leads to errors. You can have cases where the average is not representative of all of them, because you can have screwed up, right, outliers, right? So think about this: if I take if I can get 100 on 3 tests and not show up for one test and get a 0, my average is 75. So that's not representative of my ability. There's just an outlier in there, right? So, like,
yeah.
So, I mean, I actually use this so I could actually pass and do the least amount of work. Yeah, because I was lazy. So they use weighted means because they know that they, like, you know, just from doing lots of measurements of things, and like they have figured out what's the most reliable method is for pretty much for engineering, right? So, like, to make things work for practical purposes, using weighted means is pretty much the most reliable method.
So I do think there's a portion of it, right, that talks about applying equal weights to all observations. Page 39. And so they're bringing that up, and because, like, obviously the follow-up question is, if they're using a weighted equation, then what standard are they using to distribute the weight? And seemingly the answer would be the sphere, right? Like, you would have, like, a window created based on the predicted value of the sphere.
Typically, they use, like, what's called a Gaussian. They use the Gaussian probability distribution. So a bell curve. That's what they use.
Right. Yeah.
And then they clamp it, right? So they'll use, like, you know. So I have this bell curve distribution. I'm gonna just use the ones in the center and take their mean. Right? So, like, the outliers, like, you know, I hate putting it this way because it's not really. So you have, like, the center value, right? And then, like, you have the mean value, and then you have all these values that are, like, clustered around it, but you got some that are lying out far on the bell curve, right? And they have how many deviations from that standard value are these other ones. And they probably clamp it at, like, 3 standard deviations, or maybe 2, or maybe 1. I don't know. I don't know how many standard deviations from it. And they might not even use this method. But this is the way on the U.S. the National Geographic Survey, they have, and frickin' Jesse Kozlowski, because surveying was the first thing I looked at when I got into Flat Earth. It was, like, when I, like, really dived in, right? Other than just, like, Chicago skyline and stuff. When I, like, really dove in, it's the first thing I looked at. And I was actually looking at Glober stuff. I wasn't looking at Flat Earther stuff. I was looking at Jesse Kozlowski, and just, like, I could just tell he didn't, like, he doesn't, like, understand. It's like one of those shut up and calculate type things. He doesn't understand exactly what he's doing.
Oh yeah, that's the guy I debated, I think, right?
Probably. I don't know.
Main surveyor?
No, main survey is another one. He's another one. He didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was. That I interacted with him on Twitter probably like 2 years ago. He didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was, and he's a surveyor.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, that dude was an idiot, bro. I literally, like, taught him his job. It was pretty bad, bro.
Well, I mean, listen, let's put it this way. When I was in high school, a friend of mine who was like 17, 18, he used to do surveying in the summer. Okay? So that should tell you what level of skill and intellectual Because he wasn't like an A student, right? He was like he was like into like karate and shit. He was more interested in getting his fucking black belt than doing well in school. So like, I'm not going to say he was dumb, but he was just an average person, right? Maybe a little above average, slightly, right? So I mean, if he could go out and do surveying, like I mean, go look around at survey crews.
Yeah,
Seriously.
of course. Yeah.
Just like, if they were smart and surveying took a lot of intellectual, there'd be like physicists out there going to surveying, right? Surveying would be a super high paying job. Like, it's not. They pay like almost just slightly above minimum wage, right? It's unskilled, well, a semi-skilled labor. That's what I would call it. Right? You take measurements, you write down numbers. It's the same as like any factory job, or as far as I'm concerned, it's at that level, right? It's at the level of like a quality control in an organization, right? The product gets made, comes off the line. You have to take measurements of the product, make sure it's within spec. You write down the numbers, you put the sticker on it, you frickin' send it down the assembly line. You know, it's that level of, not knocking the people that do that, you know, but I'm just saying it's a certain level of skill, and like, you know, so Main Surveyor and Jesse Kozlowski, they're just like end users. They're like a taxi driver. Taxi driver drives a car. They don't make cars. I'm not going to go to a taxi driver, even though they drive the cars for thousands of hours, as an expert on the internal combustion engine, right? It's like, no. Yeah, but so that's what these guys are trying to hold themselves up. They're expert in geodetic surveying when they're end users of the equipment, and that's all they are.
Yeah, and that was abundantly clear when I had the conversation with that main surveyor dude. He doesn't really know what he's talking about. But it does say here, okay, they brought this up to me, page 39. It says, in actually making the local adjustment, all observations are given equal weight. And then it says, but the difficulty of properly estimating the relative weights and the extra labor of making the computation after they have been introduced make it advisable to assign equal weights to all observations. So that's what they're saying. Well, and I'm like, oh, so it is a weighted equation for one, if you're even talking about distribution of weight. But so basically the argument right now is that all the observations were given equal weight. And so that it's just like unbiased, raw data. That's what they say.
Yeah, I mean, each observation is given equal weight. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know, because like
that's like a meaningless statement, because it's the entire sample that gets it's like individual observations within an entire sample are assigned weights ex post facto. You're not like given a weight before you take the measurement. You take the entire data set. You process the entire data set.
Okay.
Yeah, so
makes sense. Yeah.
Saying stupid shit like that is like, what if you make a measurement, you make like 20 measurements, right? And you're measuring the azimuth and it comes out 45 degrees within 1 arc second of 45 degrees. And then you take a measurement and it says 200 degrees. You just go, oh yeah, we're just gonna keep that. we're just gonna throw that into the averages and go with it. No, it would screw everything up. It would seriously freaking change everything. I mean, I could probably calculate what the average is, but I bet you it skews it like 2 degrees. So like, they don't know what's actually. I'm pretty convinced, based upon what you said they said to you, they don't know what they're talking about. They just don't know what they're talking about.
I know that for sure, right?
So what you were saying is you don't have to be a rocket scientist to be a surveyor.
No, you're taking measurements and you're writing down numbers. Like, that's all you're doing. Nowadays, especially, right? I mean, you might have needed like a scientific calculator like 20 years ago, but I doubt they, like, the people that go out into the field, because surveying is like kind of like time and labor intensive. Like, you need a lot of people to do it, right? So you like, you know, So typically you'll have a foreman and a crew. The crew goes out and makes a bunch of measurements. They hand it to the foreman, and the foreman's the guy that does or whatever, right? The head guy, the frickin' supervisor. He's the one doing the calculations and all the reductions, right? And like, if you probably train yourself to do the calculations and reductions, you could probably get paid $2 more an hour or something. I don't know. I don't work at like surveying like crew. But now it's all electronic and nobody does anything. Now like any trained monkey can do it. It's like, can you scan a piece of meat at the register? Like if you can do that, you can operate like any of these electronic theodolites.
Yikes. Okay, so you guys are so technical, and I know you guys have been saying the word reduction. Are you talking about a formula that discounts the alleged...
It changes the actual measured value into something else.
Okay. So, before surveyors were seemingly more common in our existence, didn't cartographers do what you guys are talking about? Or there's not very many right now in existence, right?
I mean,
I might be off. This is like an A and B conversation. I slid in, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Like,
are you guys talking about? You're not talking about maps, then?
Cartographer would be like, as the way, at least as I'm interpreting, a cartographer would be like a generalized overall form of like a landmass, where surveying is kind of like
the topography.
The topography of the surface, yes.
Okay, got it. Glad I cleared that up. Okay, thank you.
I'm glad you cleared it up to me because I never thought of that before. Yeah, there is a difference.
So since the unknowns x1, x2, x3 are not required, we may eliminate them from the full set of normal equations shown in 3 and 4. It's on 38 and 39, and it says, and 3 and 4 by substituting their values as derived from the separate equations of 3 in each of the equations of 4. The result will be a set of equations shown in symbolic form in 5, equal in number to the required corrections A, B, and from which A prime and B prime, I can't really read this, but may be derived directly with it might not say prime. It just says A and B. May be derived directly without resorting to the long set of equations, blah, blah, blah. So because then it comes down, that's when it says that all observations are given equal weight. To me, that didn't make any sense. You wouldn't even be referencing weights if it was just this raw average, right? And then it says right here, it says equal in number to the required corrections. And this is talking about before you record in the observation column. So I guess it's like what you're saying, where they're just taking all the observations and then they're applying the weight to the overall data set of each from one position to the next. I don't know. This, like, it's just a lot. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, but it's pretty tedious.
What are you, what pages of what are you referring to?
It's called the Transcontinental Triangulation Arc of the Parallel or something.
Wow.
Spherical excess survey. Yeah.
Are you going to be around this evening by chance?
Probably not. I'm actually going to Great Wolf Lodge with Guy's family.
Wow. Well, have a great time, bro.
Thank you.
But yeah, my brother-in-law is decided to go into this topic more deeply, and so yeah, he wants to come on here later. So he's a question type person.
Oh, you didn't even hear me talking. What's it? Oh shit. There's something I do want you to, if you ever run into MC Toon again. You remember that? Because I'm not going to ask him. I can't talk to that guy. Remember in the beginning, he was talking about that geodetic surveying refraction test?
Vaguely.
That day, I don't know if you were, like, when he was over in the Taxation server.
Oh no, I didn't hear before I talked. I jumped. No.
Oh, okay. So before he talked about surveying, he talked about the refraction test and said a bunch of crap about how they match prediction. I don't know how that's possible because you could just look at the graphs and see that that's not true. And they use two different models. In one scenario, one model matched better than the other. They explicitly say it. He's just another one that he reads the conclusion, and then the conclusion they say this closely matches blah 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 blah. But if you actually look at the details, it's actually not true. But there was something in that, because he also said that they didn't assume curvature. And there's something in that document, what I just posted in the live stream. I want to know where this equation came from. I have no idea. I've never seen anything like this. The curvature correction is s squared, which is the sight distance in meters, divided by 2r, which is the radius of the Earth. What fucking equation is that, and where did that come from? How was that shit derived?
I've never seen this. What is that? What is C?
Yeah, that's the curvature. That's the curvature correction.
Yeah,
they're adding, like, when they're doing their observations of like these so-called quantify refraction to test a couple models, right? They did all of these observations, but this is what they add to the observation.
S squared is that what S is the sight distance?
Yeah, like this equation makes no freaking sense to me.
S squared divided by 2r.
Yeah, which is basically the diameter.
Yeah, well,
Square the distance and divide it by the diameter? Like, what the hell is that? Like, I've never seen such a thing. I don't know where that ever came from, and I've looked at a lot of stuff, like on refraction or surveying, whatever, right? Curve calculators, you name it. I'm sure you have too, right? You've looked at a lot of, never seen this equation. I've asked a few people, they've never seen it. I just want to know where it comes from.
Ask him what this is in a document that he brought up.
Yeah, where is it? Hold on. He used it as proof of refraction. Results of leveling refraction test by the National Geodetic Survey. He'll know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
It's just it's another thing that's on his site. Half the stuff on his site he didn't read. And if you go all the way down to the bottom of some of his pages, he'll say, well, I didn't actually look at any of this, but it's proof of the globe. Which is, crackpot stuff, if you ask me, man. That's Catholic Church level brainwashing or something.
Yeah, this all started with he's run around with this survey he has on his website for years, right? And he's like, he yells at people in his debates. I saw a clip of him. He's like, if you go down and look at these angles, every single one of them equal more than 180. Every single one of them, And then I looked at them, and they don't, actually. Like, the smaller triangles equal less than 180 or right at 180. And I'm like, why is he lying? He's bold-faced lying about it. And so that's what sparked this conversation up, as we started to show. I made a meme that shows that a lot of them equal less than 180. And it kind of brought this back up. So now what they're doing is they're like, oh, just ignore the small triangles. We're going to go down to the big ones, right? And so, yeah, that's where we are now. I'm just trying to... I want to make him sit live in front of thousands of people and go through the survey with me and get exposed that they do assume the sphere, basically. Like, that's kind of that's what I want to do.
What's the size of the biggest triangle? And when I say biggest triangle, it's a continuous triangle, right? That means they made 3 observation points.
Yeah, I don't remember. I remember, like, from one location to the next, the longest that they said they saw, according to that surveyor dude, was 189 miles. One side, which is insane.
Huh.
Yeah, 189 miles, I guess, from mountain to mountain. They claim that they could directly observe it.
Well, I mean, they use like a heliotrope or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, so... Yeah, that's believable. I mean, whether they can measure its position, that's another thing altogether. And then, like,
Yeah, and what's your elevation? You're seeing something from almost 200 miles away, man. Like, what are you... Thought we were on a globe.
How accurately can you see that? I mean, and like, then they're like, here's the funny thing. Aren't they assuming that that light came to them on a curved path?
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, so it just gets. That's why they have to do these reductions, because it's nearly right. If you're assuming like all these crazy curved paths of light, right? Now think about it. They don't actually have any triangles if all the paths of light are curved, right? So they show you these triangulation meshes, and all those triangles have straight lines, right? But in their model, that ray of light is curving. And then they sit there and say, well, we're getting horizontal directions. Well, if we're all tilting away from each other and we're not on the so-called same vertical plane, that means we're also not on the same horizontal plane. So my curve is curving in a different direction than your curve, right? So if me and you start at some point and you look at something that's, northeast and I look at something that's northwest, my curved line of sight is tilted away from your curved line of sight. Right? You see what I'm saying? Because we're making a sphere. So like, I don't know how like visually demonstrate this. Like, I mean, I know how to visually demonstrate this, but like, if like everything's tilting away from each other, right? Any vertical is tilting away from each other, then like, right? And they claim that the rays are bending vertically, right? So that means that line is that arc that takes is also tilted, right? So you can't use triangles because all these lines
like
of sight are tilted.
Exactly, like because they're like establishing a local level and using horizontal line of sight.
Exactly, using a horizontal line of sight, right? But that's actually because it's a curved path, right? According to them, it's a curved path of light. That means that straight line that they draw on that piece of paper is actually not a straight line when viewed from up above. It would look like a little curve, right? So, you know how when they superimpose the flight path on the flat map, you see the curved arc, right? That's what you would see. You would see this like little curved arc if you actually could see, like, say you took a laser, right, and the curved freaking laser that was shined from one place to the other, you'd see this little curved path, right? But so we're making a triangle, so how do you have like curved sides of a triangle? Can't, right? So
yeah, something else I saw where it was talking about like because of course just on a fundamental level, if you make a line of sight, because you got the angle, that's of course two lines meeting, create an angle, you use line of sight to make a triangle, then it has to be 180 degrees. Like if you make 3 line of sight observations, that's 180 degrees. It has to be. Period. Globe, flat, whatever. Like if you're making a line of sight observation to 3 points, then you have 180 degrees. And I'm looking through this, and it says like the terminal stations differ 180 degrees. So it's like, then there's a section that talks about plane triangles and then basically converting it to spherical triangles. And they try to tell me it's the other way around, that it's about converting it to a plane triangle. I'm like, no, it says the terminal stations differ 180 degrees. So that's the funniest part, is that they're obviously just having to get like flat earth triangles at the beginning. I mean, to even get the measurements, right? I know I tripping.
Yeah, but yes, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. And when they actually draw the graphs of how it works, they draw these triangulation meshes in regular triangles. And then talk about freaking reducing it to a sphere. Like what don't you understand? It's straightforward, it's pretty obvious. They admit they're doing it. But they're anti-flat earthers. They can't admit it. They just can't like, they'll just lie, make stuff up, whatever. Because their goal is not to like win or be honest or discover the truth. It's just to stop the bleeding. Right? We need to stop the bleeding. Can't have anybody go to flat earth, so we'll just lie, make stuff up, whatever.
But the funniest part is like, because of their zealotry, they're bleeding because of that. And before they like put the Band-Aid on or the bandage, right, where it would be, oh, we're not going to bring this up as globe proof anymore, right? This assumes a sphere. That would be an easy little bandage. They'll amputate their arm. You know what I'm saying? Like he will never admit it. He'll never admit it.
Amputate his arm.
He will. Like, listen, if they were just honest half the time, they'd probably like be bleeding less. Because when they get caught lying, people go like, why are you lying?
Yes,
like,
exactly.
I mean, that's just normal human reaction. Like, we have these two people, arguing something, and then I find out this guy's been lying the whole time. It's like the same way we do trials, right? As soon as you figure out the witness is lying, he's a shit witness, and you don't pay attention to him anymore.
Duh. Yeah.
That's the number one thing that people say wakes them up to flat Earth when they email me. They say it's my debates, but it's not really me. It's just that the other side lies the whole time. Like, why you gotta lie, bro? Like if the Earth's a globe and we've known forever and it's just so obvious, you wouldn't have to lie about anything, much less everything.
Well, the thing is, because they'll always go back, right? So like that thing I was reading from the Clark guy, right? If they just said, yeah, we assume a globe, okay, justify that assumption. And there'll be like ships over the horizon, dip of the horizon. They'll start saying all this stuff, right? Yeah. The things that we've destroyed so many times that like even that's an assumption, right? Oh, so your assumption's based upon another assumption. Yeah. How many assumptions? Exactly. How far down does this do we go? Like how many assumptions? Where do I get to like the base rational justification for it? And they can never reach it, and they don't want to go down. They don't want to expose that to the sunlight. They'd rather just lie to avoid that, to avoid the foundation, the lack of foundation, or the lack of rational premise for any of it.
It's almost impressive, actually.
Yeah, what's impressive? Their ability to lie, or their ability to avoid?
Their diligence, like.
Well, they created a setting on the stage for idol worship of NASA. That's what happened. And then once you do that, that's where we are now. I mean, so people don't question.
Oh yeah, we actually, so I launched the auditnasa.com, right? NASA audit, and I can't say much about this because it's going to be in the new Level movie, like Level with Me comes out on Earth Day, But nice. I talked to an astronaut the other day, like face to face, and asked her a few questions, and then so did my fellow flat earther who stood in line a few people behind me, and it's pretty funny. It's pretty epic, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's very cool. And I think that's what we should do. Just go talk to astronauts. Like they're just sitting at NASA. They have an astronaut come in every 2 weeks, and you just can eat lunch with them. You can listen to them speak, and you can go get an autograph. You can walk up, get an autograph. So you pay $10 for their picture. They autograph it, and you get to ask them questions while they're signing their paper. And I think it's insane that we haven't done that way more already as flat earthers, because everyone's seen where Justin Harvey asks what's his name, Scott Kelly, about bubbles in space, right? He asked
it's real easy to get a body cam to put on yourself, IJS.
yeah, like you have to be smooth because they have rules about commercial recording and stuff like that, but it's really, it's not a big deal. Like they know that everyone that walks in that building, 99.999% of them are completely lost in the sauce. Like they are brainwashed beyond comprehension.
They are there to worship their idols. And I'm speaking kind of outside of religion. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's just like 90% children. It's 90% children, bro. Like I was infuriated, honestly, because they have these things set up where the children will go into this room and then the lights will dim, the doors will close. They'll play this really climactic, emotional music, and then Heroes pops up on the screen. And they start showing the astronauts. It's disgusting, dude.
Yeah, I kind of flipped out a little bit when I saw my grandbaby's first photo for school, and next to her on a little shelf with the apple and shit was a globe. I'm like, what the fuck? So it's everywhere.
Oh,
Yeah,
do
I'm
you want to
literally
get
launching
mad?
a homeschool curriculum.
Go into a bookstore and go into the child book section. Just do that.
Yeah.
You'll lose your shit, dude. Like,
Dude, you want to get even more mad? Go undercover as a kid, sign up for YouTube Kids, and go see what they suggest you. They're
Oh,
gonna
I
start
got it.
suggesting you like 5-year-old talks to gender non-binary, blah 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 blah. It's insane. All right, so now it's like even worse. Yeah, that's what it starts suggesting you. Yeah, if you sign
Oh
for YouTube
my
Kids.
God. Oh, that makes me want to go Karen and shit, man. Serious. Oh my God, that's horrible.
Yeah, and then it's like there's a like 7-year-old boy is like, this is confusing, you know. It's not funny, but
I'm saying that material is out there and the agenda is out there, but to make it so easily accessible under the guise of YouTube. Oh my God.
No, they're not making it accessible. They're actively pushing it. Beyond that.
Well put.
They're like, oh, you don't have access? Here, have a free copy. Like,
It's just insane. Parents think like, oh, well, I'll make sure they have a kids account so they can't see stuff they shouldn't see, right? That's the whole idea. YouTube Kids. It's called YouTube for Kids. And then you sign up for that account, and then as soon as they log in, it's just suggesting as like the first videos, like hypersexualization.
Right, in a covert way, because they're not going to see outward displays of sexualization, like little girls with tiny, clothing on, showing all their bodies, and, so it's just so...
I'm sure it's on YouTube Kids. I have no doubt.
Yeah, it's just really. I saw that yesterday. I saw someone went undercover as a YouTube kid and documented all the stuff it suggested. So yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. When I was seeing all those children, man, they're like, children just absorb information from adults as if truth. They're like the adult NPCs, but they're actually just innocent children. They're in the process of learning everything. So they're just sitting there, and then like these astronauts are popping up on the screen, like telling these emotional stories, and it's like the whole theme is heroes. It's called like the hero something, and so they're just like idolizing these people. Yeah, the astronauts are called heroes. That's the whole name of the freaking room. It's like the hero room.
Who are they saving?
Dude, you tell me they're comparing them to like the military and stuff. It's really crazy, man, because you see the children just like, they think it's so cool, like space is pretty captivating. So they're just like loving it.
See, Trump was trying to make astronauts first responders when he created Space Force. So you can just lump them into first responders. What about those firefighters, policemen, and Space Forceans? Like, it's a theater of the absurd. The Greeks had like Achilles and like like there was their heroes. We get frickin' Don Pettit. Like what the hell?
Dude, and all these people are retarded, bro. Like the astronaut I talked to was retarded. But by the way, I know for a fact she knows she's lying. Because I'm like very good at reading when people lie, and her whole demeanor changed. She stopped signing the name. When I asked her a question, her eyes changed. She looked up at me. She like has this whole persona, and she's 100% like intentionally lying. She knows she's lying. She has a script, like guaranteed. Like I left there being more sure about the fact they lie about space than I've ever been after talking to an astronaut face to face. But I also asked, it's insane, bro. It's so insane. Like you could see like the demon in her, bro. Like she's like, no, she's lying. And then I asked the guy who gives the tour. There's something called the Rocket Garden, and they have all these giant rockets, and they claim they're real rockets. They hadn't gone to space, but they're real rockets, and they look so stupid. Anyway, so he's giving the speech, and then we walk up and ask him questions, and I can't say all about that either. One of the questions I asked was, how'd they get through the Van Allen radiation belt? And he's like, oh, well, they just went through the weaker portion of it. They aimed for the weaker portion of it. I'm like, that's weird, because I saw an interview with an astronaut from the Apollo missions that says they had no idea about it. They didn't even know it. They just went through it. Got lucky, I guess. They didn't even know it existed. And he's like, that doesn't make sense. They went through the weaker part of it. I'm like, oh, well, then what about the aerospace engineer from a couple of years ago talking about the Orion project who said that the main reason they can't go back to space with people is because they can't get through the Van Allen radiation belt? and he just like starts stuttering and has no answers, and he gets real mad. I'm like,
Why would he get mad? I mean,
well, yeah, I mean, he didn't get like, yeah, you could just tell he was frustrated, right? He had to maintain like a professional appearance, and I had my NASA gear on, you know, so he didn't know for sure.
You had NASA gear on?
Yeah,
That's freaking cool, bro.
five. You have to assimilate.
Yeah, man, I have my NASA shirt and my NASA hat.
Wow. High five, man. So cool.
Pretty funny. Yeah, I had to be like smooth because we didn't want our cover blown, you know. We wanted to like maximize the stuff we could do. So I didn't just like walk in there and start flat smacking employees, you know. I'm just like, and yeah, I had a question, you know. I was like trying to sound all nice.
Imagine how it would have went if you would have went in there with like a flat Earth shirt on and shit, and people knew who you were.
They would have singled you out so fast.
Yes. Like it would have been something like from the movies that both two dudes would have taken both your arms and led you outside.
I will show you guys what I'll do is I'll show you guys the astronaut. I'll take a picture of the picture she signed for me so you guys can see her. It's pretty funny. She's older now. She supposedly helped develop the first space suits for women in space.
Which is that something you do at Cape Canaveral?
Yeah, it's close to Cape Canaveral, Kennedy Space Center. Yeah.
Nice, cool. I live down here, and I always consider going up. And what was it? Just a signing or something, or?
No, you 100% should go up. Like, yeah, it's just I just went and visited the park. It's like $75, or you can get an annual pass for $150, so you can go for a whole year for the price of 2 tickets. But yeah, there was an astronaut autograph. And which happens like all the time. It's like there's certain sections you can get a little piece of brochure that tells you like the time slots for everything. And at the end of the day, she sets up a table. You stand in line, and then you go up to the astronaut, and they autograph your shirt, whatever you buy. They have pictures for sale. So yeah, it's like a little astronaut autograph.
And it's cool for us to video and everything.
What do you think the purpose of that is?
Just to make it seem like it's accessible and honest. I don't know.
I think they're trying to make it the idea that like lots of people have been to space. That chick, because who would even know, right? Like they just stick any freaking hot body up there and like, yeah, I've been to space. Who would know the difference?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
She was a hot body, but yeah. Yeah.
Well, like, I mean, I just meant warm body, not actually a hot person. But, but like, you know, as long as they're not dead, right? That's all it takes.
Guess what movie I watched for the first time last night? Capricorn 1. Oh my god, that is such a good movie. I need to watch it again. Capricorn 1.
But I'll watch it now. Because you put me on the Westworld, now I trust your movie judgment.
Woo! Okay, Capricorn 1, dude. You need to watch that ASAP. Look it up on internetmoviedatabase.com. It's supposed to be like a conspiracy lovers movie.
Yeah, so I'm about an hour and a half from there, which I know you're doing the NASA audit, so if there's ever a time or anything, but I'll definitely get out there and check it out. But yeah, I mean, we drive by it all the time. We go and we stay up in Daytona and stuff, and all the people watch the rockets, and they're so thrilled. It's so funny to flat smack them right while they're watching that stuff. It's pretty hilarious.
Oh, wow.
It's like they're at church, dude. It's like they're at church. It's really weird.
Oh my god, you guys, that just blew my head off. Oh my god, you're so right. Shit.
No, literally, people cry and stuff. Like,
oh my, really do they really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's captivating to them. It's 100%. I live just south of there, and we could see the rocket launches. You should see the Facebook posts after a rocket launch. It's disgusting.
People cry? What the?
That's what I'm saying.
Like with their babies
my god,
in their
video.
Hands, dude. It's like really weird.
I tell them all the time, like, they don't want me to drive my gas car here, but apparently they can just do that all the time.
These are the people that will cry over a rocket launch, but see Rodney King beat nearly to death and not have any emotion. That's the crazy thing. Dude, it's sad. Sad state of affairs.
That wasn't a part of their programming loop. That's why.
Look, here's a picture of what she signed for me.
That photo looks a lot of airbrushing going on.
Indio, Old Hoss put up a movie poster of Capricorn 1. It's from 1977. I'm really into watching old fucking movies.
You see, it says to Austin, reach for the stars.
It was such a movie. I'm so serious. O.J. Simpson is in it. He's one of the astronauts.
I think I've seen it actually.
Yeah.
I've seen part of it.
James Brolin. It was pretty good.
I will write down. I will write.
Oh, go ahead.
I will write down and do not never go to the beach.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Reach for the stars. Never go. Don't look down, Austin. Just don't look down.
Okay, so the next movie I'm gonna watch that I haven't yet is the one with Tom Hanks, Apollo. Was it 13? Yeah, Apollo 13, 1995.
Yeah, they're all movies as far as
actually, before that, I'm going to watch this first. In 1983, The Right Stuff. So it's the U.S. space program's development from the breaking of the sound barrier to the selection of the Mercury 7 astronauts from a group of test pilots with a more seat-of-the-pants approach than the program's more cautious engineers preferred. So, yeah. But good. You have to watch it ASAP. So yeah, 1983, I remember that movie coming out, but it just didn't interest me for whatever reason. They had somebody, who was it that sang a song? I think it was called The Right Stuff.
Would you say who sung the song Right Stuff?
Well, it was
Bobby Brown or something?
Yeah, I remember.
Wasn't that New Kids on the Block or
something? No, not them, but some boy.
It was the other imitation. It was the poor man's New Kids on the Block. I can't remember their name. In Sync or something, right?
Oh, that you're getting closer. Let me look. Song. I didn't put. Tell.
Yeah, I was brainwashed. White boy bands like
New Kids on the Block.
Yeah, see, I was right. Jesus.
I was thinking of the Black Kids group. What was their group name?
There was a bunch of them.
No, the one with Bobby Brown. What the?
That Bill DeVoe, maybe.
Oh yeah, before they were that, they were the boy band group. And let me look it up. But anyway, so the New Kids on the Block, I don't know when that came out, but around, it's just music, it imprints on our brains. You know, especially just the main chorus part. And then, you know, sometimes people just listen to music. Or so they think. All right, so what were we talking about before I was telling you about that movie?
I was still like, I'm lost in like how frickin' Bobby Brown and Whitney Houston became crackheads. Like, it's still blowing my mind. Decades later.
addition. Thank you so much, Morbus. Yay for Morbus. Yep, new addition. Mr. Telephone Man. I forget how that song went. It's been too long. But yeah, man. Freaking that whole Bobby Brown and what's her face? That was drama.
Well, I mean, it's actual real drama. I mean, it just like goes to show you, like, you know, money ain't the solution sometimes, man, when you're a broken person. And well, because those two both became artists when they were young, and we know how Hollywood and that music industry works. They're probably molested and, you know, every other goddamn thing.
Well, when I said drama, I meant like they put these people on display with no kind of regard at all whatsoever. It's almost like these mini versions of the Truman Show or some shit. You know,
yeah. Because they're trying to make money off of them. You know what I mean? Like TMZ.
Right. Like what they did to fucking Britney and shit, man. Fuck.
Britney? I don't even want to get into Britney Spears because she got screwed, dude.
Yeah. I remember when it was going on, when she couldn't walk down the motherfucking street without this hornets like surrounding her and, you know, photographing her. It's like, seriously? This is the state of the world we live in, where somebody's literally harassed on a public street. I don't see how that could have been allowed. It's like, so I think something, you know, and this is before Flat Earth, you know, just something didn't sit well with me. And to me, that just speaks that I believe this shit's been set up. I don't know. Whether Britney was involved or not, I don't know.
I think she's like an MK Ultra candidate as far as I'm concerned.
Probably, I would believe that, yeah. I mean, she's definitely has some things in her brain that just don't seem right. I mean...
Yeah, but like, I don't think she started there. I think she was created. I think she was probably a normal person in the beginning. And like her abusive parents and the manipulation. Because you got all these people... Like, okay, so she has, like, talent. Obviously, she isn't, like, a high IQ person.
Right.
I've seen home video of her where she's talking. She's not, like, a high IQ person. She's not retarded, but she's not, like, high IQ. She seems like one of those people that just, like, trust people. And she's easy to manipulate, easy to talk out of stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And then, like, you know, she's probably just like, as from what I've seen, as an outside observer, I could be completely wrong, is that you basically have people fighting over her like a piece of meat. She's like a money maker, right? And you have all these people, her family, record producers,
selling her out,
people, just normal people trying to glom on and get into her pocket, right? All these people trying to pull her in all these different directions. And that probably just eventually made her crazy, dude. Because she didn't grow up a regular way. She grew up kind of in a naive environment. And then when you're thrown into the Shark Tank, like, you know, there's a lot of ways to cope with that. And one way of coping into that is mentally escaping from reality and going into psychosis and delusion. Like, you know, it's PTSD, that basically. But then what they did with her kids was so foul and wretched. It was just wretched. Like, they didn't have... She went to California with her boyfriend or whatever, and then, like, they tried to take her kids away in California.
What? I didn't know. Oh, it's been so long
she lost her kids while she was, like, in California. She wasn't a resident of California at the time.
Wow.
But she was in California, and that's where they took her kids. So...
I know. Here's
the funny thing is... You can't go to another state to try and get child custody. They don't have jurisdiction. It's called the long-arm jurisdiction statute. People have tried this. Supreme Court's already been thrown out. It's settled law. The only way they have to establish a connection with the state. So she shows up in family court to get her custody back. And you know what the judge told her to do? Get a California driver's license to defend your case.
What?
Yeah, do you know what you check on a California driver's license? I'm a resident.
Right.
Automatically given the court jurisdiction over everything. Whoever her lawyer was that had her do that dude should be in prison. That is like, if you are a family court lawyer, this is just basic stuff. It's a blatant negligence, right? It's like, think about it like this, right? So say we get married in Virginia and they have one set of laws, and I want to divorce you and I want 50% of your shit. Oh, let's take an airplane to California, honey. We'll go on vacation. And I filed divorce papers in California, and California has the 50% split law, right? That's not right, right? You can't.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
The court will say, we don't have jurisdiction over your marriage. You're not residents of the state of California. You're only here on vacation. It's all transient. That's an actual case that happened.
But she didn't commit any crime. There was no crime.
All the way to the Supreme Court. California was basically trying to make themselves like a divorce state. Come travel to California and divorce your spouse, right? We'll get your 50% of his shit.
Wow.
This is back in the 70s. It's like they were trying to pull some bullshit. But the case got thrown out. Basically, there's something called it's called minimum sufficient contacts. That's the doctrine, that you have to have minimum sufficient contacts with the state for it to take jurisdiction. And just like being transient, just like going into the state on a vacation, isn't enough. There has to be more than that.
Right.
There has to be some connection between you and the government. Go get a driver's license. Now when they say, go get a driver's license,
that's a point of contact.
You just created the connection. And now they have jurisdiction over your kids, over your property, now over something, because she isn't from California. She's from Iowa or some shit, right? She's from the Midwest. So so they bamboozled her, dude. She got screwed, man. It really irritates me, how bad she got screwed. Because the average person doesn't understand it. They think, oh, she was in California, the state can just take your kids away, because they're just a bunch of NPCs, right? Just if the government says that they're allowed to do it, they're just allowed to do it. And there's no question. They don't even question it. No, she got railroaded hard.
I'll have to find this stupid ass channel that's on YouTube of this lady that talks, well, at one point in time would talk incessantly about Brittany. I think for the most part in defense of, and it was a couple of times I listened to her stream or what have you.
In a conservatorship now, somebody has possession of all her shit, dude.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think that was something. I could be wrong, but I don't recall hearing her talk about what you just did.
Yeah, because it happened. Now, what people talk about are basically her family and how I think her father.
He's probably a sociopath for sure.
Well, the thing about her father is that she was cutting him off out of her life. And he was like, hell no, I'll say she's fucking crazy and take all her stuff. And and it's somebody that can't defend themselves. And with the way the court looks at whether you're competent, competence in legal terms means exercise the well, let me tell you what it means. Competent as far as the court is concerned. It means exercise the will. That's literally what it means. The ability to exercise the will and act and do acts and actions.
And you can't necessarily maintain employment if you're in that category, which she did the entire time she was in the conservatorship, which is also very odd.
Well, yeah. Well, so there's the funny thing is that's almost the litmus. This is the fricked up thing about court, like family court, is that I know about a lot of this from like some personal experiences. Not involving me, but someone I know that was just... Anyway, okay. So you go into court, someone says, you're not capable of taking care of yourself. Which basically means you're incompetent. I need to take care of your stuff for you so that you don't squander your wealth or whatever.
Or kill
you're
yourself.
You're incompetent. You can't exercise your will. And then you go, nuh-uh. And that's all you do. Or this is unfair, or I don't like this guy, or like what the court expects you to do is prove that you can exercise your will by doing something in the court to fuck that dude up, right? To fuck up whoever. And if you can't do that, then you're basically proving you don't know how to exercise your will, and you are incompetent. By not doing something proves you're incompetent. Do you understand? Your inaction proves you're incompetent.
Damn.
Yeah, dude.
So it puts the burden of proof on essentially the victim.
Yes. No, but they don't look at it like that. It's not a trial. It's not a guilty, not guilty type of thing. It's not an adversarial proceeding. It's more like a guardian ward relationship, that type of deal.
Right.
This person needs to be taken care of. And instead of like the person's proving they don't need to be taken care of by doing things that prove they don't need to be taken care of, right? That like the fact that you sit there passively proves that you need someone to take care of your shit. This is how family court manipulates the situation. Even though it's not fair, like this is done every day in America. I've witnessed it. Like it's really messed up. You can literally steal stuff from people. I've literally watched it happen.
I think there could be something said for the parents, though, that...
Do you think they give a shit about her?
She was reckless, and they were probably fearful that she would get herself killed or something because she was so well known. And, the type of personality that Brittany had, I could see her as being vulnerable. But the thing is it's her life. If she wants to go out and be reckless and get herself killed, that's her life. Technically, really. I mean, she was able to work and make money for herself. So
look, lots of people make mistakes all the time. Right? Happens all the time. But putting your standard like, oh, I wouldn't have done that.
Right. That's what I was saying. It's Brittany's life. If she wanted to go out and be reckless and act a fool and get herself killed for whatever reason, that's her life.
Yeah, exactly. People make mistakes. Like I said, people make mistakes all the time. That doesn't mean they're incompetent. People just do it. Like, no one makes perfect decisions. And like for her parents to go, well, she went out, she got drunk and drove and fucked up. Like, there's like, do you know how many people have been caught drunken and driving that are like,
oh my God,
performing individuals? Like, you know what I mean? They're like lawyers, judges, cops, police officers, politicians, like you name it.
Nancy Pelosi's husband?
Nancy Pelosi's husband. He might be a non-compos mentis, though, so...
What does that mean? Translate that for me.
Non-compos mentis means you... That's what I'm talking about. That's the legal term for being incompetent. It's called non-compos mentis. Means you don't have the mental capacity to comprehend.
Right. Your mind can't compute. No comprende.
Yeah, no comprende. Yeah, but Brittany got like someone that's just like, it could just be her personality, and it isn't like the law is complicated, and the thing about the law is that like everybody's expected to know it. The ignorance of the law is no defense, right? And like, she's like, think about this: if you raised, turns to our parents, if they raised her to be a little child her whole life, and then she becomes an adult, she doesn't have the tools to operate in the adult world because she has a childlike mentality. But they cultivated that child mentality. You understand? They're like, they never gave her yeah. So if you cultivate the child mentality and like you fix all their problems. I'll give you an example. I knew this girl. Well, I went with this girl and her cousin. Her mother had OCD to the point where like I've never seen OCD this bad. Her OCD was so bad that her daughter didn't know how to do basic things because her mother had OCD about doing them herself.
Oh,
to the point like this bad. If she took if she had a 2-liter bottle of Coke and took the top off and poured a glass and set the bottle down and took a sip of the glass, before that glass hit the freaking counter, her mother would have capped the bottle and put it back in the fridge. Now, she grew up her whole life like this. And she moved in with us. And, like, I would take something out of the fridge, and the fucking thing would fall on the ground and break because the cap wasn't tight on it. She literally did not know how to put caps on fucking things because she never had to. Because her mother had always done it.
That's insane.
This is like an 18-year-old girl. This isn't like a child. This is an adult that had a job. She just didn't know how to do certain things because she was raised as if she was like an infant.
Oh man!
So if Brittany was raised this way, then like she doesn't have the tools to have to, like when you get into a complex adult situation, if you don't have the critical thinking skills, you can't get yourself out of it. Right? You're just stuck. You're just stuck in it. And I think this is what Brittany's situation is that she's in an environment of manipulative sociopaths, but she was raised with childlike mentality, and she doesn't have the social skills to manipulate her way out of it. I think she's starting to gain them now that she's older, and like maybe have the mentality of being like a 30-year-old in maybe another 20 years. But
right. I mean, have you seen her TikToks? I mean, they're really creepy, actually, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean,
she's 18.
She's probably being abused, man. Obviously, it seems obvious to me she was abused. But anyway, I gotta step away for a minute. I'll be back.
Alrighty then. Moonwalkers, the movie. I have to look and see when that movie came out. Ooh, 2015. Ooh, and then we got Moonwalker, 1988, Michael Jackson. Moonwalk 1, 1972, with Buzz Aldrin. Ooh, a documentary. How about that? Added to watch list. Oh my god. I gotta watch this today. Alright, so this is a description of the movie. After failing to locate the legendary Stanley Kubrick, an unstable CIA agent must instead team up with a seedy rock band manager to develop the biggest con of all time, staging the moon landing. Holy freaking crap. That is just insane to me. And there's this. Man. Okay, so Moonwalk 1 has Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Mike Collins. I don't know if they have unique footage, but... Oh, does anybody have a working link for the Astronauts Gone Wild? It's on internetmoviedatabase.com, but I can't find it on my favorite site, Soap Today. It's not on there. So I'm trying to think of the guy's name that did the Astronauts Gone Wild. Bart Zabrell. I don't know, maybe I can find it on Rockfin or something. Because at this point in time, it is not on YouTube. I just don't like to be that connected to social media. I don't have a TikTok account. I can't even get into my Reddit account. Okay. Trace. He was a moonwalker and an experiencer of remote healing and the secret organization that covers up the extraterrestrial presence engaging humanity, from psychokinesis to alien bases on the moon. And then you said, sounds like this guy was tripping balls. Oh my gosh. Michael Jackson.
But how funny would it be if you just, like, Darren Brown has already shown that you can use hypnosis to make people believe a lot of stuff. And so if you use some psychedelics and you drug all the astronauts and you have hypnotists speaking to them, you could make them all experience and they think they're on the moon, but they're not all going to have the same exact experience because they're all tripping balls. And so one of them is seeing like aliens and bases, and they're like, okay, that's going to be top secret. You can't talk about that one. But all the similarities, that you're allowed to talk about those. But the similarities would be the ones that the hypnotists are trying to insert into their brain through their headsets.
Have you seen Capricorn 1, Drace?
I don't think so, no.
1977 came out. I can pretty much guarantee you will enjoy this movie. I don't want to put out any spoilers, just watch it. But it has to do with the first manned flight to Mars. Put out in 1977. So
I don't have enough hours in the day to watch a bunch of stuff. Like, I'm constantly reading or doing stuff. Movies are like the last thing I have time for.
Okay, then I'll read. So it says, when the first manned flight to Mars is deemed unsafe and scrubbed on the launch pad, anxious authorities must scramble to save face and retain their funding, and so an unthinkable plot to fake the mission is hatched.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I know, right?
Yeah, I'll put that on the list of movies to watch for when me and Karma want to take a break and watch something.
Definitely. Highly recommend. So yeah, I just so weird that it was in 1977. That's what I appreciate most about it. That it was so quite this long ago, and this is how they get into people's brains, kind of thing. This is what's going to happen in the future. Imagine, if you will. The tenets of scientism. That's why I wanted to watch the movie.
I'm just wondering, if you make them trip balls on the set, and then all the camera people and them, and they're like, oh my god, the aliens are watching us. Because that's basically the account of some of them, like the Moonwalker guy, like.
Wow. Okay, don't do spoilers. I can. If you want to talk about it, I'm gonna step away for a minute.
I just remember it from when I was looking into, like, back long before Flat Earth. I used to be like looking for aliens by going through all of the stuff I could find from NASA, and there is a bunch of weird stuff that they don't officially recognize, including like these alien bases on the moon and spaceships and all the stuff that they claim to have found. But at the same time, they say we didn't find anything. So it's like it's creating this conspiracy theory of aliens, so that you look somewhere else. You're always looking for something else, and not like you're giving them the excuse for all of the fakery, because they must be hiding something. The aliens.
I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
That's not right. That's how they act. They're like, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. But I'm not saying it's aliens, though. So like, you can't say that I'm saying it's aliens, but it's aliens, but it's not aliens, So it's what the fuck.
Well, it just seems really odd that they're putting out more sightings. They don't call them UFOs anymore. So by everything that I've been exposed to, I seem to have concocted a belief that it's, if these UFOs are something that are truly real, they've said that there've been sightings from underwater. So that's pretty interesting if you were to wildly speculate that one. I mean, Because for some reason, we all know that we don't explore the oceans as much as we allegedly explore the sky. That's what I find weird.
Well, they've sonared the ocean floor and stuff like that, and put together a map that you're supposed to believe is like the whole map and all that shit. But like, the problem with it is like the sonar stretches out, and it's not 100% accurate, and then like, what was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna talk about.
Aliens.
Oh yeah. No, there have been a lot of reports of like saucers and lights in the sky and things coming out of the water and all of this stuff throughout the years, but this was not stuff that people reported generally until like around 1950s, 1940s. Were like the first real common accounts of it. Otherwise, it would be more like in the accounts of newspapers and religious accounts, and they would consider it to be something other than like mechanical stuff. They always thought it was like angels or some kind of divine effects. So we don't really know what it is. We just know that there's weird lights in the sky that don't act like the wandering stars and that don't act like the normal stars. What causing them could be multiple different things.
Yeah, I mean, I think my belief, I would believe there'd be aliens, but not from outer space, just another unknown land area.
Yeah, if you look into the religions, like Hindu religions and stuff, they had the Vimanas, which is basically a flying saucer that their gods used to travel around in.
Mm-hmm.
So there's certainly precedence for like there being some other people traveling around in some things that have been interacting with humanity at some point, but where they're coming from, don't know. Can't tell. If they're even real, don't know. Can't tell.
Well, I'm sure there's a handful of people that know what you're referring to, right? If it were to be true, I mean.
You can speculate forever on this because it's goes so far into speculation because it's even further than looking at the stars, because like with the stars you can at least look at the stars regularly, that they are there always. With this, it's like you see something and then it disappears and you're like, I can't really continue to look at this and study it, you know. And the next time you see something that looks similar, you'd have to assume that it's a similar thing. It just looks similar. It could be something else that's making something that looks similar, so you don't know. There's also the potential that on some level humanity has reached that technological level and is also creating vehicles that look like that from our perspective on the ground.
Well, okay.
The public might not be aware of that, so like it's all nebulous, vague. I don't know.
Mm. I recently watched Mark Sargent's Clues, and that's like about 2 hours. I watched it like when I was at work yesterday. Such interesting stuff. Definitely different than like what Eric Dubé put out, you know. Different way of coming at it from a different angle, I'd say. So yeah, that wasn't my first. I didn't stumble across Mark Sargent first. I came across Dave Murphy first. Dave Murphy was, he was talking about emergency flight paths, you know.
Yeah, I saw Dave early as well. I saw Eric Dubay first. When I saw Mark Sargent, I was like, that's a shill.
Well, I used to watch the Potato Show for a while. But then it was kind of like, you know, people were, I think Eric Dubay, I watched his parody and he pointed out that they talk about everything else but flat earth. And I'm like, ooh, that's kind of a burn. So I didn't, you know, there was a lot of drama and I'm not really about that. So it's just kind of like I was Homer Simpson kind of backing up into the bushes, you know, it's like.
I get you. Like, I tried to stay out of all that drama as well. I mean, I like.
No, a little bit about it, but every detail.
I like Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues, but to me, it's more like he took a bunch of arguments from other flat earthers and repackaged them. It's kind of like what Eric Dubay did as well. He just took his arguments from older flat earthers and flat earth books.
Yes. Yeah. So Eric's is a little more, I'd say, academic, and Mark's is a little more from a questioning standpoint, you know, and then whatever interest that person gets from what Mark says, they go on that path and investigates that. So I don't, you know, Mark is just a different approach. You know, his commercial that he did was pretty great, depending on how you look at it. You know what I mean? Because he had literally seconds to make his impression. So what did he do? He's stabbing a globe. How good is that? I mean, a lot of people had a lot of stuff to say about him for quite some time, but looking back at it all, I'd say kind of bravo. I mean, all you want to do is get the topic out there.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree. To me, he did more to damage our image than anything else.
Oh, I can't necessarily disagree with that.
He was used as the poster boy for all of their documentaries and paraded around as this pathetic fat loser who lives at his mom's basement.
You're right. You are right. I seem to not include that in my thought a few minutes ago. Ah, man. But yeah, so, but if anybody comes at you and say you're a flat earther, you live in your mom's basement, that person, I mean, that's an in real life troll, if you ask me.
Yeah, the point is, he wasn't maybe the best representation, and like,
oh, not at all.
He, like, yeah, I don't disagree with some of his questions, and I think he did a good job on the Flat Earth Clues, you know, but that doesn't mean that you become suddenly the flat earth man who everybody should listen to, and you should be representing the movement as a whole when you don't have the credentials, or you're not the person to stand there. We should put our best foot forward as a community and like try to, like, if I could choose, I would be like Indio for president right now.
Oh God, yes. But yeah, you know what? It has been a number of years since that was, I mean, he still does his show, but I'm not really into it, like some kind of follower or anything. But yeah, I forgot all that, really. Because, you know, somebody could come across a commercial and not know anything about him, that he was portrayed as someone in his mother's basement, right? So
yeah, but you see a guy stabbing a globe, and what does that iconography give you? It's a violent act. Like, to the globers, they're like, "What's this?" To us, we're like, "Ha ha ha!" The globe got stabbed, but it doesn't portray anything. It doesn't help us.
I I guess from my perspective, yeah. And then because other people don't think like I do, so I guess so. Could be considerable, yeah. But I'm just thinking from the standpoint, and I'm not trying to like defend Mark to the death or anything, but I mean the way people think, like the younger kids, don't they have like the TikTok attention span type of thing?
Yeah, but you gotta understand it has to appeal to them. Like, I don't blame him for not understanding how, like, not being able to look at himself from the third perspective as he's doing it. It might have sounded like a good idea to him at the time. Like, that's understandable, but that's why you want to talk to this with, like, a big group of people so that you can figure out, this would have actually been bad for us. How about we do it this way? And then you can actually try to work out the most optimal route instead of just shooting yourself in the leg.
So that's how you see the commercials that he shot himself in the leg.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, when that discussion was going on after the commercial happened, I wasn't really involved. So, not to say you were either, but I mean, you can just independently look at the commercial at yourself, not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you don't think, I was just taking it from the standpoint of that you can potentially glean something from something bad. You know what I'm saying? Take something out. That's what Christians do nowadays. They co-opt a pagan holiday and make it within their religion kind of thing. They say, no, Christmas is about Jesus, while everybody else is doing the same thing but about Jesus.
Yeah, but they got told it was about Jesus by their priest, and they think he's the authority on the matter.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't want to talk about that, though, really. But yeah, good old Mark Sargent. That was when YouTube was different. I don't think there was super chats then.
Yeah, I don't think they were.
Well, if anything else, it was a good example to realize how rabbit holes work. Because Patricia Steer, oh my gosh, that was like a whole thing.
Yeah, I know. I was right there next to Antonio Subirats at the time.
Oh, man.
A good friend of mine.
That's just so... And then, you had the RV Truth doing his thing, and with her, exposing her.
Yeah, a lot of drama.
Ooh, a question. Do you know, does he still do his e-begging thing? I think
last I saw he was still doing it. I don't remember exactly, but if I remember correctly, I think he was like on the street or something.
Oh my gosh. So the man can't find a library or something? What's his deal? My God.
I don't know. I stopped paying attention to that.
Right, so he hasn't even been doing any content.
Like I said, I stopped paying attention. I've just seen screenshots of him e-bagging.
Man. Well, you know what they say, don't hate the player, hate the game. I think it's interesting that he came up with the term, to be honest with you. E-begging. So it would be the same as if you were sitting on a street corner with your hat out. Right?
Yeah, kind of. You're just creating a video of you doing that and then sending it all over the world. So now instead of him begging on the side of the street, he's begging in your living room or bedroom or whatever.
Thank you for that mental picture. I appreciate that.
I'm glad I showed up right at the right time for that one.
Okay, so does any Mark Sargent's commercial? Oh man, I don't know how I don't know if I could find that. It's probably floating around somewhere. Hey guys, I'm gonna dip. My battery's about to die, so have fun. I'll be back later.
What now? You dipping? When did you start
Yeah,
doing that?
my battery's about to die. Serious, for real.
No, I'm joking.
Anyways, TTFN.
I get that. The commercial might not have like offended everybody. It didn't really offend me that much. It's just I didn't think it was the best position for us to take or put forward. That's just my opinion.
Well, I don't have anything to add to that because I just put my headphones on right about the time you said the last like 2 sentences of what you were saying. So
Yeah, I was talking with Jenny. We were talking about Mark Sargent and different things.
I was just gonna say hi. How's it going, guys? I'm back.
He missed what you said a while ago. The mental picture thing. That was funny. The funny part.
Go on. I should go on to YouTube and rewind. Jump in the time machine real quick.
Yeah, it was about like 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
You're pretty low, Mike Power Swan.
Is this better?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. I'll raise you a little bit on my end. I'll be good. So we were talking to some guy in Cogdis, and he was trying to tell us where gas is generated. And we told him that it's generated at the ground and then rises up and goes in gas cycles. And he was like, no, it's generated at the sun. And all the gas comes from the sun. That's the new Glober argument, apparently. So you Globers better update your Rolodex. Gonna see if I can find a picture of it. Yeah, just read that.
All right, I'm back. It sounds like somebody's trying to pull a Bernie Sanders. And there's a lot of drama in the community, as usual.
Bernie Sanders? What's happening?
Oh, I was joking about people asking for money.
Oh no, that's we've had a couple of e-beggars throughout the whole flat Earth movement, and this is a pretty old issue that's just reoccurring.
I would say that doesn't sound like anything new. It's going on since people invented money. People started begging for some.
Yeah.
That's funny. With the minions crossing over the stage, that trope is something that's recurring through a whole bunch of different shows, though. Like even shows that they're just using it as a kind of like subtle comedy thing, but most of the rest of the shows or movie is serious, like James Bond, just because running through the set and they're like faking the moon landing or something. It's just funny how many times that's been referenced just openly in mainstream media like a joke. But if you seriously like act like, oh yeah, they actually faked the moon landing though, then they'll start acting like you're crazy. Even flip out at you. How dare you? We went to the moon. I'm pretty sure that you were not on a rocket when they claim to allegedly go to the moon.
Yeah, it's kind of like for Americans to say, we freed the slaves.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that whole conversation pisses me off because modern slavery is alive and kicking, and people are buying products that are created by modern slaves, both young and old, and they just don't bat an eye. They don't want to know about that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's also especially because the premise of like America saved this, like stopped slavery in the world, is based on Lincoln and the Emancipation Declaration, and if you really look into that shit, that becomes really bad. Like
from the way I put it is, he didn't free the slaves. He made slavery equal opportunity and free range.
Yeah, the Emancipation Declaration is basically just, I'm gonna go attack these people, and their slaves are not allowed to be free, but my slaves are still my slaves. Just so you know.
He
had no authority to free other people's slaves. He had no authority to free those slaves. The South had already seceded. He had no authority over them. He was just trying to get the slaves to rebel and murder the wives at home while the troops were away.
Cause disruptions in order to win. Oh, that's another thing.
He was losing badly. He was the first American dictator, and like Tiananmen Square was just like normal for this guy.
He said that if he could, he would win the war. Like if he could win the war without freeing a single slave, he would. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fence, dude said if he could and had enough money, he would buy and free every single slave just so that there would be no bloodshed.
Yeah, and he was also free. Jefferson was also freeing slaves, and he freed as many as he could until his plantation got into debt, and at that point he was no longer allowed to free anymore because they belonged to the plantation, and the plantation was now in debt, and so the banks controlled that.
Yeah, there's a lot of money type stuff connected to that in legalese. It wasn't
Yeah.
just fighting, like shooting bullets and crap with muskets. It was passing laws and shifting around pieces of paper. And now everybody can be a slave. All you have to do is just go get yourself in enough trouble. They'll have you working beside the road for like 15 cents an hour or some crap.
Yeah, everyone can be a slave. Just take the debt. Everyone is encouraged to be unhealthy and sick. Just eat the shit.
Yep. And they don't have debtors' prisons, but they'll keep you in the debtors' ghetto.
Yep.
I don't believe that there's a us versus them in a lot of these scenarios that most people do. I look at it as just money and greed and people saying, hey, those people want to take away whatever you got. Go get them. Trying to make enemies out of folks.
Yeah, of course. It's all made up of individuals, but there's also I like to think of it as like there's a righteous spirit guiding the innocent and the righteous, and there's a malevolent spirit guiding those who have gone that far into evil. That like that's why like it all is similar because of those guiding principles. Even if they all make their individual dumb choices and have their individual like dumb ideas, they're still like because you have on one hand you have these morals and you uphold honesty and truth, and so that puts you in this framework of a guiding principle that keeps you steady. Whereas once you go into like everything, I can just do whatever the fuck I want, nothing really matters. You start thinking more about greed and ego and all this. So because of those similarities, it ends up being like it seems like there's a big monolith of bad guys doing all this stuff working together, but they're all just like fractured internally, working for their own interests. And it just looks like a monolith because they're all doing the same thing for their own self-interests.
Yeah, I agree. I don't believe that there's one grand conspiracy. It's a bunch of different factions of people who've just partied up in order to try and make money, and they just really don't give a crap about much else. And then that influences everybody else, gets that whole rat race going the way it is.
Yeah.
Kind of like the inheriting a machine that they can't fathom, don't even have the instruction manual for, but they have full authority to control.
In my opinion, it's kind of both.
Yeah. Because, like, yeah, people are wicked, but most people are kind of stupid too. So it's like all these different directions, right? And you were talking about the righteous spirit. I believe that's one direction. That's the unified. That's of one accord. Whereas they are kind of like a divided mind, like many, like Legion. They have every direction except for that one.
Yeah.
It's manifesting in how they talk about how they identify themselves, for one. A house divided can't stand, though. That's why we're going to see a whole bunch of stuff crumbling soon.
Yeah, we already see it all crumbling at the moment. It's getting pretty obvious.
Yeah. It's like for us, we've been seeing the cracks and little specks and flakes falling off, and we're trying to point out, hey, this is about to happen. A whole bunch of, you're about to see some chunks flying off. Things are about to really come crashing soon, like next couple of years. And it's not a prediction. It's just what they are saying that they're planning for. But people don't want to look up 2030. I think it's all whatever. And I'm like, well, why would they publish that then? Because, I mean, this is clearly a real organization. Whatever. I don't even like speculating about it because they're so blatant about what their plan is. You could just say, hey, this is like take a screenshot. This is literally what it says.
Yeah, have you heard Jordan Peterson talk about or speak against the World Economic Forum and talk about his solution to it?
I'm not sure. If I have, I don't remember exactly what he said. So
he's making a new series called The Exodus, and it's going to be free for a couple of months on Daily Wire or something along those lines.
Yeah,
I've heard him speak about it quite a bit. And basically, he speaks about how they want to create an alternative to the World Economic Forum's future vision of how the future is supposed to play out, where we're all supposed to eat bugs and own nothing in these 15-minute cities, where we're not supposed to leave our district, and like there's going to be cameras logging all of your motion, where you are at all times, smart systems everywhere. You're gonna get facial scan to move in and out of everything. You're buying just with your an artificial identity, and not like with cards or anything like that. And so you just live in this little bubble that they create for you, and you're not allowed to like consume or go outside this bubble. And that way they're gonna protect the environment, and all of the areas outside the smart cities are going to just be like no man's zones, so that nature can regenerate. That's what they're saying. But the problem here is this is so tyrannical. It's going to kill the human spirit. And so Jordan Peterson is basically saying, let's go back to more conservative values of like family unit, trying to build up like the poorest of us can actually take part in the community instead of like trying to make it uniform so that everybody suffers equally. So, and to do that we need like advancements, and that only happens when there's innovation, not when it's all suppressed. And it sounds really, really good. The way he frames it, but I've been predicting this since I saw the World Economic Forum shit, because to me this is a classic. Like, you create a problem, you put these guys up to this, you finance them, and then because they have these crackpot ideas, and when the world sees them, they're like, oh, he dresses like a supervillain, he's got a supervillain plan, he's probably a supervillain. Oh, here's another guy, He's dresses like a nice old man. He says a bunch of smart things, and he's saying he's a supervillain. I guess this is the good guy and this is the bad guy. This is a Disney fucking movie. That's what they're trying to like. They've already trained everyone on the Disney, the Hollywood bad guys and good guys scenario, and now they put up this giant bad guy scenario, and they're gonna have a good guy for all of us to root. That sounds really good. And then you go into the new system through that with full confidence in the system. Because there, you think we've already defeated the bad guys. It's the same thing that happened kind of like with the Nazis. Like, the Nazis came and like, this is the perception that the people got told, especially like in America and even in the world. Like, I used to love America for all the good it does in the world and how it saved the world from the Nazis. It creates this pride and good feelings that help you like propagate your stuff, because people don't question it. You have trust in these people. These are supposed to be the good guys. We're the good guys. That's the thought that they want. You can even see it in the leftists. They're like, we're the good guys. We're punching Nazis and burning down like pregnancy centers. And then you're like, was it really a Nazi? He was just a old man who had a red hat. That's the problem. We get lost in all these beliefs and we just follow them blindly. That's, I think, what Flat Earth does the best, is we cut away the beliefs and we're just like, so what's what? Show me the evidence for it being exactly this, not just evidence that makes it appear that it could be this or it could be something else. That's not evidence that it is that. So we don't accept as flimsy explanations. We don't accept as weak logic, and so I think it's harder for us to be moved in these insane ways because we're just standing on the rock of truth. We're just standing on, like, we know this to be fact. So what do you got?
Yeah, when people get stuck in these imaginary worlds, the paradigm that's been given them, they have all this trust for the people above them. Anybody who tries to shatter that, not only it's like to try to take the ball away from a little kid, but also it's like telling them that everybody they know and love is either a liar or an idiot. That's how they take it anyway. They feel that way. They're like, no, and they get really mad. And it's like, that's not what we're saying. We're all ignorant and have been deceived by this greater thing. But they automatically assume, oh, you platter, just think you're smarter than other. I mean, you said it, not me, but the thing is most people like that, they don't go acting like that. They're just like, look, we just want you to think for yourself. They also act like it's some kind of cult or something, and I'm like, yeah, that would require a centralized leadership of some kind and a direction. And also, cults don't tell people, hey, think for yourself and kind of do your own research. That would be cool. You notice how the way that they demonize every truth type campaign by making them look either as foolish or as evil as possible.
Yeah, that's always what they do. You dress up your enemy in a wolf's clothing, essentially, and then you wear sheep's clothing yourself.
Yeah, they're master weavers for their narratives. They definitely know how to create storyline plots. I don't believe a lot of the stuff. People assume that they just create a bunch of drama too. Like they'll have some kind of false flag, somebody nefariously plotted behind closed doors. They don't have to. Bad crap happens. They've just got narrators ready. And the minute the bad crap happens, they start narrating, weaving that story.
Yep.
Get the spin.
Super
going.
easy. And oftentimes, like, it can also be sometimes as simple as, like, one aspect of this whole web of interconnected people who are also not that interconnected. They just know each other and they can connect to each other, but they generally don't. They're not like they're on a Discord channel where all the presidents and all the people are interconnected together sharing information. No, they don't. They run on these assumptions that, like, this guy is gonna quo me because I did this thing for him, and like they have all these beliefs and they live in these secret structures. Freemasons, Rosicrucians, Jesuits. There's so many, and so they have these internal structures that they like have friends within, and they can connect for whatever, but they don't communicate all in between each other. So one guy might be doing something shady, and then another guy's like, oh, I'm reframing that like this because that suits me. Yeah. So, like, it's super hard to actually qualify or judge all of them at once because it's just so many people.
Another thing would be this, like, there'll be, like, one person who's one of these factions and another person who's in another, and those two are friends. That doesn't mean the entire groups are, like, all friends with one another. Yeah. Like an isolated thing. These two people are friends, but they'll make the assumption, oh yeah, they're all in it together. No, they're not. Most of them actually hate each other. That's their competition for being, like, what they are.
Of course, many of them hate each other because a lot of the times those conflict of interests conflict. And this guy got it last time. Why didn't I get it?
Yeah, they got that tit for tat mentality. Like, I'm gonna get him back by doing this. Try one-upsmanship as well. But that's politics. I've noticed that that's also why a lot of people debate the way that they do, because that's where they learned to debate from, was how American politics especially behaves. It's not about actually winning an argument with the truth. For them, it's just about winning.
Yeah, worst part about that is also, it's almost like they think, like, if I don't accept that I lost, I can't lose.
It reminds me of the Kung Pao guy where they trained him wrong on purpose. I'm bleeding. That makes me the victor.
Yeah, that's literally what I think about when I do that. I always think of that moment.
Well, I've noticed that. Oh, go ahead, man.
I was going to say, they purposely trained him wrong as a joke.
Yeah. Oh, that's something else that's interesting. There's actually a kind of royal jester level Mason. I'm pretty sure, this one's kind of speculation or I'd require a couple more digs to research it to confirm anything. But I'm under the assumption that pretty much every president since, ever is a jester under that royal order. There's no royalty in America, but I mean, you don't have to actually be royalty to be a jester and to be a part of the king's court. And what do? All these presidents just clown on everybody in America and everybody in the world. Year after year, every 4 years, we get a new clown. I'll share a link to what I'm talking about, so it doesn't just sound like complete off the wall. And yeah, people, that's just Shriners or what? Just look at the pictures. I can't even share most of them. They're just bad. These two are okay. And there's some that get really raunchy and debaucherous. And that's why I'm being careful about what I put here. But this one right here will get my point across. It won't lose. It's all an act. That's my point. It's theater. That one there. Wait for that to load. I hate when I grab two pictures and one of them's like several megabytes and then the other one's only a couple KB. I'm sitting there waiting for it to go through. Yeah, that's the scene we were talking about. That's right. I think it was the pins that were really weird. I don't actually want to look this up. Never mind. Back out of that rabbit hole. I've got nothing to prove. This thing's weird, though.
There's plenty of weird offshoots of rabbit holes.
Yeah. I already know how weird that rabbit hole gets, and I don't want to see it again, so I'm going to go a different direction now. What Cut Off the Knee said is true. Once the trick's revealed, magic no longer works. It kind of the I guess same but other side to that statement. People who don't believe in mind control are the easiest to manipulate and control.
Yeah, it's true. It's the skeptical mind that always questions things that is the hardest to control.
Yeah. If somebody's under the assumption they can't ever possibly be controlled, then that's exactly the blind spot that would be used against them in order to control them.
Yep. It's kind of like I've studied a lot hypnotism, and there's a hypnotist I know who was practicing a new form of basically non-verbal hypnotism where he was on a conference with a bunch of hypnotists, and as he was speaking, he hypnotized them without them realizing how he was doing it. And basically all he did was he would move his eyes to the side on the words that he was inputting into their subconscious. And so they didn't recognize the pattern or what he was using to signal the words to their subconscious. So they couldn't put their finger on, like, how is he doing this? But there's many different ways. Normally hypnotists use, like, either they touch your body as the signal, or they change the inflection of their voice as they're talking. But just that, moving his eyes with the words was enough to put trained hypnotists looking for it, trying to resist it, into a hypnotic state and trance state.
That reminds me of this. From the Jungle Book, when the snake hypnotizes Mowgli using just his eyes, like starts singing to him. What's funny is they paint it as fantasy, like, yeah, this is just they probably already knew about techniques like that. But they'll put that truth in plain sight stuff because, the Magic Kingdom.
Obviously, they knew techniques like this for a long time. They have just been proprietary. They've been passed down and not shared because this is power.
And they weren't ready. Like, I think they released certain info in waves or like layers.
It's also because it's passed down generationally. Sometimes part of it is lost, and also much of it has been refined over the years. Today, and we have a very deep understanding of it within hypnosis and psychology and that kind of stuff. So they have made us do all the research to understand this on a much deeper level, where before a lot of it was based in superstition, and they had all these rituals and stuff that they thought was actually helping it work.
Yeah. And now they can get people to willfully submit to being tested on for science. There's no taboos because, this is witchcraft or what. Nope, they'll just do it because of science. Oh, good sir. What do you say we get the chaps together and try and summon the devil? The science.
It's almost like back in the day, the god or the holy deity of the region was the arbiter of what was right and what was good. And so they would be like, oh, what does the book say? The book says it's not right. Okay, we can't do that. It's bad. Now it's like, science says, what does the science say? Science says it's right. Okay, it's good. And the science says can just be changed by some men. So eventually it's going to be like, oh, murder is good. The science says, okay, that's good.
already people who call themselves scientists who would argue for eugenics. Plenty of them.
Just look at Canada. Assisted suicide. And you got depression? Why don't you kill yourself? That's the government speaking.
It's kind of messed up that I bet you that in Canada somebody can get arrested if they were to tell somebody to do that, and they actually did. But the government can tell you to do it, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's the crazy part.
Like crap, we were calling stuff like that like a decade ago cyberbullying, and now the government can cyberbully you.
Yeah, they don't like your opinions, or if you gave some money to a protest, they're just going to lock up your bank account.
Oh, yeah. Shut everything down. It's like you go over to this rich kid's house who has Monopoly, and they don't like how things are going with the game, so they just kind of like take the board away. Like, nope, nobody's allowed to play until everybody plays my way.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like I need to make a new Monopoly game where there's like there's one Monopoly game on the outside and there's another Monopoly game on the inside, and the Monopoly game on the inside is just hell, and the Monopoly game on the outside is just easy peasy, and you abuse the people in the middle.
Yeah. The rich people versus poor people's Monopoly. Have like two teams, a small team of wealthy people and then a large team of normal people. Like,
yeah.
The ultimate goal is for all of the poor people to actually like defeat all the rich players, but it's so stacked against them that it's literally impossible.
Yeah. That's how it's supposed to be.
Then the true form of winning, though, it would involve all of the rich people giving away everything that they own to the poor, and then following somebody. But that's like getting a camel through the eye of a needle.
I think it would require either that or a revolution, and that would require all of the people to work together somehow and get all of the right cards somehow.
Yeah. Equally miraculous level event. People don't usually work together. Then again, in a traumatic event, a lot of people do drop everything and start working together for no reason other than we have to survive.
Yeah, and because it's a game and it's one team versus the other, they are probably going to work together and you're going to be able to win the game from time to time. But in a way, it'll teach people that, hey, you need to work together if you're going to win this game, otherwise you can't.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it'll take. Things got to get bad so that people can get strong again. And start actually working together instead of just being out. They take it for granted they can do it on their own. Everything's so convenient.
I mean, if you look at America today, it's getting pretty bad.
Yeah.
I think the issue is just people don't know what's happening. There's so many people who just locked in their echo boxes you watch your news station, CNN, and you go to work, you do your thing, and there's some crazy people with weird opinions at your work, but you don't care about that. You know what's real because you watch CNN. And he's just a CNN clone, and that's all he knows.
Whether it's CNN or Fox or any of these news networks, just makes another.
They have something that seems to fit their bias, and then they check out Fox, and they're like, "This doesn't fit what I believe, so I'm not going to watch this anymore."
Yeah. They'll take offense to something ridiculous, or take on the offense of somebody else in order to be some kind of weird, distorted version of politically correct. Like, oh well, it's the right thing to do because, and then try and justify being mad for no reason. It usually has nothing to do with them to begin with.
Yeah, I think the only real solution would be if you just change the education system, because that's how they got us to this point. They fucked with the education system, and people grew up not knowing what to do, not knowing how to raise the children, not knowing logic or anything. So they ended up like raising idiots and losing all of their like cultural heritage. We need to bring logic back to schools so that the next generation can be like, oh no, we're not doing the dumb stuff because that's not logical.
Yeah. Letting the government raise the children is not exactly the best idea. They don't really do anything else that well.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be raising the children in the first place. It was supposed to be. It was marketed as like, hey, here's a place where we got like experts to teach them who are like better at it than you, can word it in a better manner than you. So here, this is going to help your kids be extra smart. But that's not how it worked out. They crammed way too many kids into way too few classrooms and had teachers who didn't really understand what they were teaching. They're just parroting from a book, and then they changed the books to get worse and worse and removed all the logic from it. And now the teachers don't even know logic, and the kids don't know logic, and everybody's fucking fucked.
Now you got one teacher who disagrees with another teacher on whether or not somebody's identity crisis is real, and everybody's all fighting amongst themselves. The children have no idea how to even perceive this.
Yeah,
like woefully unequipped to be able to even fathom the arguments of adults.
Yeah, and they're being thrust into it. Like these teachers are like putting these problems onto the kids and asking them, "What do you think about it?"
Yeah. Or even sharing personal business in classrooms, which I've heard stories of that kind of crap too. It's like, you got to keep them separated.
Yeah, I think that's just all a symptom of essentially the globe and all this nonsense getting pushed, because when you lose all connection to reality and you lose all logic, it becomes easy to pull you along into these kind of crazy-ass traps.
This is one of the reasons why I actually firmly believe that etymology is so important. Because if you know what the roots are, then you can actually have like a proper understanding and direction for how the modern definitions even exist to begin with. Otherwise, nobody even knows what words mean. Most people, this is what it means to me. And somebody else, well, this is what it means to me. Now they're fighting because they don't even know the etymology of the word, and they're both using it wrong.
Yeah.
So I'm in full agreement that education is very important. It's key. But like, how do we combat indoctrination with proper education? And I'd say use just the foundational stuff. That's all there is to it. There's nothing else. You give them the foundational points that they need to grow, and the children will grow.
Yeah, you don't need to stuff their brains full with some crazy worldview and ideologies, and you don't need to like create you don't need all this like, here are all the mountains in your country and you need to memorize all the mountains in the country, and here are all the stupid ass fucking politicians in your country, and you have to memorize the names of those fucking politicians and the dates and blah 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 blah. This isn't helping the kids. This isn't making them smarter. Yeah. This is just making them dumber, because now they have all this information that they believe is true, and they have not verified, and it's not verified at all.
I can understand memorizing the names of states and where they are, but presidents and stuff like that doesn't really, unless you're going to be a history buff, it doesn't really have anything to do with much of anything. Like, oh, I know all of them.
Learning the layout of your country is fine. Learning where there's cities there. This is a city in a different state. It's colder in this city than in this city. These are the differences. This is okay for children to learn, because this is something they can verify in reality and experience.
Yep. It's kind of like that versus lore. And lore was unnecessary. Most of it's just crap anyway, propaganda. You just need kind of the strict facts when it comes to stuff like that and nothing else. And then the vast majority of knowledge should be invested into things that are actually real and provable, tangible.
Yeah. Things that they can apply or use. Especially the younger they are, the less abstract it needs to be. You don't go fucking talking about the solar system when they're fucking 6 years old. They don't have the brains ready to conceive of all that. They just have to take it on faith.
Yeah, that's straight up indoctrination.
That should be the last thing they learn after they have understood all the foundations to be true, because you've proven it to be true, and then they are fully knowledgeable on the subject and can fucking debate it. Now they come out of school and they don't know shit, and they're just talking out of their ass.
A lot of people get offended by the word stupid, but they don't know what stupefy means, like etymologically. And it pretty much means to be struck senseless, like you're hit so hard that your senses are no longer about you, which isn't a permanent state of being. And I believe that most people have been stupefied by all of this, just all of it. The trauma of existence itself, one could say. But also all that propaganda, everything on top of that. Makes people cynical and cold. And they'll tend to only invest their faith into what they think they can know to be true. If they see a pile of books, oh, this guy must be smart. He's sitting on a pyramid made out of books. He's got a bunch of pieces of paper that say diploma and degree and PhD. Here's a good example. If somebody, like a child riding in a car, and you're going, you know how to get from point A to point B. Child's paying attention to a video game or a phone or something. By the time that they get to the destination, they have no idea how they got there. But they're just there. And you couldn't even ask them how to get back because they would not know. They weren't paying attention. They didn't record that information. I believe a lot of people go about their entire lives like that, not paying much attention to anything that's actually important. Just tunnel vision on the things that they want to pay attention to. And by the time they end up older, they know what they know, but that's all they know. And they can't fathom what they don't know that they don't know.
Yeah, India was just talking about this earlier, where a young girl was basically raised by an OCD mother, and because the mother would always take all the tasks out of her hand and never allow her to do any of those things, when she was grown up and moved out, she didn't know how to do anything.
Yeah. It's...
It's neglect in a way. Like, you need to let the kids learn and grow, otherwise you're just inhibiting their growth.
It's like not even helicopter parenting, that's freaking marionette parenting. Like, oh, just be the puppet and I'll take care of this for you. Don't do anything I don't tell you to, just do exactly this. It leaves you with an empty shell of a human being that, like you said, doesn't know how to do anything.
It's a grown-up child. It's not grown-up. It's it's an adult child.
I believe the archaic term would be a moron.
Yeah, I guess that's the correct terminology. But the problem is, like, it's not the kid's fault, or the child's fault. It's the parents, and the parents used to be children in a similar situation where their parents were getting manipulated and made to do dumb shit, and then they came out broken, and then they broke their children even more. And we're at the point where the breaking of the children is reaching it's reaching a fever pitch. And so as that happens, people rise up because this is not what normal people like. People don't like seeing broken children everywhere. That's not normal. And so you get people who really care about children, and so they try to fight back. And you see that sometimes in the system where, like, good things get pushed and start appearing, but then they get, like, drowned in the system and just disappear. My sister, for instance, works closely with the schools, and so she sees it a lot happen where, like, parents really fight for something, and they get someone in government or something to help out, and then they get something into the schools. Everything looks really good. All the kids are enjoying it. Everything is going great. And then that guy who got it through does something else, and it just gets removed. And because the parents, like, are not all unified again, because the outrage that originally unified them is gone, there's nothing to push it for coming back again. So it's kind of like, it feels like you're fighting this uphill battle where you're constantly getting pushed back down the hill.
That or the previous kind of graduation generation of children graduate, and you have a whole new group of parents come in, and they have no idea why, so they'll undo something, and then they have to see it for themselves before it gets fixed.
Yeah.
The next group of parents come in and say, oh crap, that's why they did that. Then they forget, and the cycle repeats.
Amnesia.
Yeah, but for Karma, because she's working there and has been working there for, like, decades, or a little bit over a decade, she sees, of course, the waves come and go, and the parents come and go, and, like, people just having amnesia.
It's like a mass amnesia. It's weird. Probably partially induced by the mass hysteria that they bring on every 3-4 years. Always a new narrative. Yeah. This year we're going to be afraid of this. This year, this is this year's fear model. They bring out something new that's terrifying.
Hey, have you guys spoken to In the Firmament?
No, not yet. Please go ahead.
What's up, In the Firmament? Are you there? In the Firmament, are you there?
Hi.
How's it going?
Oh, it's good.
Hey, what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I was just coming here to listen, see what you guys were up to.
Okay. And what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I mean, I don't think it has, like, a definitive shape.
Doesn't have a shape? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And so what do you think the Earth is? Do you think it's a globe? You don't know what it is?
No, I just think it's like the land.
The land?
Yeah, like the land.
What about the land?
Well, you asked me what do I think Earth is, and I told you. I mean, if you need another example, the stuff that trees grow from, the land.
This guy's voice has changed since the last time I heard him. You okay, mate?
You've heard this guy before?
Yeah, it's PD, man.
Oh, it's PD.
Yeah. Did you get a new mic? Firmament guy? Wait, you can't have a new mic. You're still on mobile.
But he's correct. We know that the Earth is a flat.
It's muddy.
It's a mud.
It's a mud shape.
What shape is mud? No one knows, right?
Yeah.
Dirty.
Dude, seriously, with 1,000 sock accounts, you still don't get it, do you?
I mean, you asked the question, I gave the answer.
No, you didn't give an answer. You don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, if Earth is not land, I mean, you'd be the first to tell me that.
Earth is plastic, man.
Earth is philosophy.
That also. Especially that one.
I mean, Earth can be anything in your mind.
Is the Earth flat and stationary?
I would say some places it's flat, some places it's hilly, you know.
Is this a flat plane that we're on right now?
No, I don't think that's what Earth is.
It's not a flat plane.
I mean, you already asked me what did I think what I think it is, and I told you.
Yeah, but you just said it's not. It's not a flat plane.
Yeah, that's correct. I do not think that.
And why don't you think that? Just because there's hills and valleys?
Yeah, that's one reason.
But we're talking about land topography now. And so when we describe flat Earth, we don't say that there isn't any hills and valleys. Have you ever even heard of flat Earth before? Or you just think that you know?
Yeah, I've heard of flat Earth, yeah.
All right, are we saying that there's no hills and valleys?
I mean, I don't think that's what you said.
All right, then. Then when we say flat Earth, we're not talking about hills and valleys, are we?
I guess not.
Okay, then. And so when we say flat Earth, you're assuming that, well, I think there's hills and valleys, would assume that we're talking about like a freaking sheet of paper.
But if you say sphere, what is then with the hills and valleys?
Oh, I never said it was that.
Earth is smoother than a sheet of paper, dude.
Your favorite person's in here.
Yeah, so Earth is smoother than a sheet of paper. Did you know that? You know that's
no, I didn't.
It's smoother than a billiard ball. Take the vertical compared to the horizontal scale. Smooth is super smooth. The only thing smoother than it would be like highly polished surfaces.
Or this guy's brain.
Did it? Flat Earth Comedy Hour, man. I'll be the setup man. I have no problem.
Yeah, I just thought I could spike that. You set me up pretty good.
Like that, you freaking popped a football when you spiked that.
We can also just take the flattest surface he can find and then just take a really powerful microscope and look at it. Oops. It also has topography.
What makes it more interesting is that this is like his 858th account attempt to come in here? She loves to hate flat Earth, I guess.
I mean, I like to talk about Earth.
Yeah, well, what's the psychology behind you trying to keep coming into this server? That's more interesting, I think. And why is it so important for your presence to be here? If you have nothing to contribute in the way of like logically consistent arguments, what is it with you? Like, I don't understand. What draws you into the server?
I just like to tell people the truth.
What truth, man? The imaginations in your own freaking head? You don't even know what you're talking about, and you think that you want somebody else to know what you're saying? Freaking idiot, dude.
Is he a 99%er?
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, yeah, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
I'm laughing because India.
You want to tell people the truth about things, and you don't even know your own reality. And you want to keep coming in here over and over and over again. What's this game you're playing at, man? Like, where's the end game to that?
How can you tell us truth when you don't even think there is such a thing?
I never said I don't think that Earth is a thing.
No, I said, how can you tell us about truth when you don't believe in truth?
Oh, I believe in truth.
Oh, can you know anything for certain?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like Earth taking the shape of its container.
I missed that one. Oh my.
How about, did you eat before?
Oh, I mean, I had some bird.
What did he say? Some bird?
We're just trying to figure out if you think that there are objective truths.
Bird.
Are there any objective truths?
I don't think so.
But on the one instance, you say that the Earth takes the shape of its container. Are you sure of that?
Yeah, I can demonstrate that.
Is that an objective truth?
Oh, I don't know.
He just said he believed there is truth, but then he denied there's objective truth. So what kind of truth is there? What's that left?
I mean, the truth that God reveals to us.
Is that objective truth?
I don't know.
That's about the first accurate thing you've said so far. I don't know. Since you don't know anything, why are you here? To make us, to bring us down to your level?
I didn't say I didn't know anything.
Yeah, you did.
You said you can't know anything for certain.
Yeah,
because there's no objective truth. You can't know anything for certain.
Yeah, I never said that there is an objective truth. I just said I don't know if that is objective truth.
No, you said there is no objective truth. I said
I don't think so. That's what I said.
Yeah. You don't think so?
Yeah, I don't think so. It doesn't mean that I know that there is or that there isn't. I just don't think so.
That's stupid. Well, if you don't think that there is, then there isn't, right?
No, it's still possible that there is.
Well, then where is it then?
Well, why don't you go figure it out and then come back?
Find some. Yeah, go find some objective truth and come back here.
And then you'll have a basis for your motivation to teach us the truth instead of teaching us a truth that you don't believe even exists.
Try
Yeah, I mean, I know some things that are true.
What things are true if you just finished saying there is no objective truth? You're going in circles again. It's a giant circle jerk with you, isn't it?
Are you a Democrat or a leftist? Because like they're the only people I know that have no problem just talking contradictions nonstop.
Yeah, it's a contradiction, man. You're not in here telling anybody any truth, yet you want to say that there is truth, and then when asked if there's any truth, you deny it. That's what you're doing. You're confused.
I mean, if you can demonstrate something that's true, you can.
Yeah, you know what's true? What I just demonstrated right now is that you have no idea what you're talking about. That's true. Everybody here heard you. So we can all understand the objective reality that you don't understand what truth is. There you go. Demonstrated it. Bam.
I love the fake nicety too, right? We got the fake calm. Yeah, I'm just a calm person. Y'all are just these crazy, riled up flat earthers raging at us calm people.
Yeah, that little dog and pony show only goes so far. But you know me, man. I'm gonna burst your balloons. Like I'm a prick until I make you so pissed off and rage quit or just be upset. Yeah, I'm just calm. Bullshit, dude. You hate the fact that people are in here talking about flat and stationary. And you're just so pissed off that you have no way to prove that you're right. And you're trying to sound right. Everybody sees you like a dumb idiot that you are when you're speaking. Is there any objective reality? I don't think so. Right? I don't think so. They're going to keep saying that over and over again. And we're going to keep going back to the point that you're contradicting yourself and you sound like an idiot. But you're happy to sound like an idiot, right? Isn't that?
Yeah, he's willing to dynamite all rational thought. No, you're just willing to dynamite all rational thought to think that you can make contradictions and both of those things can be true at the same time.
Exactly.
If you want to dynamite reality, do it on your own time.
Yeah, go to your own server where you can make people as confused as you are. You ain't gonna do that shit here. People are gonna know what they're talking about or they're not. Either have the conversation and say you know what you mean, or say I don't know anything, and then have a seat and listen to people that are telling you that we know what we're talking about. Because we do.
Yeah, you clearly don't.
Oh, how do you know that? You don't know objective truth, so how do you know that I don't know what I'm talking about? Tell me that.
God.
Mr. Confused about objective truth.
0.0001% chance he does.
I got you stymied, bro, all day. I'm on. You know what? If you're gonna be in there and make sock accounts, I'm gonna just parade you around. I'm gonna tar and feather you and show you to the whole world. You like that? You like being tarred and feathered? You like being showed as an idiot around? Because I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna parade you. You'll be my personal little idiot when you come in here.
Once
you like that?
Say there's no objective truth, everything you say after that is like telling us your favorite color. It doesn't really matter.
Don't matter, dude.
Yeah, I never said that there's no objective truth.
Yes, you did. Look at this guy.
You said you don't believe there is. So why are you going to have a conversation about something you don't believe in?
Yeah, I never said that I don't believe that there's objective truth. I just said
you
that
did.
I don't know.
Okay, now I'm just fucking. You said you don't believe there is an objective truth. That's what you said.
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing.
Yeah, if you don't believe it, then that means there's nothing you can say. Like if you actually honestly hold that belief that there's no objective truth from your own point of view, everything you say is just an opinion.
He keeps responding, dude. This is amazing.
That means there's either objective or subjective. Is that a false dichotomy?
Do you even talk about Earth?
Yeah, okay, change the subject.
Yeah, he likes to divert. Every single time you get him, he likes to divert.
There's a 0.0001% chance it's just a figment of your imagination.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about Earth.
No, we're not going
to. Which one? The one that you're not sure exists?
We're going to talk about your inability to be able to have a critical thought in your head. That's what we're going to talk about, because that's a lot more fun. To expose that and to let everybody know that people like you are a disgrace to logical thinking. That's what we're going to do. We're not going to talk about Earth, because that stuff there is for people who critically think about the topic. This is for people who don't know what they're saying. We're going to hone in on that and make sure and point it out to everybody else that's listening. This is what your brain sounds like right here when you don't know what you're saying.
How can we have a conversation with you about Earth when you don't believe in objective truth? Then what you're telling us from your own point of view is just an opinion. Why do we care about your opinion? Do you have some like why do we care? We're not in a relationship with you. Like, why do we care? We don't care about your
I can
feelings.
demonstrate Earth taking the shape of its container for you.
No, we don't care about that, because you're saying that you don't know if there's any objective truth. So how can you say that demonstration is going to lead us to a fact that we can know the Earth to be truly objectively what you say it is?
And you can't demonstrate that anyway.
Yeah, I can show it to you.
Yeah, you could show us the totality of the Earth. Yeah, shut up.
I mean, I can show you Earth taking the shape of its container.
Yeah, how do we know? How do we know that that's the Earth?
Yeah.
How do we know that that's the container?
Is
no,
what
those
you're going
words
to
mean things.
Is what you're going to present to us objective truth?
Maybe.
Maybe. No, it either is or isn't. There's no maybes here. You can't play out this game like you're going to say maybes. Is it objective truth what you're going to present this audience?
Maybe.
It either is or is not. So if you're not sure, you can't present it. How about that?
Yeah.
You got to be
not
sure.
sure. That's why I said maybe.
It's going to lead somebody to the truth, and they're going to know for sure if the reality is what you're saying it is or it's not.
So tell us, why would you want to show this information in the first place?
Yeah, I think Earth taking the shape of its container is important.
Yeah, in what way?
So people know how Earth works.
How would they know anything if it's not objectively true?
Well, God can
show it to them. It would just believe it, right? It wouldn't be knowledge, it would just be belief.
It's all belief.
See, you can't win with this.
You're not going
because
to.
Anything you say falls back on I don't know nothing. Do you understand? Like, even to say I don't know anything to be objectively true has to be an objective truth.
Yep. And you can't say anybody else
I don't know anything.
No, you can't say anybody else doesn't know anything. You can't say that. You cannot say that anybody else doesn't know anything because you don't know if that statement is true or not.
No, I didn't say that. I said that I know some things and then some things I don't know.
Yeah, but you also arbitrarily said that I don't know what I'm talking about. And I was thinking, how do you know that?
Yeah, I know some things.
Yeah. Who cares? But you don't know the thing that you think that you know, because ultimately, when you do say the thing that you think that you know, you're not objectively, truly understanding if you know it for sure or not. Right?
Oh, yeah, the things that I know for sure.
No, okay. Are they objectively true, the things that you know?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, there you go. There goes your little circle jerk back into the unknown.
Are you not aware of the definition of what to know means? Are you like the reverse Descartes? I don't think, therefore I don't am. Or I don't think, therefore I am not.
People used to be scared of sophists like you. Now I'm just going to expose every single one of you. All of you. I'm going to lump you all together. A big 99.9999% group of idiots.
Well, I feel like I'm abusing the handicapped at this point.
No, actually, it's kind of good content for the people because they don't know that somebody.
I'm just talking about personally. I don't care. Like, I think YouTube should see it, but I just feel personally this is like abusing the handicapped. He obviously has a mental deficiency or something. The wires are crossed. No. They're overlapped. Like something's going on.
It's weird. Go ahead, Race.
I get the sentiment, but like Matt was talking about, sometimes you just need to show and shame certain idiotic behavior to help other people understand how dumb it really is.
Yeah, because we don't, logically and critical thinking that we have in here, like when we start talking about within our conversations, the context of the things that we say, it takes people a bit of time to understand. We're getting people to really engage with their mind. And this right here, what he's doing, is the opposite of that. He means to keep people stuck in a loop where they don't ever know what's going on in reality. They want to play at both sides of their mouth, right? They want to say on one side, you can know something. On the other side, well, you can't really know something. And so they're going to have people in this limbo space like, oh, do I know or do I not know? Do I know or do I not know? So he, just like everybody else, these 99.9999 percenters, they like to stay in that gray area, in the place where they don't know anything. And that right there, that is an evil scheme. Yeah. I feel like I want to just make these people, I want to group them all together, and it's just like my passion. I live for. I want every single time that they come up, I'm gonna keep doing it to because it's not, they're doing it intentionally, and intentionally to the fact that like they can realize what we're saying, they can hear what we're saying, but they just can't. Like to them, it's like they kind of tilt their head and they're just like looking at us, squinting, like, I don't get what do you mean? Like, and it's like, you know what we're saying. You do know it. You know? Like, so.
It's a game with the ego, well, I mean, you know? I can put it out my ego now and you will never win, you know? You will never win if I put my ego outside. Never, Miggy.
So this is the Alice in Wonderland CIA tactic. Where you just, and that's all it is.
Confuse the enemy, and then like so, and you want to keep having the audience, the third party perspective that's listening right now. They're like, well, wow, he really got stymied because he doesn't know how to answer this guy. No, the guy's a freaking moron. First of all,
did he leave or did he get disconnected?
He probably got disconnected. I need to rage quit these guys, dude, on the daily. I want them to come in. I want them to rage quit on me. I want them to feel like there isn't any out. I want to push them to a corner where they sound so absurd to the audience that the audience is like, damn, I can't believe they're in here. Like, that's what I want. I crave that, dude. I like, because I know that there's like more of them than there is us, dude. Like the critical thinkers, there's few of them. Like actually, when you, because you know, it's just the way people are being, like this mind virus that everyone has.
Do you know something? Well, I believe I do.
Bro, like I can't. Like we start talking about like things that are important. Like, how can we have a logically consistent conversation and stay within the boundaries of critical thought when you know they say things like that? How is it possible? It's not gonna go anywhere. I was telling the guys about it, man, in here.
Well, we know what it's the same. It's like the game plan, right? You change the definition of words, you change what it means to be rational, you question whether truth can be known at all, whether you can actually know anything. They're trying to just like uproot the entire scheme of rationalization altogether, to throw it all into chaos, to throw it all into doubt, right? And there's a reason for that, because they want to rebuild it in their image.
Yep.
And at some point, when all of it is stripped away, when all the critical thinking ability, oh my God, I'm confused, I don't know anything. Oh, please, leader, just tell me what's true.
Yep. And here comes the expert. Well, I've studied this for 20 years, and my professional opinion is freaking yada yada, etc., etc.
Then they revert to, don't ask me, ask a scientist.
Yeah, it's generally my professional opinion is I believe.
My best guess is yada yada.
When they start off acting like they're absolutely uncertain whether or not they can be certain, that's like giving up on the debate and discussion before it ever begins.
That's what I'm saying. And he said he's here to tell people the truth. You're disclaiming that the truth exists.
Yeah.
Is that the truth? Like, where's the truth? Like, what are you trying to tell us?
And then he doesn't know if it. Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. So your whole world of bringing everybody. Okay, Kim, I gotta show you guys a demonstration. Check out this demonstration. Are you sure the demonstration is gonna lead us to the truth? Maybe.
I think on one level, it's to create like an emotional response.
Yeah.
Because generally people are fearful of the unknown or things they don't understand. And if you create enough confusion, that emotional like response, right? It's like, imagine like I drop you off in a rainforest like you've never been at, and like, you know, you don't know where you are, you don't know anything. That unknown is going to scare the shit out of you. I mean, you know what plants are, you know what grass is, you know what ground is, you know what sky is. So you know the basics, but you don't know where you are, and that will scare you. But if someone comes walking along out of the woods and says, "Oh, I know the way," you're going to follow them. It's really simple. And that's what their gambit is. I'm going to create so much confusion and chaos, so I'll just say, I know where I'm going. I'll lead the way. But you know what? Before they lead the way, you should ask the person, do you believe in objective truth?
Yeah, exactly. Imagine having a leader that
no, I believe it's this way. Well, go there and find out, and then come back and get me. Okay, see you later.
At the end of his spiel, you're like, so are you sure you can lead us out of this? They're like, well, maybe.
Yeah. He's like, I believe it's this way, and then after a few days of walking, you're like, I'm pretty sure we're back at the same rock.
Yeah, I thought I believed I could walk in a straight line.
Well, what's weird is though, like when they have the conversation in here, we don't often ask them if they're sure about their reality, because it's just like, why would we ask these like redundant things to people, right? Like, but it seems now that it's almost like something that we have to start with, like when in our investigation to like talking to someone. It's odd that we have to. Like, I don't feel like we need. That's why the whole flat and globe Earth discussion was built on like a point for point, like kind of a back and forth. It was meant so that both parties can have a way to rationalize the information. But it seems now that the people who think the Earth is a globe don't even know, they're confused about their reality in the first place. So that's why they're so dug in, because they don't know. They're leaning their minds to the experts, and then the ones who tell them that the Earth is what it is. But then we start to realize it's a bit deeper than just kind of like a rational thought of like how they understand the Earth to be a globe. It's more than that.
That's why the flat Earth argument is starting to become global Earth arguments. Black Swan is a global Earth argument.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Well, yeah, you remember when they come in here, they're all about their gimmicks and what they're going to say and stuff. But when you peel back the layer of onion on their thought process, it just really sounds to be like they got nothing, man. None of it is like related to something that we can actually do. And so like that paper that you were reading earlier, you read in there how they even assumed it being like a mathematical construct. It's a spheroid, So they're everything is built on this assumption.
The mathematical sphere that we're using doesn't match the real Earth. I mean, there you go. Like, there's nothing else to say after that.
But I like how he. Miggy, I like how he said water. How he said water keeps the shape of the container. That's correct.
He said Earth. Did you hear him?
Earth.
Yeah, he said Earth. He didn't say water.
He didn't say water.
Okay.
Yeah, Earth.
I thought he said water.
But whatever he's saying, or
what was he going to do? Show us a wheelbarrow?
I will ask him how water is behaving in that container.
No, he meant Earth. But well, whatever he's saying, like, it doesn't matter. And these guys come in here, they're gonna keep doing the same thing, but their little, their little fun house or whatever they want to take you in, it's gonna be exploited every time. You got to remember though, because these guys who sound like they know what they're talking about, these sophists. Like they divert. One of their tactics, and he was trying to do it too while India was saying something, while I was saying something. Last night, Faustanos, who was in here, the guy who was speaking to Jedi, was doing the same thing. They don't answer the question, guys. You gotta hold them to that, because that's the thing that they escape with by confusion. They want to razzle dazzle the audience, and while you're talking about your point and you got them stymie, what they're gonna do is like, oh, but let's talk about the Earth. Wait a second. Wait just a damn minute, man. You didn't even answer what I just asked you. You want to talk about another subject? I don't think so. get your ass back over here. Like we're gonna stay here until you concede on what I'm saying. Like that's the whole magic trick. It's just getting the subject switched. You know, I don't like that. These guys that's the dirty dealings in there. It's slimy. It's getting the audience to not really focus because people are just they shift with whatever's being said, right? So if we shift the topic, they'll go with it. So
I think that's how they actually help themselves not remember. That's how they respawn. It's because they're not paying very good attention, and so when it sounds like you're refuting them, they don't want to think about that. So they're just like, oh, this other thing, and trying to jump to that. So it's really good to keep them on point and drag them back to that, just so that they can realize where they're wrong instead of them respawning always and not remembering the earlier conversations.
That's also why they won't answer the questions. Because if they answer the questions they're asked, they're going to prove themselves wrong, and then it would be hard to deny it. But if we're just making statements, right, at them, we're just saying stuff to them, they can just say they don't agree. But when they answer their own questions, were they going to disagree with themselves? Like, how are they going to get out of that?
There you go. That's it. That's what I'm all about. Let me hear you say it.
Yeah, again, I try to build it, right? You ask a very basic question, right? And then, get to the next question, which is a logical consequence of the first one, right? So you just build on it, like, basic question, another basic question, you add them together, boom, then you have another thing, and you just keep building on it. And eventually, you just lead them to where they can't support their claims. It's really simple, and you make it come out of their own mouth. It isn't even you. It's just like a lot of these Globers, they just don't. They're not asking the right questions. In fact, they're not asking any questions.
Here's what people don't realize also. Their soft tones, don't be mistaken by their soft tones that come in here. Why are you so mean to that guy? Oh, you don't think what the shit he's doing is evil? You don't think that stuff is malicious? I guarantee you, man, that thing that he's trying to do right now to you guys is even worse than what I'm doing to him. So I'm exposed to that in front of everybody so you can realize, whoa, there's something going on here. What's going on? It'll wake you up because what he's doing is lulling you back to sleep with the smooth tones and the way he speaks. It's all a part of the gimmick. It's all to get you to realize that, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about, man. I don't know what the hell's going on. So what I do when I'm actually it's to a point. It's to wake you up. Whoa, he just said something profound. You just said some words to him. Yeah, I know. See how it is? Like that's what really makes the mind wake up.
What he's saying, that like what these people say reveals like how they really feel just by their answers, right? It's not just because they're talking in a soft tone. That's not how they really feel. Okay? And it's like this. I think about like you got a court, you got a defendant, right? And he's being tried for child molestation or something. And the judge has to have a certain amount of decorum while the trial is still going on. But as soon as that sentencing happens, he's hammering them, right? We already know from the first couple of the way they're talking and the stuff they're saying that they're like, boom, we're already passing judgment. Boom, you're already guilty. We don't even need to have the whole trial. Your stupid questions confess what you really think.
And here comes the monster, and that's what it is. You see it bare its fangs when you know that they can't win. And when they can't win, they're going to tell you what you really like. They're going to do it. Either they're going to rage quit, they're going to tell you what you really are. And I'm like, yeah, just let me have it. Let me hear what you got to say. Yeah.
Well, first of all, it's a big presumption to think that you have the truth, right? And to think that you're going to give the truth to other people. But then when you're asked, okay, so it's reasonable to ask somebody that thinks they're going to give the truth to other people what they think the truth is. Right? That's a reasonable question. If you're going to go spreading your disease, right? We should know what disease it is that you're spreading. And then when they say, well, I don't actually believe in truth, like, oh, then why are you spreading it around? Why are you spreading around your doubt?
And then he's like, I think
that means there's an ulterior motive.
Yep.
He's calling his non-truth, his opinions, truth, and wants to spread them around because he wants people to adopt his opinions. Now, why do you want people to adopt confusion? That means you have an ill motive.
Ill motive. That's right.
So, dude,
that's
real simple. Yeah, they have an ill motive, and the nice talk is just nice talk. They're just talking calmly so that people don't see their real face. They're showing Dr. Jekyll, who we know about underneath there. It's actually Mr. Hyde.
Yeah.
And we've been doing this so long, we can see it immediately. Takes other people, like you were saying, they like say, "Why are you talking to him? You're so mean to him." What he's saying is blatant sociopathic deception, and we're just calling it what it is. We're not even gonna pretend for a second that it's not that. We're not gonna play that game.
I'm gonna burn down the first white knight that pops their head up. Why are you so mean to him? All right, you're on mute because you don't know. You're totally blindsided. And see, that's what happens. These sociopaths, they do that because they know exactly what they're doing and how to do it. They've been good at this game, and so they're using their ability to tug at people's heartstrings and get them to kind of emotionally go with the conversation versus logically, and they get them engaged. Let him talk. Bullshit. I'm not going to let this idiot talk because all he's going to do is keep going around in circles. So you identify the part where he doesn't know what he's saying and you expose it and then tell people, okay, so you guys want to hear this guy who doesn't know what truth is tell you about truth. Does that make sense? Well, I'm going to let this guy ramble on for 30, 40 minutes about some shit or demonstration he doesn't even know is true himself. Is that demonstration going to lead us to objective truth? Maybe. That's what he said. Maybe. So he doesn't even know himself. And we're going to listen to this guy? For what? We're in here about the truth business. It's either really true or it's not. Right? Why are we going to listen to some guy? I don't know, but here it is. Like, kick rocks with that shit.
Yeah, man. Just trying to drag people down into his freaking pit. Come down here with me where we don't know anything. We feel safe.
Yeah.
We feel secure.
Hell nah. And that goes for the rest of you sophists out there listening right now on YouTube. You come in here with that shit and I'm in here, you already know what time it is, man. You don't play no games with me and say, well, why are you being so mean? Because I'm going to rough you up when you come in here with your shit. Trust me. You best believe that. So you're going to come and you know what you're saying or you don't know what you're saying and have a seat. Sit down. Sit in silence or whatever. Yeah, do whatever you do. But you're not going to come in here telling everybody else about truth when you have no idea of what truth is. That's just the way it's got to be.
By their own admission. It's not us saying you don't know what the truth is. They're saying it. It's not our accusation. They're literally broadcasting it to the world. I'm an idiot and I don't know anything.
It really feels like a defense mechanism because they always go to this when they have to defend their beliefs. Like, maybe, I don't know. There's no certainty in this. But when they tried to appeal to it in the beginning, it was like, yeah, you can know.
Yeah, it has the flavor of them knowing, right? When they first start talking about it. And everybody, for the most part, is just like, hey, maybe this guy might know something. Then upon further investigation within the context of our conversation, and start to realize, wait a minute, this guy's saying this shit, he doesn't even know what he means to be, if it's true or not. There you go. But we got, let's see, who's this guy? Crescendo? Let's see, Crescendo, I just unmuted you. Welcome to the server. Crescendo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, man, what's going on? Welcome to the server.
Thank you very much.
So what we're talking about here is the shape of the Earth, and it's important that we get to, talk to the new people that join our group and find out what they think the Earth is, whether they think the Earth is a globe, they're on the fence, whether they know the Earth is flat. What do you think the conversation is, and what is your position on the topic of the shape of the Earth?
Oh, that's easy. I'm convinced it's a globe.
Okay, And why are you convinced that the Earth is a globe, Crescendo?
Yes, the real reason, not the political reason.
Just different evidence.
All right, give me one. How about that? Let's start with one. What's the first evidence? If anybody, you're on the street, and somebody, how do you know the Earth's a globe? What would you give them as a response?
The Cavendish experiment.
Okay, so what does the Cavendish experiment tell us, in your perspective?
Gravitation.
Okay, so it talks about gravity with the physics, right? So on this, and I would call it's a derivative argument, or at least a subject, because you have to actually think that the Earth is a globe before you actually get to the physics of the globe. Would you agree with me on that one? You have to first know that the Earth is a globe.
Not necessarily, no.
Before you talk about the physics of the Earth being a globe, it has to be a globe first, right?
Not necessarily.
No, it has to be a globe first in order for it to have...
Okay, let me lay it out to you. Let me lay it out for you. So if I went into the Amazon rainforest with a bunch of people that never seen any freaking white people, Europeans, or anybody that have been living there for 10,000 years, I set up the Cavendish experiment, the balls attract towards each other, then start oscillating. Do you think they're going to go, holy shit, the Earth's a globe? Okay,
I don't think so. No.
Yes or no?
Derivative argument.
but we're not in the Amazonas.
Well, the analogy is fitting, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
No, you said that was the evidence of the globe. You didn't provide the logic that led you to that.
World nations, and you have you can reach out for knowledge for science.
You're struggling here, brother. All right, so check this out.
So hold on, Miggy. Let me just lay it out for him.
English is not my first language, so please.
That's fine, but you can understand what we're saying, so that's good.
Okay, so you didn't give us the logical connection between the Cavendish and why the Earth's a globe. You just said Cavendish experiment.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I used that analogy. And Miggy asked, what about the Cavendish experiment demonstrate that the Earth's a globe? You just said gravity. Like, what does any of that mean? Does gravity predict the Earth's a globe?
In a way, yes.
In what way?
In what way?
In that way that you can observe asteroids with a certain mass become more and more globe-like. Just like you can observe Phobos and Deimos, the two moons.
Wait, don't go into any other thing. Just stay with asteroids. Their mass. What?
So somebody has observed asteroids forming into globe-like things.
Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
From Earth.
That was
talking about a video game.
Yeah.
With a certain mass, they become more and more globe-like.
Yes. But
that an observation
been done? When or where?
That's a fact. From
no, fine. Where has it been done, Crescendo? But you have to stop for a second. Don't go into anything else. Where has this been done? We're asking you a specific question.
Wasn't done.
What name of the person has
observed?
Say again.
It wasn't done. It is observed.
Who observed it, sir? Who did? Who observed it?
Oh, I'm not prepared for that right now.
What do you
like? If I'd known, I'd be asked today.
Well, I can make something up too if you want, right? I mean, I can make something up, but then if I don't back it up with a knowledge base of like how I understood this to be,
absolutely.
Right. So what I'm saying is I'm going to hand wave dismiss what you just said about that and say that you have no knowledge of that until you bring forward where this has been witnessed or how it's been done. You really you're making things up at this point until you can.
I'm not making things up.
Oh yes, I would say that you very much are because you haven't brought any information, sir. That's going to show us
because I didn't come prepared. Well,
think about it like this. It's not that you're not prepared.
I'm not here to offend you or something.
It's not that you're just not prepared, right? It's not that you're just not prepared. Is that coming into a discussion where it involves a particular type of critical thought for somebody to like, okay, if you're saying one thing, how do I know this other thing is connected to it?
Wasn't prepared
And so
to
we're following like a
participate.
logic chain.
I
We're
came
following.
here to listen and maybe
We're following.
learn.
No, you need to listen, sir. We're following a logic chain. So it goes from you saying Cavendish, right? From that to you proving that gravity is the physics working on a globe. From that to how does the gravity prove that the Earth is a globe? So we're going on a logic chain.
Gravity
What you're telling us,
is the form of the globe.
you're not letting me finish.
Mass.
Finish. So what you're telling us that this logic chain somewhere down the line, there's a link missing. So then the chain can't be complete. So what we're getting to right now is showing the audience that some people that come in here, they'll tell us that they have evidence, but at some point that logic chain breaks down, and then there's no way that they can connect the fact that the knowledge that they know about something like Cavendish is connected to the Earth and its rotundity. Okay, so there it is. And I laid it out for you so you can understand there's a logic chain, sir. Even if you start off with Cavendish as a derivative topic, it's still going to lead back to the Earth being a globe. But if you don't have the thing that you're talking about leading back as a logic chain to the source, which means that it's going to point to the Earth's rotundity, then you don't have an argument for saying that that's evidence of the Earth being a globe,
I
sir.
wasn't trying to make an argument.
It's
you
not
you asked me why I was convinced that the Earth is a globe.
I know
And
that.
I
know that we asked you that.
told you one example. That's it.
But it's not an example. An example would be the Earth is a globe because there's measured drop over distance. That's an example. And I could probably show you that if I was somebody to believe that. And then if there would be any evidence for that, then of course it would follow. But
Again, I wasn't prepared to participate.
What you're presenting right now is
I'm not
something.
presenting anything. I'm just giving you
told me about
an answer.
Cavendish. No, you told me about Cavendish, did you not? I mean, that was something you showed us.
It was not a presentation. Just an answer why I am convinced the Earth is a globe.
We're trying to figure out why that's convincing, and you've gone back to something that you don't even know for certain exists, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yes. You can't say.
Let me say this. Okay, if you go Google right now, images taken from Earth with a telescope of asteroids. Go do that, and then you're going to tell me that they can tell from those images they see asteroids forming spheres. That's bullshit, and you know it.
Again, I didn't come here to debate.
Okay, no one's ever observed that. Okay, so your reasoning from Cavendish going back to asteroids form spheres is faulty. So we often deal with this gravity claim. We've dealt with it lots of times. There's no evidence.
You might doubt that as you wish.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now. I've asked many globe earthers, many. Is there any evidence of gravity forming something into a sphere? An observation, an experiment, or a physics model that predicts it? And the answer is no for all of those.
Indeed.
Okay.
That's not how I remember it, but
well, I mean, I know they told you something in school. I know they told you something in school that's different, but that's actually not the truth. And you can go find out yourself because there's published papers from astronomical journals where they've done simulations, like particles in a simulation.
I continually do.
Pardon me?
I continually do.
What do you say?
They continually do? What does that mean?
I continually do.
Do what?
Okay. You read astronomical journals?
Not exactly, but I found some sources I consult every now and then.
Hey, let me just ask him a question real quick. And
just let me finish. You can go. Well, in the astronomical journal I've seen, they've run in simulation. It's called the discrete element analysis, where they take individual particles, right, and they run them in a simulation, and they don't form into a sphere. And they say that a sphere is a special case if the mass and density of the particles is homogeneous and isotropically spread apart, right? That means all the particles are exactly evenly spread apart, and they're identical mass. That's the only way, by running them in simulation, can you get this to work using Newtonian gravity. So the fact remains is that it is a claim that gravity will form things into spheres, but it doesn't have any experiment, it doesn't have any observation, and it doesn't have even a physics model that predicts it. And that's a fact. I know they told you something different in school. They told us all the same thing. Oh, there's a big ball of dust out there, and gravity's going to get it to form into a ball.
When you say something, as when they say something.
Well, this is what they say. There's a difference between the science they teach at the academic level and what they tell you in primary school, right?
I guess so.
So in primary school, they say, Earth's a ball because gravity pulls everything to the center, right?
That's not what I heard in primary school, but
let me ask, we've had hundreds of kids come in here and say that.
Yeah, let me ask him something real quick.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, and then you guys can continue. So, if we're to say right now that we're talking on Discord, would you agree with that, Crescendo? Right now,
I didn't get that.
If we're talking on Discord right now, would you agree with that?
We do. We talk on Discord right now. Yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord right now?
Yes, I am.
You had to think about it.
Well, why did you have to think about it? Why didn't you respond right away?
You could argue I am not actually talking on Discord. I'm talking on a microphone I have here right by me now in my home. And this is going into an application called Discord, which is a client that is connected with a server, and the server is connecting to many other clients where
if you wanted to be hyper specific, you could analyze it in a way. Yeah, you could do that.
Say
right?
We are talking on Discord.
Yeah, but the understanding
we can leave it at that.
Yeah, the understanding is that we are talking on Discord, but are you sure that we're talking on Discord, as in with the certainty of 100%? That's what I meant.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So long as you're able to understand the reality in which you are in. So if I was to tell you, what are you doing right now? Sitting down, standing up, walking around. What are you doing right now, physically? Laying down.
I'm sitting, having a cigarette.
Okay, sitting down, having a cigarette. Would you say that you're certain, that you're 100% certain that you're sitting down having a cigarette?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's all. That's it.
We're trying to weed out the brain in the jar types, that the ones that think you can't know anything for certain. Trying to make sure we're not wasting our time with one of them. Make sure you're not one of them.
I am as certain as I can get. There may be some models.
Oh shit!
Let it be the Matrix. Let it be the dream of the gods. Whatever. But that doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. Okay. Good enough.
Certain enough.
It's good enough for me, man. Don't lose what you have right now, because if you lose it, it's gone forever.
So,
I do my very best.
We have many. You sound older. You might not be.
I am.
Okay, so you're out of high school.
I am definitely.
Are you past college age?
Yes.
University. Okay, cool. We have many people, because Discord is primarily younger males as a demographic. So
it's true, yeah.
Yeah, so we have a lot of people coming to the server. They're like between 18 and 24. So they're like either at the end of high school or in college somewhere or in university. Many, I can't even tell you how many, thousands come in here and they said, Earth is a ball because gravity pulls things to the center. Right? This is how they're taught in school. They're not taught the inverse square law. I mean, not till later on, not till they're like way in university. They don't give these. Well, the point is that at that level, at some level, they teach you very basic. They teach you at some level. Everything is pulled to the center. It's a ball. But then at the university level, they teach you the actual, physics model, which is the math, right? Which is the mathematics. And if you take these mathematics and actually apply them You don't get a ball. Drace posted it in the live stream. Like if you go in the live stream voice text, that's where he posts things. If you scroll up, simulating asteroid rubble piles with a self-gravitating sosphere distinct element method model from the, what the hell was it? American Astronomical Society. I got sent this by a Glober. When I asked, I was like, come on, do you have any actual evidence for this? You know, it's just something people say. It's one of those things that gravity forms things into spheres. And this is why we need the sphere.
Why would they say that if it wasn't true?
Common delusion.
It's because when they created the Big Bang Theory, that's part of the whole premise of that theory, that Newtonian gravity, everything's attracting. That's how the ball started to get created. That's just, in Einstein, that's not how it works. You need to have big enough balls to bend space-time to get gravity.
Yeah, it's a myth. Let's put it that way. So here's another myth. Latitude and longitude are points on the ground. That's a myth. Everyone believes that, but it's not true. And it's not true.
Yeah.
No, latitude and longitude, the actual coordinates, they're not points on the ground. Those are based on positions in the sky. How do we celestial navigate? How do we find our latitude and longitude? By looking at the sky. Because the latitude and longitude are actually spatial references. They're not ground references. They're just a common misconception, because when you go to kindergarten, they put you in class, there's a globe in the classroom, and people look at it and they see the little latitude and longitude lines on there, and they go, wow, well, look, those are places on the ground. Well, if they used the celestial globe and stuck that in there, that would be more accurate to the truth, to the truth of the coordinate system. So there's a lot of myths surrounding this stuff, right? So you need the sphere, because they say the Earth has because a lot of it's really predictable that you come, and when you were asked what your evidence for the globe is, you mention physics, right? You mentioned the Cavendish experiment, which ain't actually experiment. It's called an experiment, though. You mentioned physics, right? But if I asked you, what's your evidence that you have a square table, you wouldn't start talking about how a saw works, would you? Or what a woodworker does, or the properties of wood. You'd say, no, I know it's square because I took a tape measure to it, and it's 48 by 48, inches. So that's how I know it's a square.
But you
so when they claim
that to navigate over the seas, would you?
Pardon me?
You wouldn't take a tape measure to navigate over the seas.
No, of course not. Of course not. Because that's too much tape.
For one thing, yeah.
You would need a big boat, man. Like, you have a big ass boat. Like, you wouldn't actually have any cargo in your boat. It would just be all tape measure.
All tape measure, right?
So it could probably work. There's different ways to measure. What I'm saying is, there's different ways to measure long distances other than that. I'm just saying, you wouldn't talk about the physics, like a physics model to determine the shape of something, because to claim Earth is a globe, or Earth is a sphere, or Earth is a ball is a geometric claim. It's not a claim about physics. It's a claim about the figure of the Earth, its shape, its form, whatever you want to call it, right? And the thing is, with flat Earth, you can eliminate the sphere, right? Flat just describes the surface. Doesn't mean it's a disk in space. It doesn't mean it's a freaking disk accelerating up or any of those things. All it means, we're describing the surface. And if the surface is flat, it can't be a sphere. Can't have a sphere with flat surfaces on it, right? Then it's not a sphere anymore. But flat could be anything. Could be square. Could be a freaking pyramid. Could be whatever. If you want to talk about an absolute shape. But those
That's
are like...
not the Earth is a pyramid.
Well, I mean... But these are all idealized shapes, right? So if I ask you what's the shape of a rock, you don't have an answer. No one has an answer. There is rock, like what? Rock shape? Like, so when people say, what's the shape of the Earth? Like, we're not making any claim about it having some idealized shape, like a platonic solid or a non-platonic solid. That's the globe claim, and that's how it started. Like, most people don't know this, that the globe idea started because of the aesthetic preferences of the Greeks of the time, specifically Plato and Pythagoras, the cult of Pythagorean, the Pythagorean cult, right? They said, and even Copernicus mentions this in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, that a sphere is the most perfect shape. It's just I guess it's just some odd coincidence that they had aesthetic and metaphysical reasons for believing that the sphere is the most perfect shape, and that was their reasoning why the Earth was a sphere. Before they had Eratosthenes, before they had any science, before they had anything, this is what they said. Right? Before any of that. You can, it's in Plato's Dialogues of Timaeus. Like, you can just go read it. It's in Copernicus' Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. They had an aesthetic reason. It had nothing to do with science or geometry or anything. Well, I mean, it had to do with geometry, but they're...
On the other hand, you find flat Earth in most mythologies.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying when it changed, because the only people that believed in the globe was, started in ancient Western civilization and spread out. Right? So, at least that's the story. Started with the Greeks, bled into everywhere else. Bled into Persia. India took a long time. China took a long time. Most of the world took a long time. It was mostly this anthropologist that's a flat earther calls it the colonial cosmology, because that's how it was spread. It was spread through colonialism. And that's pretty much an indisputable fact that that's how the heliocentric model spread, was through colonialism. But that's political. I'm not going to get into that.
Don't you think that at least the Indians and Chinese would have tested that those theses?
At what point?
At any possible point.
Well, I mean, at the same time as Eratosthenes supposedly used sticks and shadows to determine the Earth as a sphere, or so-called quote-unquote measure the circumference, there was a Chinese guy at the same time doing the same test, concluding it was a flat Earth.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I could actually post a link to it.
Yeah, and if you actually look into when China adopted the globe, it was during the fall of the Ming Empire. They invited Jesuits in to teach the emperor's sons, and that's where the globe model came from.
Yeah, so they believed it like, other so-called civilizations. I don't like using the term civilization because that is specifically Roman, because that's where the word comes from. It comes from the Roman Empire. So Western civilization, Greeks to the Macedonians to the Romans, on and on and on and on, until, they found the British, and then the British decided they were going to sail everywhere and do their thing, and basically, tie off the loose end of anyone believing the Earth was flat. China, it was the official policy of China going into the late 1800s that the Earth was flat. But the point is that we can test this geometric claim. You can use lasers, you can use your observations, you can use your eyes, you can use radio waves, microwaves, pick something, right? Because we can't use a tape measure that's impractical. So what we can do is use instruments that we actually can measure things with, electromagnetic radiation, and we can determine if the surface of the Earth is actually curving. And guess what? It's not. And if it's not curving, it can't be a ball. And it doesn't matter what the theories of gravity say or what, whatever says, because if you can directly measure an object or or matter, and it has some particular form, it doesn't matter what your theory about how that form should form or the lights above it or any other stupid thing, because it is what it is. Nothing I do when I measure a table, no freaking goddamn mental construct in my head can change its squareness. No matter what I think, the lights look a certain way, it must be this, or, wood works this way, so it must be that. It is what it is.
So you also think the photographs from outer space are fake?
So this is the funny part. This is why I said tell the truth in the beginning, because that's why you really believe it. That is the real reason why people believe the Earth's a globe, is that television.
One among many.
That's the real reason.
I thought that I said so.
Well, put it this way: if you never saw a TV set in your life, you would be more. Flat Earth would probably seem more plausible to you than if you never saw a television set. Right? If you never saw the
Flat
image.
Earth does make sense within a certain possibility to reach. So when I go outside and take a look around, it appears flat. Sure.
Okay. Yeah. But there's some other people that came on TV and they said that is an optical illusion.
Not so much an optical
Well, that's what they're saying.
illusion.
It is. It just looks flat, but it's actually not flat.
It appears to be flat, but with measurements, you can see it's not.
Which instrument is that?
You just said you can use lasers.
Yeah. Don't you think any flat earthers done laser tests? Actually, we've done the
I've seen this laser test. Forgot the name some time ago, and the whole documentary ended with his uttering interesting, because his measurement just didn't.
That's a hit piece. That's not something flat earthers created.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that laser test. What was the distance they did a laser on?
As I said, it's some time ago. I saw that.
Well, would it surprise me if would it surprise you if I told you they didn't even use a laser and that they used a flashlight?
Hard to believe.
Oh, they used a flashlight. There was no laser. They had a laser when they were setting up, and they turned it on too long. And there's something called a collimator on the laser. It makes the laser beam not diverge and go parallel. But if you turn your laser on too long, that thing heats up. You can only leave it on like 7 seconds, and it'll melt it. Well, that's what they did. But they had like 100 people there, and they didn't want to just do nothing. And plus, because people put up money as a GoFundMe for him to buy the laser, buy the collimator, and actually do the test. So they just went through with it anyway with a flashlight.
Yes, that's okay.
But why'd you get the idea that there was a laser, though? Because that's what they led people to believe in the hit piece.
Okay, Crescendo. By the way, if you look above the live stream, there's live stream voice text chat. That's the channel where we post accompanying evidence to support what we're saying.
The thing is, the test couldn't have possibly worked. He's trying to shine a flashlight through 3 little tiny freaking holes, 1.6 kilometers. It couldn't have worked in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
It couldn't have worked. Just think about it for a second. Okay. Now, say you took 3 black pieces of construction paper, and you took a pin, and you punched a needle, and punched a needle hole through each of them, and you lined up all those little holes in a straight line, and you took a light at the end of these 3, and you tried to look through the hole to see that light. It would never happen. It's not possible because of something called diffraction.
I can't see how these photographs you posted would object to the Earth as a globe.
Did you see the second to the last globe picture? You think those pictures are honest representation of where you live? You think the clouds are the exact same? What is this, 5 years apart?
Oh, that's what you're about. Okay.
The one below it is just showing.
I don't know. I've learned that they had to superimpose different layers to get a whole picture.
Yeah, no. If you go one picture higher, you'll see the man who made the blue marble image, for instance. He says, "We wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. Sure. That ball became the famous blue marble."
Where did you get your expectations of how Earth should look?
From learning about physics, from getting that a boat will disappear behind the horizon with its body first and some mass at last.
So you see something disappear in the distance, and you think that is caused by Earth curve? Do you have any evidence that it's caused by any Earth curve?
It seemed the most plausible.
Does it? How do you figure that when we can see 10 times further than the required geometry of the globe?
I haven't figured that out.
Question. I decided to go and ask Google, what's the real shape of the Earth, right? And Google says it looks like a perfect sphere from space, and we just went over that, how it's just a photoshopped image of a ball in space. And then they go on to say that Earth's true shape is an ellipsoid. I was like, so it's a sphere and an ellipsoid. Like, once it's an ellipsoid, it's not a sphere anymore. You know, we know our shapes. You know, shapes, colors, letters. We know that was primary. That was primary. So how can it be a sphere and an ellipsoid? If it's an ellipsoid, shouldn't it look like an ellipsoid from this? You know, from fallacious space?
No, they want to have their cake and eat it. That's why it's slightly chubbier on the bottom, like pear-shaped. Oh, and the same guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, also tells you it's kind of hamburger shaped because it's flattened at the poles. What he's basically doing is creating ad hoc excuses to excuse away the errors within their models to reality, because the models don't match reality, and you got to have some kind of it's because it's wider below the equator, that's why it's off here. Okay, I get it.
I think Crescendo missed Indio's question as well. Indio said, "Where do you get your idea of what the Earth should look like?" And you said boats over the horizon and stuff like that. I think it was meaning more like, where do you get your idea of what it looks like from space to recognize what you're looking at? Do you understand? Like, where do you get these pictures from in your head that what the Earth should look like? Shendo?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Where do I get the idea? There are observations from other planets that show that they have a sphere-like shape.
No, where do you get the idea? Where do you get the idea of what the Earth should look like?
Changing, and with time we see the same surfaces again. So that might be a hint.
Well, the point of the question, I think, is more like, you've seen a horse, so you know what a horse looks like. So you can recognize when you see a horse. But when you see the image of an Earth, the only reason that you recognize that image of Earth is because they fed you an image of Earth. And then they fed you another one and said, look, we have a photo. Oh, and you go, oh, okay, well, that looks like Earth should look like. And so, how do you know what Earth should look like if they've just fed you what Earth should look like? You understand what I mean? There's no images of Earth from other planets. I don't know where you're going with that. But
it might be the Mars thing, and if you really just do some digging on that, you'll find out that they've been faking Mars in places like Greenland and Devon Island, and in the deserts in like Arizona and New Mexico. The terrain coincidentally happens to look identical. So there's, and NASA tells us that the planets are balls of gases, right? So it's just a ball of gas, and it's not terra firma. It's not a firm, like, ball of hard land, like our planet, like where we live.
Mars is supposed to be a rock planet.
That's supposed to be, but by whose definition? Who said that? Who says it's supposed to be firm?
Just think about it this way. All of that supposed knowledge of the terra firma of these planets is something you can never confirm. You can never verify that. But you can...
Me personally, not. But the probes we send up?
We send out? You don't make any probes and send out any probes.
We, the species.
No, you don't send any probes out, and you don't know what's coming back. Anybody could be feeding you whatever they want, and you just have to take it on faith. That's the difference. It's unverifiable to you, and you just have to take it on faith.
At some points, I have to take things on faith. So when
the whole globe is only taken on faith.
Nutritional facts on the bread I bought, I have to trust the people that printed that on there.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No. You can eat it and you can try it out and figure out, oh my god, this tastes really bad. There's something wrong with this. And then you sue them and you figure out, oh my god, they fucked up the process, and you get a lot of money. You don't have to trust them.
Nutritional facts. They
Wait. Hold on. Why would you have to trust them? Why?
Because I try to live on a diet.
Well, I thought we were talking about the vacuum of space and stuff like that. I thought we were talking about NASA.
What I was talking about, taking things on faith. That we can't do without taking things on faith.
You know, to take something on faith like this is to like, it's like to give $20 to a homeless man and take it on faith that he'll pay you back tomorrow. That's not going to happen. It's a blind thing. It's blind faith, you know, that has absolutely no supporting evidence.
But do you also understand that arguing from a standpoint of just blind faith is not very valid and doesn't serve to convince anybody here of your stance?
Right, but we have satellites that give us GPS signals to find.
They work through towers mostly, actually.
Yeah, actually, there are massive cables under the ocean floor that all connect. They run together. They run to repeaters, amplifiers, and servers, and they run to towers on land, which triangulate your geographic position on land. So that doesn't happen from any kind of object in quote unquote orbit. That's happening right here on Earth.
Yeah, it's based on the LoRaWAN system.
Would you cable through the oceans to triangulate on land?
No, the cables to the ocean are the thing that we're talking on right now. It's what all the internet runs on through, and all of the GPS and everything else. Oh, everything else hooks on through this infrastructure. GPS uses the cell towers for triangulation. That's how primarily how it uses it. That's why when you go in between mountains, when there's no towers anywhere in the middle of fucking nowhere, you don't have a signal, you can't call anywhere, you don't have GPS either on your phone.
With no line of sight to the satellites, you would.
Well, you have line of sight to the whole sky, which is supposed to be covered in satellites. So you should have line of sight to the satellites, but no towers. But that's why, because you don't have a line of sight to any towers, that's why you don't have any signals.
In the mountains, you just might not.
Yeah, the mountains are blocking the signals laterally from coming from the towers, but it's open to the sky because you're not in a cave.
Not what I experienced.
So, you know that we were all taught that what goes up must come down, right?
I know that is taught in some English-speaking countries. It's not common here.
Crescendo, what do you experience?
I can follow. Where are you going with that?
Not how I experience. And what do you experience?
I had GPS signals in the mountains.
Okay. And what that GPS signal is telling you?
They're not telling me, they're telling the software.
Okay, how does having GPS signals somewhere where there's GPS coverage with towers prove that GPS is from outer space?
There were no towers.
What is telling to software?
GPS signal transports a timestamp.
Okay.
And a measurement it enables the software to recognize the distance between the satellite and my position.
Does has anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
Excuse me?
Has anything to do with the shape of the Earth, that GPS signals.
I was talking about satellites.
Yeah, you're assuming satellites. The thing is, we have actually we have maps.
Satellites are just one example of them.
We have maps of GPS where GPS is available and can be used. These maps do not show roaming circles. They're centered around towers.
Right. The map, the GPS map shows towers on land. It doesn't show any kind of orbiting satellites in space. And so your argument for satellites is, I mean, it really falls flat, no pun intended.
I bet it was.
But if crescendo, let's say, which signals I want to understand, and satellites giving the signals, and now what? Does that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth? If satellites sending the signals, does that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
With GPS satellites working all over the world, I guess so. Yeah.
Well, how come there's certain places on Earth that I can't get signal?
Jenna, just a second.
I don't know about them.
Crescendo, I want to make conclusion. That means if we have signals that Earth is sphere.
Come again?
If we have signals from satellites, that means that Earth is sphere.
As long as we have those signals all over the world, I guess so.
Okay, that means that the surface of the Earth is curving because we have signals from the satellites.
Being on a globe Earth with satellites orbiting around the Earth, yes.
That means that water in reality is curving.
I've got one for this.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Do you see how there's no logical connection between the two?
And can you show us where is that it's curving in reality?
You might see that most impressively in the Pacific Ocean, I guess.
How? I was on an Adriatic Sea and it doesn't curve there.
No line of sight between the Americas and, let's say, Japan or Australia.
And how I could do that? How I can measure and have the distance from America to the Japan?
Whatever light you might send in that direction, it won't get there.
Can I ask you one simple question? I don't want to be rude. Do you know what is sphere?
I guess so.
Do you know what every sphere has?
Tell me.
Radius. That means that it's curving, and that means that has the over drop over distance. Every sphere.
Okay.
This one has no. This one has no drop over distance. This one, what you calling the globe, this globe Earth.
I can't quite follow.
This sphere, what you call Earth, what you think that satellites, it's giving signals, has no that drop over distance in reality, like all other spheres.
That's what you say, sure.
No, that what is nature saying, not I'm saying. That it's what water is showing you every day. In reality, I'm not saying that. That it's water.
I'm going to ask a question. Can I ask a question?
I will tell you something.
Only line of sight between the Americas and Japan or Australia.
One important thing: do you know the size of this ball?
The size.
Yeah, that is important because it must. Yeah.
How big around is your ball at the equator? How big around is your ball at the equator?
Again, please.
How big around is your globe at the equator?
To my knowledge, it's 40,000 kilometers.
Yeah. Do you know what that means? How far you can see?
It's not 40,000 kilometers.
No, but do you know how much you can see on the globe?
With your own eyes. How much?
With your own eyes.
Oh, again, I'm not prepared. I don't have anything.
Okay, we can help you. We can help you with that.
Sure.
It's about with your height, like 2 meters, 3 miles, 5 kilometers, not more. But do you know what?
Elevation?
We see 16, 20, 40, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers.
Something like I know when you're up at elevation. I mean, you can see pretty far out. Like we shouldn't be able to see as far as we're able to see if there is curvature.
As a matter of fact, I can see some details from a nearby city in about 30 to 40 kilometers distance. On a clear day, not always, but I've never been able to see the streets of these cities. I've been able to see
think about this.
some towers, the Dome of Cologne, such, but no streets, no residential.
I don't think you'd be able to see these through the atmospheric distortion. You know, when you're driving on the road and it's hot, and you look ahead, and there's like a mirage. You know, it looks like the road has turned into water. That's the atmospheric distortion. That, I mean, you're not going to be able to see, certain things from too far away.
I know
because of the atmospheric distortion. Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Okay.
On a clear day, I can see the dome from Cologne and the tower. Funkturm heißt das.
And from where you are, how far away is that?
That's about 30 to 40 kilometers.
Okay, that's pretty significant.
And on which height are you on valley, or you're on a mountain, or what?
Yeah, what's your elevation in comparison to what you're viewing?
See, if I came prepared, I would tell you those measurements, but I cannot because I'm not prepared, as I said.
So you don't know the elevation of the place you live?
Right.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Isn't that something you can just figure out in like a couple of seconds online?
Yes, that's exactly. That's yes.
Yes, I guess I could.
Yes. You could do it right now, even while you're talking to us. You could do it right now, which we encourage you to do that, to research things in real time with us.
And there is an answer for satellites. If satellites are correct, that means that this curve also must be there and everything is fine.
Yeah, that's what I still believe.
Yeah, but that curve is not there because you need to go outside and check the reality, not television.
So I've got a question I've got a curvature question. Okay. When you're looking at, like, say you're looking at the reflection of like a mountain range in like a large lake, okay, in a large body of water, is the reflection on the water symmetrical, or does the reflection on the water have convexity?
Symmetrical to what?
So it's symmetrical. Well, you only get symmetrical.
I'm asking, symmetrical to what?
To the natural landscape.
Oh, that depends.
It's a simple yes or no. Are reflections in water symmetrical?
I think I've seen symmetrical reflections.
Yes, we all observe Correct. We all observe symmetrical reflections in water with no
Oh,
convexity.
there are pictures. Huh? Nice.
Yes, there's tons of stuff about it. Now this would indicate that there is no convexity on water. This would indicate that physics is correct when physics says that water seeks its level. And that's level, flat. If you go look up the definitions for horizon, which is horizontal, it's parallel, it's level. And that's for a reason, because water rests level. This earth contains water. And the land comes sticking up out of the water. We have points of elevation above and below sea level. I believe the Dead Sea is the only sea that's below sea level.
But this still are small bodies of water, aren't they?
Yes, I understand that. There are lakes that are also level above sea level. Okay? But every body of water from the highest point to the lowest point is 100% level. We're not saying flat, because we understand there's waves and stuff. There's waves in water. So, of course, it's not going to be flat, but it's level.
Mm-hmm. Level.
So water, period, is level all across the inertial plane. All across the inertial Earth plane, right?
But level to what?
What do you mean level to what? Water seeks its own level. This is physics. This is the law of physics. Water seeks its own level. It becomes level with itself. It becomes level with itself.
And curves on the water.
There is no curve. There's no convexity in water. It's all very.
You're
very
right, Crescendo. If you say like that, you're
body of mass. It should curve, shouldn't it?
Crescendo, you're correct with the words. What you are saying, the gravity should to curve the water. You're correct, but it doesn't in the reality. That's the point.
Right. That is another very important.
So why don't we have a line of sight between the Americas?
Just think about it this. Just think about it this way, Crescendo.
Just think about
it this way. You are correct.
A laser.
Hey. Think. Stop talking. Think about it this way. You are correct that the water would be bulging up if the Earth was a ball. So that also means that if you have a really flat surface, like a salt flat, for instance, then the water would collect in the center of the salt flat first, and it would build up into this ball or curve, as you believe. The problem is, salt flats actually, when they flood, they're at equal elevation throughout.
Yeah, because water is always level. On the surface, it's always level.
Okay.
That's just physics. That's undeniable, irrefutable physics that water is always going to be level. And if it's level in a cup, if it's level in a bowl, if it's level in a puddle, a pond, a lake, sea level, water's level all across this place, man. That is the reality that we all observe. And that is why there is the law of physics that dictates that water will find its own level. You're like, in reference to its level to what? It is level with itself consistently all the way across the surface. Okay. This is a law. This is a physical law. So how does water curve?
Unless acted upon by outside forces.
Outside forces. But those outside forces, they're way on the outside of our massive container.
The problem is, globers like to believe that gravity is holding it all together into a ball, and therefore level means curved, and it's all just based in belief. So we would like people to go out and test it with lasers and infrared cameras, and look for this curve you believe is out there. Test it, look at the numbers.
I want to encourage people to look up acoustic resonance levitation and really just do some deep thinking on that and think about gravity. Think about what is the force of gravity? What could be, holding Earth where it's at on the outside of things, But that doesn't have to do with the shape of the Earth. It doesn't have to do with the fact that water rests level.
It's irrelevant.
Gravity. Their whole excuse for gravity is just it's very poor. The water's always going to be level, and I haven't heard any refute. I haven't heard any debunks or anything about that.
Yeah, the curves you're going to find in the water
because I didn't come prepared.
The curves in the water would be due to the water motion, or air pushing the water and creating waves, or the tides, which are an unknown phenomenon, really. They don't understand well how that's caused and have no actual scientific experiment to prove the cause of that, because they believe it's the moon that's causing it.
Yeah, there's a rise and fall of the tides, but the water's still level. It's still at a level, whether it's a lower level or a higher level.
The way that works is tides circle around amphidromic points. The amphidromic points all over the world are all level with each other. So the whole world is level. But these bulges of water or depressions move around these points in circular motions. And that's what we call the tides.
You're saying level on a sphere, like a sphere is level? Like a sphere is going to go in like any direction. That's not necessarily like...
I know. They just claim that level is curved because it's relative to their spheroid, essentially. It's like every point where you are on is level, and then someone else standing somewhere else is level, but your levels are not the same level, just like they believe your up is not his up. They're just all over the place.
It's very contradictory. I mean, you cannot get a perfect 90 degrees horizontal to vertical on a sphere. You would have to completely change and morph your angle, and then what? What kind of an angle is that? It's like this weird trapezoidal. I don't know.
Yeah, they're locked in this. They're locked in this mental gymnastic, like knot, where they think the Earth is so big that it's locally flat. Like it's flat all the way up to the horizon, and then it starts to curve away. And then as they rise up, that horizon, of course, extends out because the angle to the ground opens up, and you can see further. But to them, they're like, I'm seeing
why doesn't NASA show us? Why doesn't NASA show us buildings?
I'm not done. And they're like, I'm seeing around the ball. But they're not actually seeing around the ball. They just don't know how their eyes work. And the thing is, to them, as they rise up like this, it's still level all the way up to the horizon. And that's where the curve begins. And so the higher up they go, the flatter it is. But it's still a ball. It's retarded.
Yeah, it makes no sense because if it's technically flat when you're on the ground, but it just gets flatter and flatter as you go up, then but it's still a ball. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with you.
I'd say it appears flat, but it doesn't have to be.
It appears flat for a reason, my guy.
Well, the reason Grace L just told, because it's really, really big.
It's not that big. They gave us the numbers, and you think boats are disappearing over the curve at the horizon, which should be 1.22 miles away from an observer looking from 1 foot off the water. So it should be really close, depending on how close you are to the surface. But as you rise up, it just disappears and runs away as you rise, and that's just retarded.
Grace, I think that he, in this moment, didn't comprehend that because he said big. You said the size, and
the observer's elevation does play a role in that.
Crescendo, did you comprehend how much that big it is?
I'm not sure I comprehend it, but
okay, listen carefully now. Listen carefully. this is big. This is that 40,000 kilometers. With 1 foot height, with 30 centimeters height, you cannot see more than 1.22 miles. You cannot see more than 2 kilometers. That is your big air. Do you understand that now?
I guess I do, yeah.
That's the math. But you said that you see 30 kilometers at the
30.
Okay. Welcome. Ooh. Welcome to seeing
Because I wasn't 30 centimeters above the Earth.
I last summer. I was like, sorry. Wait, Anna. Summer, I was 2 inch above the sea level. Do you know when you're swimming how much your eyes is above the sea level?
The 1.6 miles you just said?
But did you know that before he said that? Did you know that before he said that? You're just repeating him?
I just repeated him, yeah.
Yeah, so I want you to look. I wanted him to look at the Black Swan real quick. This is a picture taken from a video, snapshot. And he goes out there almost every day. We could give you his YouTube channel, and he's done this like a lot of times. And he keeps bringing back evidence of this, basically. From 1 foot off the surface, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away. But we're consistently seeing the horizon way beyond things that are 10 miles away.
Right.
Do you know how big the globe would have to be if that were due to a geometric curve of a globe?
Actually, I don't. Not at the moment.
Would have to be, I mean, more than 5 times bigger than what they tell us.
As if I came prepared and be ready to...
No, I'm just asking if you could do the math. If you can't do the math, it's okay. We have done the math already. It's all good.
I'm not. So some of your questions just don't...
Proof that globe believers just, they don't know much about their own model. They don't know much about their own globe.
That's not fair, Messi.
Well,
I mean, it happens a lot. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean.
I came here to listen and learn and not to debate. I told you.
Okay.
Well,
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm just saying that, like, you know, I get this a lot. Like, I hear this a lot from many, heliocentrists. And, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, we have the information. Like, we're proving to you that we have taken all of the numbers that have been given to us, all of the numbers for your globe, and we have put them to the test. And the numbers fail in comparison to physical tests and observations. That's what we're saying. That's what that's getting to right now. That's the big point right now.
I guess a lot more resourceful people just did the same thing, but with different.
And if we ask you for a specific example, you won't be able to come up with one. That's what Jen is trying to point out. Is that there's a disproportionate. It's disproportionate. The strength of your belief in something and your actual knowledge of the thing you believe in.
Right.
Okay.
And that seems universal across like almost every single, like I would say 0.001 out of 1,000 globers knows even half as much as like maybe the average flat earther.
Right.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
So, like, what I'm trying to point out, and I'm trying to put a mirror up to you, is that, you're like, oh well, I don't have this. I'm unprepared. I don't know. I'm unprepared. I don't have that. I'm unprepared. but you still believe in this thing, okay? And we've done the math. We know everything that there is to know about the globe, and we put it to the test. So for you to be believing in the globe with a whole bunch of I don't know, I don't have it in front of me, I'm unprepared, equates to blind faith. That's reality. That's the reality here. Would you? I mean,
yeah, and that's why, like, I don't know if you were here, Jen. The first thing I asked him was like, you know, like the real reason why he believes it, and like the real reason most Globers believe it is simply because of the images they've been shown on the TV set, right? And the thing about those is that you have no way of evaluating their authenticity, right? If I show you a picture of a cat and like a fake picture of a cat, you probably easily determine which one is real or seems real, but you have no reference from which to compare a so-called Earth picture to anything else. You can only compare it to other Earth pictures that you have nothing to compare it to.
Right.
There's no way of evaluating its authenticity.
Yeah, and then you start looking at it, and the continent sizes on each, you know, globe image from year to year to year, they're shifting sizes,
And
they're
colors
shifting all these
and
things,
everything.
colors
Like everything
and
changes.
pigment, color of the ocean, the color of the land, the size of the continents. Yeah, like it's not consistent enough at all to be proof. It's not consistent enough to be evidence, you know. And that's the whole thing about it. Like if you're gonna have like a belief in something, you have to be able to, you know, at least prove it. Like live in reality. Live in reality. That's all it is. You can't be believing on blind faith here, you know. You say I come prepared, I come unprepared, I come unprepared. I don't know. But it's, you know, there's curvature because of XYZ, you know, that's just a belief.
Yeah, the belief that somebody somewhere actually went and did the tests we're talking about and got a different result. That's a belief. I remember 5 years ago, someone came on this Discord. They said they have 3 PhDs. The guy's name was Dan. We presented him with like laser measurements, and he said, well, I know it stands to reason that if flat earthers did the test, more Globers have done the same test and got a different result. And I said to him, okay, go find that. Go find that test that Globers did where they measured curvature with a laser or any type of thing like that. That was 5 years ago. The person's never been back.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, they did the Homer Simpson thing where they backed into the bushes.
Ha! Yeah. Just disappeared.
Does anyone have that yet? Can we put that up?
But like, if we have something to say and we gave some information, that somehow it didn't get it to him because I'm not prepared means that what we said it's nothing. Because he will go now and he will go to prepare himself. That means what we said it's nothing.
No, that just means I didn't come prepared, so I'm not able.
Okay, Crescendo, put it like this: that you put it like this: that you don't need to be prepared for nothing.
But you believe that there's contradictory information out there somewhere, right?
When it comes to math and physics, I do.
No, you don't need to be prepared. You, if you can get logically and observe with your eyes and do with your, you don't need physics. You don't need nothing of that.
Well, I mean, he thinks there's information out there that he can prepare himself with, that he would be able to answer everything we're saying. Take our word for it, or don't take our word for it. This service existed for quite a long time. We've had people of varying ranges of academic accomplishment, credentials, physics PhDs, cosmology PhDs, astrophysics, geology, geography, you name it. They've had it. They've come in here, pilots, freaking ship makers, ship sailors, you name it, dude. They've all been in here. And they have the same thing you have to offer.
That may be so.
It certainly is. I mean, it's why we still exist. And it's the simplest thing, right? Is that in order for the Earth to be a ball, the surface of the Earth has to be curving. And the best place to measure that is over water, because according to the theory of gravity, that forms things into a ball, that the water has to be curving. Because they say that the surface of the Earth is 70% water. So it has to be curving. The oceans have to be curving. Lakes have to be curving. Ponds have to be curving. Any liquid has to be curving to conform to this 3,959-mile radius. So we can just go out into the world, into reality, and check it. Thing is, when you go out and check it, that curve that they say exists, that they show in these space pictures, doesn't actually exist in reality.
No, that's why, anyone with a really good camera, anyone with a Nikon P1000, you can take shots 300 miles from land to land, 300 miles across water, and see land on the other side. That land that you're seeing on the other side the top should be several miles below the curvature for the globe. But it's not. It's right there, right in the line of sight.
It's also, you have to understand that it's not. We were raised in the globe belief as well. Most of us wanted to try to either verify the globe to be true because we couldn't find the things that the globers claim they have. They imagine someone has. So we went out and tested it. And we just had to come to terms with the truth. I didn't trust any flat earther. I didn't believe any flat earther. I looked into all this stuff myself because I wanted to show them how they were wrong. Mm-hmm. But then I just realized in the end that I was the one that was wrong, even before I managed to present anything.
Yeah, that's ultimately how I got here, was by trying to prove the globe. But I kept an open mind, and then I took the numbers, and I compared them to the physics and the physical world that we see, that we can observe, that we can test and verify, and it wasn't adding up at all.
That's where we differ. I didn't come here to prove the globe Earth.
Then are you here to
listen and learn, as I said.
Listen and unindoctrinate? Yeah, it can be hard, though. It can be very hard. I had a really hard time with it. I've been on this for 5 years or so, and it was really hard at first. And I did come in, and I would listen, but it's really, really hard to shake off a whole lifetime of programming and try to really understand the reality of the physical world that we stand on. So appreciate you being here. But that curvature is so elusive that only NASA can find it.
Yeah, I highly recommend watching this video by Bjorn Ekberg.
Yeah.
This is basically what happened. He's seeing what we saw, the whole Jenga tower of assumptions. We just pulled the bottom pin from underneath the whole Jenga tower, and it completely collapsed.
You said, yeah, I said.
I don't know why NASA can't zoom into Earth with their high-powered telescope it's, supposedly floating around in space. Why can't they show us, things that are, antipodal, upside down? Why can't they show us, how buildings are at, different angles to, fit to a sphere? Like, we don't see any of that. They don't show us any of that ever. It's just,
That
it's a
would
game
be
changer. It's a game changer.
that would be excused as the angular resolution size of the building is too small, and they're looking at it from too far away, so they cannot discern that.
Well, but the Hubble can see into deep space. How come they can't point that thing at Earth?
That's because the Hubble doesn't have any thrusters, and so it cannot turn around and look at the Earth.
Ah.
But that excuse in itself is so retarded, because that would mean it would just its orbit supposedly would just degrade and it would just collapse into the Earth.
Yeah.
They keep saying they keep saying they're boosting it up and all sorts of jazz once in a while to try to make it like the excuse float. But if you really look into it, they have a duplicate telescope that is identical to the Hubble on board a 747 plane called Sophia. And whenever the Hubble telescope took a picture, Sophia was also flying at the same time, taking a picture of the same exact spot, because they would always layer the information from Sophia over Hubble, supposedly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or you could also make the people who are running Sophia just be sending the information and bouncing it back down, and the others are like, oh my god, we're getting information from Hubble now.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. After you see it, you can't. After you see the lie, you can't unsee the lie. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Atmospheric Observatory.
I just pulled over on the road and talked to a surveyor.
Anyways, Tracer, thank you for your effort and some of the others too. But I'm exhausted a bit, so I have to excuse myself for tonight. I hope you have a nice session.
It's a lot to take in. It can be exhausting.
No worries.
We might see.
Yeah.
Each
It's
other
cool.
again.
Yeah, it's cool. We'll be here 24/7 whenever you need us. Go do your homework, bring all of your A game and your best proofs, and we'll demolish them for you.
Right. Have a good time. Cheerio.
Good talking. Good chat. Good chat. Anyway, someone popped in here talking about he pulled over on the side of the road. I wanted to hear that.
Yeah, that was God Rock, and he said he pulled over and spoke to a surveyor. You there, God Rockin'?
Oh, I wanted to hear what he was about to say. Sounded like it was going to be good.
Maybe he'll pop back in a bit, hopefully.
Poor guy, we exhausted him.
Good.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance can be exhausting. It's uncomfortable, and being uncomfortable is not a sustainable state.
Sueño.
I think we gave him a lot to think about.
Yeah, mate. You still believe it's a ball?
Everybody, give Crescendo some encouragement. Yeah. Yep. Pretty intelligent response from Crescendo. I know only how little I know. I can see how much there might be to know. It's a, it's a good response. Good response. He at least seems, somewhat open. It seems like he's open, but also struggling with his own cognitive dissonance. It's that weird fine line.
Yeah, hopefully he'll come back with something interesting and we can talk about it.
Yeah.
Like. You people, you didn't account on refraction.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to that's probably what's going to come back with, but that's one of my favorite topics, so yay.
Refraction. Are they getting refraction confused with atmospheric distortion?
Yeah, it's because they like these one-word thought stoppers where they're like gravity, refraction.
Yeah.
They don't understand what they're talking about when they just say refraction. They're kind of talking just about Snell's law. What they're actually trying to invoke is terrestrial refraction, which requires the R value.
But they can't prove R. I can't even prove R. Right.
The whole of terrestrial refraction isn't even validated by any science or experiments. It's just ad hoc after the fact because, oops, our optics allow us to see too far. It must be bending around the globe to make it look flat.
That hurts my brain. I'm here because I tried to prove the globe several years ago, and then I just couldn't. I already knew so much about it. I already had the information. I wasn't that glober that didn't have any information about the place that I live. And it just, once you really start putting it to the test, it's like, oh man, look at all these holes. Look at all these holes in the boat. It's throw a wet tennis ball, water comes off. I don't know. The clothes spin around in the washing machine, the water comes off. I don't know. Seems like if it's going to work here on a small scale, it would be the same thing on a larger scale. And then I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. Can't hold water onto a ball in a fallacious space vacuum.
Yeah, it was difficult for me when I first heard all that. Like when I saw Eric Dupé's 200 proofs, my brain was just like the Globers. I was just like gravity, refraction. But because I'm not an idiot, I'm not gonna just go gravity, refraction. I'm gonna try to understand what that is so that I can explain how gravity shows you that this all works on the globe, and how refraction makes everything work if I just imagine it's bending. But the more and more I looked into it, and the deeper I looked into it, and the more experts I talked to, the worse and worse my belief system looked. Like, all of my faulty ideas just, yeah, that's not how it actually works, buddy. So, like, I just had this cold water poured over my head when I was trying to defend my globe belief and asking the experts to help me defend it. But because they didn't realize I was, like, trying to get to the be globe or flat, it was just based on the basic principles. This is not how this works.
Right. When I started to understand, gain a deeper understanding of physics, that's when the physical world began to make sense as not a globe. But like, there's so much physics that they don't teach us in the indoctrination day camps. They it's crazy. It's crazy. And I made good grades in, geometry and physics and language and everything like that. So, but I had to learn so much more outside of school. So much more. And I was like, dude, this is stuff that they could have been teaching us, but they don't. Pay all kinds of crazy ass money to go to college and university to learn some of this stuff. It's a scam. It's a scam. And the moon is made of cheese. I remember being out in the Arizona desert early in the morning, and I could see the full moon in the sky on one side and the sun on the other side. And I was like, wow, this is awesome. Like, I was geeking. I was like, how am I even seeing this right now? And my friend Destiny, she just kind of grins with the side of her mouth, and she goes, because the earth is flat, man. I wasn't ready then. I was like, shut up, Destiny. No, it's not flat. But I mean, that's cool. That's way cool. And, that was, I was like 24 years old, 24, 25. So yeah, that would have been like the start of my flat earth journey. Noticing the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, like, perspectively, like I'm standing on the ground and these things are right here over me, above me, like, and it makes perfect sense now. It makes perfect sense, for a flat earth being just like a clock. And people want to say that there's nothing predictable for flat earth. Well, we're not claiming a model here, but if you really look at how everything works, it works like a clock. The sun goes around hour by hour by hour, just like the hour hand on a clock. And the stars go around. The constellations never ever change their shape. They never ever change their shape. The same constellations are constant always, and they only change their positions in the sky, which tells the months. It tells the seasons, tells the time of year. This Earth it acts like a perfect clock. Polaris stays pretty well fixed in line with magnetic north, with dead center, and it all makes perfect. They all make perfect paths around the North Star, and there's no way in hell that we should be observing something like that if we are spiraling through an infinite expanse of nothing at Mach 88, at this unfathomable, just unquantifiable breakneck speeds. And then we're not colliding into anything. It's been going on like this for billions of years. And we've just been all safe and sound the whole time. No collisions, no accidents. The odds of that are astronomical. I'm rambling on in here.
I'm sorry, I'm talking to my mother.
Oh, you're good. I got on a soapbox.
It's all good. She just wanted to see the Delusions of Cosmology video. She hadn't seen that one.
Nice.
Hey guys.
Hey. Who we got?
Yeah,
Hi.
that was my mom. My whole family is flat earthers at this point.
Nice. My mom's a flat earther. My aunt's a flat earther. My 15-year-old cousin is a flat earther. My 13-year-old cousin is an I don't care earther, but I mean, that's still better than being a globetard.
Yeah, it's just normal, man.
I'm like, she's 13. She's at that age. She doesn't really give a flying hoot about anything.
It hasn't touched upon her passion yet.
Right. Yep. But my 15-year-old cousin, he's got it down. He understands it. He comes and asks me questions. He goes, hey, I was thinking about something. You know, and he'd be like, if this is this, then this would be like this, which would make sense for a flat earth, right? And I'm like, yeah, you got it, buddy. Like, he's on it. It's awesome. It's awesome. There's a lot of people that are I don't care earthers, but they just haven't figured out what it matters to, quite literally, their God-given freedoms.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we don't hear her what you said. He goes, oh, yeah.
We got Faust Thanos in the chat. I think someone spoke to him the other day.
Oh yes, many times.
I did.
We had a
I know that
we had a good run in with him yesterday.
Is that something we want to repeat?
It's pretty funny.
Didn't you put him in Cogdis, Heretic?
Yeah, but I let him out so we could live stream him some more.
Okay, could be entertaining.
Yeah, just for the cat and mouse entertainment. The dude is, I mean, like no offense to him, but it's like he literally has a comprehension issue. Like, I don't know if it's like a language barrier thing or if it's quite literally just a comprehension issue. Like the literal definition of ignorant, the inability to learn. Poor guy.
Poor guy. They're holding hands, bro. They're running around that corner and holding hands. Yeah, I'm over here at the run shop. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to go around.
Ah, dang. I'm sorry to hear that your wife gets mad when you bring up the topic, man.
Oh, hello,
she just hasn't figured out, what it means to the ultimate freedom of humanity, and maybe, if it's something like you're passionate about, it's just something you're interested in, she should be willing to listen to it, even if she doesn't agree with it, at least be willing to listen, like I give people the respect of listening, and even if I'm not interested in what they're talking about, I still give them the respect of listening, because it's something that they're interested in, it's something they're passionate about, and they want to talk about it, and yeah, they deserve to talk about it. So, dang, dude, I hope she opens up, man.
You're the low of studies together.
Oh, that's pretty based. Yeah. About your son-in-law. Plant the seeds, man. Plant the seeds. Yep. Everyone knew Earth was a ball 2,000 years ago. Oh, that's cute. That's cute, because they were teaching geocentric stationary level Earth up until the 1920s. You know, I'm like, oh, that squashes that.
And that guy was really.
Oh, that's a great graph of perspective right there. I like that. Yep. This is how the sun works on flat Earth because yes, it has everything to do with your perspective. See, it looks like that. That looks like the apparent path. It needs another line in that graph, honestly, for the direct perspective line. But no, that kind of works. That does work. Well, that's good. Because everyone does have a personal dome of perspective, ultimately. When you look up and you look all the way around, like you see sky that looks like it nearly comes to the ground, Perfect dome of perspective. Sea level be with you. It's already done. Well, they want to say that a sunset proves a globe. Not necessarily, because it's been observed the sun going really, 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 really far away until it looks like this tiny little pin dot and it just disappears into the atmosphere. I'm like, so that right there means that, we're not falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound here. When the sun has been observed, quote unquote, setting in so many different ways. I think the coolest that it's ever been observed is when it fades into a tiny little pin dot and just disappears. I'm like, well, that's not us falling over backwards.
Look what Trace posted. Look how Earth it's changing the shape. Look.
Yeah, exactly. Its angular size is increasing with the rise and decreasing with the set.
Look how Earth is moving. Look.
Yeah, Earth is. I love that. That's beautiful. Look, everybody. Look. The sun does not set. We call it sunset.
Look how sun is stationary and we are moving. Look.
Pin dot. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, Drace. Thank you. Yes, you pulled up exactly what I'm talking about. Love it. Love it. This proves perspective. This proves the laws of perspective. This proves that the sun isn't quote unquote setting, but that it is going further away. It also proves that it's way smaller than they tell us. It also proves that it's a whole lot freaking closer than they tell us as well. Just look at it. Just look. Open your eyes. Look with your special eyes. Look at it. Will you just look at it? It's so beautiful. Will you just look at it?
Look at it.
Just look with your special eyes. Just look at it. It's so beautiful.
That's not real sun.
Da 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 da. Yep.
Ed Bassmaster, that's hilarious. Love that guy.
Oh, man. Where's he at? Oh, I see him.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Hey, Dres, have you ever heard the argument that we, as flat earthers, we need refraction to be able to see the moon that far away?
Yeah, no, I haven't heard that global argument.
It was Michael had it in his video that the Michael Learns guy, what Michael Weathers had it in his video that was posted a year ago. Like he's debunking the flat Earth. He's basically claimed that we need refraction to be able to see the sun that far away when it's setting. But the thing I find funny is then how does sticks and shadows work if the sun can get refracted that extremely?
The problem here is Matthew is projecting his own problems onto us. In the globe model, when you see the sun set, the sun is already supposed to be behind the curve.
That's pretty cool. Look at that. Look at that. That's awesome. How can you have a rice and not have beef? I don't know, maybe because it comes from the word horizontal, and if you look up the definition of that, it's that definition for a reason.
Jenna, you're laughing, but Guy was serious when we.
I know. I know. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Look at that checkerboard. See, and I can see how it looks like it's curving down in the center. Do you see how it looks like it's going up on the outer edges, and it looks like it's curving down in the middle? That's all just a perspective thing. Check that out. See, I was in art classes from like all the way through middle school and high school, so I had to learn about the angles and lines and perspective, light, shadows, all of that.
Yeah, that seems to really help. The thing is, back in the day, art, philosophy, and science were all together in one, because the scientists needed to draw and visualize and be able to show people, so they needed to have understanding of art. And this allowed them to be in line with perspective, because that's in art. It's taken out of everything else. Like, if you look at the globe earth calculators, they don't have any perspective accounted in that calculation. Yet they use that calculation and compare it to images in real life which are in perspective. And so what they kind of did was took perspective and converted it into Earth curve, and that's why the size of the Earth matches what the human eye would, how far the human eye would be able to discern due to the diffraction limit. So that's why it matches that. But it's also why we destroyed their claims so easily once we had the good cameras, because they have a much bigger aperture and therefore can see much further. And then we also have digital zoom on top of all of it, so it's so much better at seeing at a long distance, whereas the globe is always going to be limited by its supposed size. And that doesn't work out very well for them. You can't just say that light is refracting only for one camera but not for another. If you have two cameras set up right next to each other, one with a big aperture and one with a small aperture, and the bigger aperture camera can see further, there's not two globes in the two different, in reality, just because in the camera it looks like the horizon is further away in one.
Aw, who let Thanos back in? Is he gonna come into the VC and play? Mic up, Thanos. Let's go. Have you learned anything about the curvature? No. Boss Thanos is speaking in his native tongue. Brick. Brick. He comes in, he goes, brick. That's how Brick says hello. 2 bricks. That's how Brick says good afternoon. Brick. Man, come on, mic up. Is there anything new about this elusive curvature of Thanos? I need to know. I've been trying to find the curvature for 5 years after being told that there's one, but I can't find it. I can't find it anywhere. People have been looking. You don't care, then why are you here? Sorry. Quit talking to me in the chat. Come on.
Scared of talking to girls.
Brick cells. Ah! Yeah, I have listened to some brick talking. I've been at it with you before, Boss Thanos. Stop talking to me in the chat. I think it's funny that you're accusing me of projection when you're the one that's been projecting, and it's like this weird, like, reverse weirdness that you're doing. Yeah, Boss Thanos came in here instantly projecting bricks. He was like, brick, I are brick. Earth is globe, I are brick. But the curvature! But my rotation! I love lamp. Tastes like blue, and I can count to apple. Brick. Boss Thanos. Can you tell me how you know the moon is a rock? Rock. Brick.
Come on, Thanos. This is finally your chance to talk to a woman. Take it.
You can do it, bro.
Flat Earth is cognitive dissonance. No. We're not trying to prove flat Earth. We've been trying to prove the globe. We're here because we've been trying to prove the globe, and it just seems impossible, Boss Thanos. Help us out here. Boss Thanos, I need help understanding what gravity is and how it holds water to a spinning ball. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Hey, Boss Thanos, why are you typing in the chat and not on the VC? Come on. Did you find any new information about the globe that maybe we don't know about? Please tell us. Please tell us. Please tell us how you know that the government and all of its agencies and organizations are being honest. Tell us how you know. I do miss your voice, Boss Thanos. I do. You don't have a bad voice. Come on, Boss Thanos. I'll try to let you do most of the talking, okay? Come on, I'll try to let you do most of the talking. Let's go. You believe the colors of another globe will blunder, but it's not a globe. Boss Thanos, did you eat the paste when you were a kid? Despair sounds like me. Thou thinks thou dost protest too much. I don't have to try, buddy.
Don't worry about it. He's just intimately familiar with despair. That's why he's the expert on it.
He's trying so hard, telling me to keep trying. I don't have to try.
I love hearing you talk, so he's just looking like a fool.
Looking foolish, Boss Thanos. Looking like a silly goose.
I guess he's just gonna be a chat skank. There's
Boss
also
Thanos,
cousin.
chat skank.
Has anybody spoken to cousin Sueno?
I think the only thing rotating is Boss Thanos' brain right now. Circles, circles, circles. Chasing his tail.
I called out. I tried to call out cousin Swenya before, but he didn't answer. Got globe Earther though.
Yeah, someone's talked to him.
Globetrotter.
I was just wondering if he found any globe evidence yet. I guess not.
In the midsection.
Weak. Weak.
You see him down there? Yeah. Golden Aether. Why does anybody even use that? Gosh.
Poor Boss Thanos. He doesn't know. He's trapped in the Matrix.
Matrix.
In a fishbowl.
Dodging bullets.
Act. Right? Give him something other fallacious thing to believe in.
I also think that the whole story of Santa Claus and Easter Bunny undermines the family unit and the trust between parent and child.
Yeah, I was talking to my mother about that, and I said, I really think parents should just be honest with their children and tell them, like, there's really no Santa Claus and there's really no Easter Bunny. Like, mommy and daddy are Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, and just be real with your kids. It's time to just, have full truth and honesty. Like, we can't. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right there.
like if you're gonna, if honesty is gonna be a core value, I think it's important to be consistent. Otherwise, they're just gonna think you're hypocrites.
Right. Yep. I was like, yeah, tell my kids that I'm Santa Claus, so you better freaking behave. Thanos, where'd you go? Come out and play. Oh, look at that. Look at Earth. Earth is just so pretty. It's so pretty in its flatness. So beautiful. I'm so glad that we live in such an amazing Earth system. It's like a massive closed terrarium, has everything we'll ever need. Just so long as we take care of it. We're supposed to take care of it. We're supposed to understand it and take care of it. And this thing will always have everything we will ever need.
Heretic, are you there?
Hey, yeah, what's up?
I'm just thinking, like, there should be some way for us to incorporate this and this into our arguments with gas pressure, because in their imaginary world, the globe is moving to the side in its orbit at super high speeds, and so it should be pressing against the gas on one side of the globe, and on the other side there should be a wake. There should be low pressure, and this would result in a Doppler effect. We don't see any of this in reality.
That's a good point. I haven't thought of that before.
Because I'm thinking, like, when we look at the gas, for instance, we're looking at gas expanding away from the surface into unavailable space, and it does that always, at all times. But shouldn't it be easier for them to, like, if the Earth is moving into the gas at super high speeds and gravity in one experiment, and on the other experiment they should be showing the Earth moving away from the gas, and therefore it feels like they should be able to show it if this speculation was true. What I get from Globers when I talk to them about this, they're like, oh, well, gravity holds all the gas in perfect symmetry around the globe. And I'm like, so gravity is not pulling down, gravity is pushing away all the gas on one side of the globe that it's moving in, and then on the other side it's pulling extra hard just to make it look like the globe isn't moving at all. Is that how I'm supposed to interpret this?
Yeah, I kind of think that's what they'll say, is that it's all just moving together. So you're not like moving towards or away from it at all, but it's just one system moving together.
Yeah, they keep trying to invoke something like that, but that's not how it works. Like, the car is on the Earth, it's Like, is it not like it moves into the air? The air is not attached to the car. Like, they want to say the air is attached to the Earth. Can they prove that somehow?
No, they can't prove it. It goes against the laws of entropy and thermodynamics, spectroscopy even.
Yeah, because once you get to that point, you're saying if you rise straight up in a balloon or whatever, the balloon will not deviate, or it should deviate due to the Coriolis, essentially, because the rotational rate it gets would be fastest at the ground. It's going the shortest circle, essentially, as it's being rotated in a circle, and then as it rises, the circle gets bigger and bigger, and so it would trail off or appear to trail off to the side with the rotation. However, this doesn't happen in reality, so like they're like, yeah, well, gravity, it's holding it all, so it's like velcroed to the Earth, and so in their mind, the gas is rotating faster and faster the higher you go, to make it look like it's not rotating at all. But that is so illogical, because you would be able to measure that. You would be able to just put up an accelerometer onto a balloon, let it go straight up into the air, and you see, oh, there's acceleration to the side as it's being accelerated to keep up with the Earth rotation, so it appears to be just going directly up, and appears so there's no rotation, but there's actually rotation because there's magical acceleration to the side. That's how it works. We can show evidence of it, but they don't have any. That's my problem. Like, gravity is making now everything go down, it's making everything go up, it's making everything go to the sides. It's a ad hoc excuse for everything, even though there's no mechanism behind it.
Well, after you destroy that, they want to go, well, what about the Foucault's pendulum? What about it? What about it? It proves rotation. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That thing's kept running by magnetics. It's got magnets in it, and every now and then it has to be given a push, or else it's going to stand completely still like a plumb bob. So that as proof of rotation is fallacious as well. Just to be, if we're pointing out fallacious proofs of rotation, then I needed to point that one out too.
Yeah, even Einstein didn't consider that proof of rotation, because according to him, if the Earth is not moving and the stars are what's moving around us, that would lead to a centrifugal effects within the containment, which would show itself in something like the pendulum. And so he considered there to be no terrestrial observations that you could use to prove that it's rotating or not.
Yeah. He said by no observation can rotation of Earth be detected. Then he carried on to say something about he still thinks his theory is right. Can't prove it. Can't prove it.
Yeah, he essentially made the Earth move in the math.
Yeah.
It's just a thought experiment.
Yep. That's the whole thing about numbers. Numbers are manipulatable. People want to say the numbers don't lie or the math doesn't lie. I'm like, that's fine, but people do lie about numbers. It's such a concept. I don't know. Where's Faustanos? You're fishy, 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 fishy.
Well, he likes to say that it's multiple reference frames or just one, depending on what, hope he's going with. How many reference frames are there today, Faustanos? Is the Earth and the atmosphere all just one spinning reference frame? Or does the Earth rotate underneath jets? Or what's going on today?
Yeah, can you tell me which is the inertial reference frame, the ground or the object falling? Which is in the inertial reference frame?
That's what I'm asking. Because if you think about it, I can be on the ground looking at a plane that's going 500 miles an hour, and it looks like it's not going that fast, you know? It looks like it's going slow. But if I get closer up to that plane, it's booking. It's going pretty fast. So me standing on the ground, okay, so I shouldn't feel rotation. So like yeah, what's the inertial reference frame? Like, I'd like to know, where is he? Where did he's just go?
I asked that question because the difference between the inertial reference frames I mentioned are the differences between Einstein and Newton. So, depending on which he chooses is the gravity he's going to have to be using.
I love that you said that because I always ask people, I'm like, and which gravity do you choose, Newton's or Einstein's? You know? Oh, it's great. I'm like, oh, well, why'd you choose that one? You know?
They kind of make their work harder for themselves when they go with a version of gravity that globers themselves had to discard.
Yep.
Like,
scaredy cat.
Your priests already admitted that this didn't match reality. So you're going to prove them wrong and us?
Good luck.
It's just funny. Newton is used to describe basically the effects of stuff in the world we live in. It's describing an effect through different means. You can use many different means to try to describe an effect, and that's basically what Einstein did. He did a totally different way of describing the effect, and so they're completely contradictory, but they're trying to describe the same effect. That's the only thing they have in common. The difference is when they tried to extrapolate Newton out to the solar system, they figured out, oh shit, this doesn't work at all. So we needed Einstein to try to make all that stupid shit work. And so he bent space-time and all of the light and gravity is bending light left and right, even though light's not supposed to have any mass. And so the space-time itself is the one that's bending. It's not the mass. It's just because there's such big balls in space. They're bending the fabric of space-time. But when they continued to look at the sky, they've looked at the galaxies and they were like, oh shit, Einstein doesn't work either. The galaxies are spinning way too fast at the edges. That doesn't compute. Well, Einstein can't be wrong. We based everything on Einstein. That's like the foundation of our shit. And Einstein and Newton are the same thing because we think they work together because we're idiots and haven't actually looked into how any of this works.
They're completely separate equations. They're completely separate theories of gravity, and that's why I ask them to choose one.
Yeah, and so now they go and create dark matter and dark energy to try to fill the gaps in Newton's faulty theories. And as you get further and further up this Jenga tower of assumptions, the theories start breaking down, and you have to just invent new things to try to fill the holes because it just gets more and more wrong.
That's why I'm like, choose one. Which one do you want?
That's why I kind of like it when they choose Newton, though. Right?
Yeah.
Because it didn't match their heliocentric assumptions, right? So, like, are you throwing away the solar system now? Okay, go for it.
Yeah, you're going back to like Greeks, like geocentric globe. Like, what are you talking about? That's another thing that kind of bothers me. They're like, we've known this belief system since we were like 2,000 years ago. No, 2,000 years ago, heliocentrism was a joke. It was mentioned by one person as a joke because he was a geocentrist. He was just joking, talking about how it didn't work. It was retarded to them.
I'm looking for memes in here.
However, many of them had a geocentric globe view. So, because they transfer, it's globe, it means round. It's what I believe. No, they didn't believe what they believe. Like, this idea has been developing over the years and is completely different between most of these guys.
I'm like, okay, well before 2,000 years ago, everybody knew that it wasn't a ball, and they had already mapped it. They navigated it. They did it by the stars. They knew that the sky was moving and not the Earth, and something like the 2,000 years thing is out the window.
Yeah, they back engineered it into a globe from looking at the sky. The funny thing is, they come in here and they're all like, the funny. Oh, sorry. The start of this is the funny thing is, this is the religion of the atheists. This whole globe and space and solar systems, but their objection against other religions is like, oh, the books were made by man. They're like, you don't know it was God. But their own religion is made by man. It's just so dumb.
Yeah, it's definitely some atheistic stuff. Something came from nothing, and that's just a theory that we can't replicate, we can't observe, we can't recreate. And then we've got all of these other theories that branch off of that that also can't be proven for the globe, for gravity, and all this. It's just one theory stacked on top of another, on top of another, on top of another that absolutely nobody can prove.
But their religion is the right one, right? So it's not a religion.
Right. And then they want to turn around and project and gaslight us and say that, FE is our religion. No, no. No.
It's just observable. They have a belief that defies the observable, so I don't know what they're talking about. I don't think they do either.
We don't have any FE. We're all in here talking to each other.
Classic example yesterday with Faustanos. No one brought up religion, and then he decided to bring up the earth is flat because of God.
Yeah.
This is your argument, he said. We didn't bring it up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. If that had been our argument, he wouldn't have been the one bringing it up in the conversation. Why can't he argue with the things that we actually say?
Yeah, pretty much.
I've got stacks upon stacks upon stacks of images and videos that show just how easy it is to fake things.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but none of that can be fake. It must be reality itself that's fake. When you're at the beach looking at the ocean, that must be a distorted body of water there that's not appearing like what it actually is. That must be the fake thing. Reality.
Yeah, when you see the sun move, the stars move, it's all just like stationary, and it's not moving. You're seeing it move and saying it's moving. It's not moving. You're moving. That's you have to reject everything you see in order to believe.
Yeah, don't trust your eyes. Don't trust your senses. Don't trust your intuition. Trust what somebody else is telling you. You know, trust what we're telling you. Trust what we're showing you. You know, but it's just, and it's so easy to fake it. It's so easy.
And isn't it funny how they always put the label science on top of it while they're throwing out observation, the very first step of the scientific method?
Yeah.
Just ignore everything you actually observe and then just call all this stuff science.
It's crazy.
Couldn't even get the first step right, but oh well, we'll just call it science anyway.
Well, it's okay because we redefined science and we're the Royal Academy and we're like the authority, so you just have to accept that science is now changed and it's evolving. So you can just throw away the scientific method and all scientific empiricism and just imagine things, and as long as you create a math example that seems to work out and it fits with our current math simulation, then you're going to get published.
It's a good way to hide the fact that they have a religion. Just call it science instead.
Yeah, they just stole the word science and corrupted it.
I had to post that meme. It was just so appropriate for the 24-hour Discord.
One of the worst things that happens when you have such a murky definition of science and you're not adhering to any of the methods and you're just calling anything science is that special interest groups can just pay scientists to find X, and if they don't find X, they stop getting funding, and you know, so they're super incentivized to just try to find X and like massage the data so it fits with whatever the guy who's paying the bills wants.
And then you are
Yeah, science to them is just branding and marketing. As long as they call it that, they don't have to justify anything they say.
Was asking for the full video.
Oh yeah, go for it. I got another care package.
Someone's asking for a full video of what?
Over here in Yellow.
I don't know.
No problem.
Yeah, you're not high enough. Yeah. Yeah. That's their favorite argument. You're not high enough to see the curve. You're not high enough to see the curve. I was like, well, apparently you're just fucking high and hallucinating a curve.
So what's high enough, Ben, and when did they go there?
Right.
And is that what the ancient Greeks did? They went really high above the surface? Like, why do they go to things... Yeah, why do they go to things that Globers themselves never claimed that they had to do to prove this stuff in the first place?
Just fallacious arguments to support their indoctrination.
And also, when they say that, they're totally ignoring the fact that we are accounting for the claim size of the globe, right? We're giving them the math based on the radius and everything about what we should see. And then they just say, you're not high enough. It just doesn't address anything. It's just silly.
Not high enough.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, maybe they meant something else. My bad.
Well, you can't get up that high. And we're supposed to trust NASA? Why?
I find it kind of frustrating to deal with some of the Globers when they're like, yeah, I went to the beach and I saw the horizon curve. And I'm like, dude, that would mean the ball is so small, your whole country doesn't fit on it. That doesn't work.
Yeah, my favorite is that different space agencies all have a completely different Earth.
Yeah, the problem with what I'm saying is there is a known phenomenon known as wishful seeing. When you believe something strongly enough, you can actually have visual hallucinations or even auditory hallucinations. This is how hypnosis works. And and these people are just basically hypnotized by this stuff, and they have such a faith and belief in it that they can literally hallucinate things to make it fit with their worldview. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Once you believe something enough, you say it to yourself enough, you hear it enough times, repetition. After that much repetition, it becomes what people believe, and then it's like really hard to break out of that. I think it's a Mark Twain quote that says that it's easy to fool a man, but it's near impossible to convince him that he's been fooled. And that's so true. So true. Painfully true.
Well, that reminds me of how they keep saying, why would they lie? And they have this mentality where they think that they can't be lied to. And with that mentality, you're actually the easiest person to lie to. If you think you can't be lied to, anybody can lie to you.
So I'm lying with Isaac right now. Trying to see.
That's why I say trust no one. Don't even when I'm in a debate with a globe believer, I'm like, don't take my word for it. Don't trust me. Like, seriously, don't trust me. Like, go do it for yourself. You're not. I can tell you until I'm blue in the face, but you're not going to understand until you go and do it for yourself. Until you see it for yourself. After that, you can't unsee it. It's like you're gifted with different eyes at that point. But I think there's a lot of fear, that low vibration of fear that holds a lot of them back from actually taking that step.
I like sometimes just telling them and then telling them like, yeah, just go check my work, just check the things I'm telling you, see if they're true. If I'm telling you something wrong, you can just come back and be like, hey, this was wrong, and hey, you have an angle of attack now, bro. Like, you have nothing to lose.
Well, that's what I was telling Faustanos to do yesterday, is help us falsify flatness. Go out there and measure a curve. You do that, then we've falsified the flat Earth. Still waiting, though. Like, they try to flip it around on us like we're the ones with the positive claim and the confirmation bias, when all we're doing is testing their ideology and seeing if it holds up in the real world. And so we're willing to test this too. Problem is we just don't measure a curve no matter what we do. Unless you found one, Faustanos. Help us out if so.
Yeah, that's all we were doing, kind of. But the problem is, they come in here, they don't know anything about their own belief system, they just have all these vague ideas about how things work. And so we spend like most of the time just teaching them, okay, here is how your whole system of belief works, here's how it doesn't work. But it takes so much time going through how it works because they're fighting you every step of the way.
We have to go over to the main setting where the part is, but account management, and you can sign it up. How cold is it up there?
I've got a compilation of playlists that I put together on my YouTube channel of flights,
Yo, what's
footage
poppin', my brother? Jenna
Berlin
Massey.
Blues. Hi.
What's going on, my brother? How are you doing?
Who are you talking to?
Jenna Massey.
Oh, hi. How you doing, bro?
I'm good, bro. What's going on?
It's going. What's your name, man?
Robert.
Robert.
Yeah.
Have we talked in here before?
I mean, I've not talked to you before, but I've heard you talk to everybody else in here.
Okay, cool. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, for the past 6 months.
Nice.
What about you?
What was your awakening moment? Like, what was like the dawning point? Like, what was the one thing that just like really snapped your brain into like, holy crap?
I actually came in here like 2 years ago, and I trolled in here. I've talked about it before. Some of the people probably won't like me for it, but I did that. I went to school for math and physics, so I'm kind of like, I used to be with the whole globe thing, you know? I studied quantum physics.
Okay.
So
You're honest about it, you know?
when the virus happened and everything locked down, I came in here and just kind of listened to people talk, and I started questioning everything.
Awesome. Cool. That's what's up.
Yeah, and I don't know. I actually just became religious recently.
You know, I say it's probably not best to be religious, but to definitely be, you know.
I mean, not religious about science, or I mean, like theologically religious.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't mean like religious about the ball or about the flat Earth. I'm talking like theology.
Oh no. Oh, gotcha. Awesome.
Yeah. What about you? How long you been a flat earther?
About the past 5 years. I'm 30 years old now, and when I was 25, and I was out in the desert with my friends, and it was a full moon, and the sun starts coming up, and there's a moon in the sky and the sun in the sky, and I'm just so blown away by this. I'm just like, wow, it's so beautiful, and I'm like, why does it look like that? And my friend Destiny, she's just like, 'cause the Earth is flat, man. And I'm like, shut up. Like, it's not flat. And then I really just, down the rabbit hole I went. And it didn't take long before I was like, dang, yeah, it's flat. And the Flat Earth Society is gaslighting people. Figured it out pretty quick within just a couple months of that. So
I honestly like listening to the people here argue with Globers.
it's pretty entertaining. I mean, even for us sometimes.
I have cognitive dissonance, but like The whole fucking globe theory is based on it.
Yeah. No, it's
Power Man 5000.
it's pretty entertaining. It can be pretty frustrating at times too, though.
Nobody wants to stand up for the ball today.
I love memes like that. They're so informational, and I just have them in my back pocket ready to go.
So neither Sueño nor Faustanos want to help us falsify flat bodies of water today.
Listen, crypto's dumping right now. I'm so happy.
Well, that's kind of off topic.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, bro. I'm laughing right now.
So anyway, can someone help us falsify flat level water?
You can't.
Doesn't look like it.
Oh my lord.
Seven. Hi, baby. Hi, Seven. Hi, Seven.
I find it funny when they say that like bullets or snipers or whatever, that proves the rotation, or whatever they want to say it proves. Because it's like they're saying that they're accounting for things that they can't show us the measurement for in the first place. Why would anybody do that? If nobody's ever measured Earth rotation, why would someone account for it? Why would you account for things that have never been demonstrated or known to exist in the first place? So you can do some calculations and call that a Coriolis correction, but are they correcting for the rotation of the Earth? If so, who showed that to be a thing in the first instance? It's just a weird argument. You know, we figured out the Earth was rotating when somebody, fired a sniper rifle over it. Oh, that's where this knowledge came from? You shot a gun? That's how you realized the Earth was rotating? Like, why not go back to the initial proof if that exists? Silly.
What proof?
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
I've been waiting for them to prove it, but I don't see one yet. No scientific paper and no experiment done. Only theoretical papers. Theoretical papers of abstract ideas.
Yeah, it seems like it's just a belief that they have, because when we ask them for the proof, pretty often the response is, oh, well, you just won't believe me.
Just look at the equations, they'll say. The equations themselves prove it.
Yeah, equations on their own prove something about reality. You don't actually have to measure or observe or test anything in the real world. You can just write some numbers down on paper. But most of them don't even get that far. And Faustanos here, we've been asking him for days, and he doesn't really get anywhere towards making his point. He just tells us, well, I could prove it, but you won't believe me. Like, do I have to believe you? Or is it just something that you can demonstrate? Something observable that we can all look at? Why would belief even really be required? Are you telling me that what you have is a belief? If so, fair enough, but, be straight up about it. And they would never have to go to any of these derivative arguments. Like bridges account for the curve, or whatever they want to say. People accounting for things that haven't been shown in the first place. Why would you ever talk about that? Just show us where it was actually demonstrated in the first place. Because if it was shown in the first place, then okay, that's where, bridge builders and engineers and all these people, snipers, etc., would be getting that knowledge from, so that they know that there's something there to correct for. So just take us back to the source of that knowledge, if it exists. Who figured out the Earth was curving or rotating to begin with, in order for all these other people to be correcting for those things? Which they don't, but, If they did, that would have to have been established somehow to begin with. Whoever did that, Globers. Take us to the source of your globe knowledge, Globers. I want the M-Boss. Take me to him. Yeah, planes get up to cruising altitude and they just fly level. Any evidence that level is equidistant from the center of a ball nobody's seen, Globers? It is just me talking, right? Like, I'm not having an audio issue on my side, right?
No, I'm hearing you right now.
Okay, cool. I was just making sure, like, there was not other people talking that I wasn't hearing.
Oh, yeah. No, while you're talking, I've been memeing up the chat.
Yep.
Where are we spawning? You want us to spawn at base? Oh, sorry.
All right, someone else will have to try to get these Globers to talk for now. I gotta do some stuff. Back later, pals.
Yeah, I gotta do something as well. That's why I've been a little bit quiet. Karma just got home.
Yeah, I'm working, but I'll keep an eye out.
Gloobers, where are you? Come out to play! If you believe in the globe, then you must disbelieve in the scientific method. To believe in the globe, you must have a cognitive deficiency and you must be a denier of science.
But they claim they're the science believers, bro.
Yeah, they don't know what science is. It's funny, I go by, I drive Tesla owners, 99% of them, they'll either have a mask on or they'll be clearly breathing from their mouths.
Bro, I can't deal with those masks, man. I never wore them, by the way, ever.
Oh hell no! I haven't had any test, and I have not complied. Well, I've been into a doctor's office, and it feels like it kind of makes sense in a doctor's office. But
maybe it's better. Maybe it's better to not even mention them.
You mean the quacks, bro?
Yeah, that's shit.
That's what they are. They're quacks.
yeah, it's just a symptom of this blind faith. You know, you drive around. It's no wonder that things aren't worse. So no wonder there should be accidents on every corner. These people are confused. They're scared. They're frightened. They're subservient. They have no willpower of their own. It's quite a debilitating condition to have a globe faith-based belief. I have empathy. I have pity. It's pitiful. But it's not pity. I don't have pity.
Oh, ja poнимаю.
We're moving so fast. I don't know how I haven't gotten dizzy. Whee!
I can't even feel it.
Conservation of angular momentum.
I'd rather conserve my brain cells. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, for this one, I have 3 words. Usually, I have 1. If you go to horizon, I have 1.
Very well said.
If you go to rotation, I can also go with 1. You say, and then it's finished. You understand everything. If you ask me why I cannot see that water is curving, why I cannot measure that water is curving, and I will tell you refraction, and then you say, okay, and then it's globe.
Yeah, it looks flat, so it's a globe.
Yeah, and measure also flat, but it's because of refraction, it's a globe. Should I say again, refraction?
Haven't you ever heard of magic, bro?
You don't understand.
I don't think you understand magic.
You don't understand. That's the problem.
Oh no, I understand the spell that's everybody's under.
You cannot trust every time your senses.
I can't trust what I see with my eyes.
Yeah, because you have some phenomena happening in the air every day, and they are trick you.
So should I not trust my ears either?
Close your eyes and you will see that it's fear.
So how am I gonna know if I'm really gonna talk? If I'm really talking to you, then if I can't trust my senses?
I told you now. If you close your eyes, you will see that it's for sure it's fear.
Hack.
If you just believe.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying, Sasha? You're like, yo, just imagine if you just close your eyes for a second and just imagine that something came from nothing and that it formed into big spinning ball.
What is your education?
I think Stevie said it best.
Mine?
All of you. All of yours. A bunch of people speaking about flat earth and you didn't even finish the high school. All people know, and science, 2,000 years of science telling us that Earth is a globe, and now you bunch of people saying that it's flat. I'm trying. Because nobody's here.
Say that again? What did you say before that?
I'm trying because nobody's here. But nobody's telling me nothing. Like,
Are you a flat earther?
I think right now he's a role player.
Yep.
Okay.
Now I'm not. But soon I will be again.
Nice. Nice. Because we all know that water finds its level, right?
Yeah.
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 It's like physics 101, lateral pressure.
Yeah.
That's because you don't believe in gravity.
Working around with the world.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have to calculate in gravity, because gravity has nothing to do with the world that I observe, the world that everybody observes, every day.
Oh, gravity is pulling water to the center, and because of that, it's curving.
Yeah, that's what they tell us.
That everybody knows.
Yeah,
You don't. It's a fact.
it's called a plane.
It's called a plane. I got my buddy over here, and he knows. He knows. It's called a plane.
Oh, God, is that a bubble? No, it's a fucking plane.
It's a plane. Oh, why is it called an airplane? Because it flies in the air over the inertial Earth plane. Amazing, amazing. And then physics has like proven like long time ago that like water seeks its level, so it will be level with itself on the surface uniformly for the most part, like all the way across. And like we understand waves, right? But like waves also move in straight lines. You know, waves don't like move in like in curved lines, you know, unless it's like that wave is acted upon by another force. But it's amazing.
Oh yeah,
it's so amazing.
Yeah.
See, we've got high planes and low planes on Earth, and points above and below sea level, because the sea, the oceans, you know, are at one complete general level. You know, we have the rise and the fall of the tide. Still, that's a level. That's a rise and a fall of a level. All level. It's level. Stationary. It's not moving. You can't prove rotation with your Foucault pendulum. You can't prove rotation with the motion of the stars. There is no experiment that can be done to prove rotation, because just about every experiment that anyone can think of has already been done to try to prove rotation, and those got labeled as null experiments or failed experiments. So they got pushed to the side. So you mean to tell me that there's multiple experiments that failed to prove the rotation of Earth? Oh, but Earth is rotating. Okay, all right. If nobody can prove it, chances are it probably isn't real. It probably doesn't exist. It's probably not doing what you know they theorize it's doing. That's just logic and deductive reasoning, which has to be used in conjunction with the scientific method. But they don't understand that. You have to have things that are observable, repeatable, testable, verifiable. You have to be able to form a hypothesis and put that to the test. You have to put what you believe under intense scrutiny and see if it holds up. That's the whole thing with science. Your belief, your hypothesis, your thoughts, you have to put them under scrutiny. Test them. That's the scrutiny part. And then you can observe what's happening. And you can potentially repeat this experiment. You can log results. This is how science is done. But this isn't how the globe scientists are doing science. No. They admit they fly by the seat of their pants. And they do guesswork. They admit that. They don't, they don't deny that it's theoretical science. They don't deny that it's just theoretical equations. It's
trash.
But it's not theory. It's not theory whatsoever. It's theory to the layman. It's postulations at best. There is no hypothesis. There's no hypothesis test. Thus, not a theory.
That's fair. So it would fall under being more of a postulation than a theory. That makes that's clear. I mean, like I go at it with Ball Earth pilots. You know, I'm like, how the hell are you a pilot and a ball tard? No offense, you know.
Well,
you mean to tell me you can't look out your window and see? Like, your eyes don't fucking work? What's the problem? Like,
I love the pilots. 99% of them aren't pilots. They're just false valor. They're fakers. And you can tell that when they say that the correction for the orientation that must happen, the nose down to compensate for the Earth curve, they say gravity does it for them. So we've all seen that meme where it's like the plane crashing down. It's like they accounted for gravity. And it's like they're literally saying that gravity flies the airplane for them. And it's like, you're obviously not a pilot, because that's the dumbest shit that you could ever say as a pilot.
Yeah, and this pilot, he may have been bullshitting me, because I asked him, I was like, can you tell me the name of the map that's downloaded into your autopilot system? Because it should be downloaded in like every commercial pilot and military pilot auto system. And he's like, map? Well, there's a map and it matches with the globe. You know, he couldn't tell me. And then he wouldn't even answer me about like an emergency landing. I was like, let's use the most like recent example. There was a flight from Hong Kong to the UK, which should have, passed over North America. So the in-between point before you even get to North America would technically be Hawaii. Like if you're going shortest, quickest route, the emergency landing zone should have been Hawaii, from Hong Kong to Hawaii, over North America to the UK. Right? Would I be correct in my directions here? But the emergency landing didn't happen in Hawaii. It happened in Alaska, way far out of the way. But for the globe, it's very out of the way for the globe. But when you compare it to, like, say the Gleason's map, it makes so much more sense. It makes so much more sense that they would go over Alaska, because the way it's positioned, Hong Kong goes over Alaska and to the UK. Like, it makes sense that the emergency landing was there and not Hawaii. For a flat Earth, makes no damn sense on the globe. For the globe, they went way the hell out of their way. No pilot can explain that. He couldn't answer it. Couldn't answer me. Wants to keep diverting. Wants to keep assuming what I know. Wants to tell me that I don't know shit about aviation. Guys, in high school, I spent 3 years in the Junior Air Force ROTC. That was something I really considered doing. And I had a great sergeant and I had a great colonel. And they really taught us a lot. And it didn't really dawn on me about all of this until, later in life when I was like, holy crap, no, Earth's not spinning. We don't calculate for curvature. We don't have to do any of that in our simulations. That's not part of any of the training, and it's just, why? Your autopilot is not what's adjusting for curvature, because your autopilot adjusts up sometimes and it adjusts down sometimes to keep you, hold up, flying level in the air over the inertial Earth plane in your airplane.
And flying direct. They don't aim for Vancouver to get to Toronto. No spin.
No spin.
Jenna, I want to ask something into, because of that example, gravity doing, that was the answer of the pilot. Gravity is doing accounting and then the airplane is flying. Is that what I get it?
Does mass attract mass?
No. I want to point him out something else. This is example about one airplane when they are thinking that airplane. Now let's think about all airplanes in this moment in the air. And does gravity do that for all airplanes going in every direction? Like
that's not gravity, that's aerodynamics.
Yeah, but I'm saying if gravity is doing something that knows it's going down, is that doing with every airplane in the air in this moment?
I guess I'm not understanding the question. Would somebody else like to answer?
Gravity acts on all the airplanes?
Yes. How is the plane negotiating the 8 inches per mile square when it's flying in level flight?
Yeah, the guy said gravity is doing that. Now I'm asking, is that gravity doing for one airplane or for all airplanes which are in air and going in every direction?
Gravity is, I mean, in the context that you're using it, gravity is not existing like that.
I know, Jenna, that gravity never proven.
Yeah, I know. Gravity doesn't. Yeah, gravity doesn't.
Hey guys, we're gonna miss someone.
Coriolis is. Go ahead, Tim.
We're gonna we're going to miss someone. So Brandon.
You're roboting. Oh man.
You're on the moon, bro.
Sorry, mate.
Are we missing somebody
Brandon
new?
Wall.
Is that what are you trying to say? You're roboting out, Timbo?
Trying to get through.
Timbo,
Again,
you're
Brandon.
roboting badly.
Oh, sorry, Brandon. All right, I'll send a message.
Brandon. Okay, hold on. You said something about Brandon. Brandon Whirl, are you trying to speak up here?
I was, yeah, maybe I was interfering. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. You can speak up if. I wasn't here in the previous part of the conversation, so I don't want to detract from the previous conversation.
Don't worry about previous conversation. It was bullshit.
I heard something like gravity isn't real or something.
Wait a
no,
minute,
not
Brandon.
that gravity's not real, but that gravity is not the force that they tell us it is. That the equations for gravity are simply theoretical equations that cannot be proven.
You're right. Concepts. They're concepts.
Gravity is just a theory.
Mass attracts mass, though, right?
No.
No.
No, that's been debunked since 1915. That's 108 years out of date.
Correct.
So you're going with the 1915?
Yeah, it was replaced. Listen, Newtonian gravity was replaced completely, superseded, means replaced, done away with in 1915 by general relativity, GR, by Einstein.
Einstein explained Newton further. It wasn't.
No, it doesn't. They're two different, completely different paradigms, and that's all they are concepts. You can't. How do you bend time?
Space time.
Can you tell me? Tell me how you bend space.
Mass. Space.
How do you bend space?
A lot of mass.
Is space a physical thing?
Kind of, yeah.
How is space physical? Length, width, and height. How are those physical?
There are particles in space. Not many.
Then you're talking about particles in something. No, we're talking about is there physicality to space?
Yes, there are particles in space, but it's all physical.
What?
There are particles in space.
I don't care about the particles. Listen, stop talking about the particles. I'm not talking about particles.
Particles
I'm asking you,
are physical, dude.
Here, okay, let me put it more clearly. Is space a concept or a physical thing?
What do you mean by a physical thing?
Is it something you could touch, manipulate, throw in the garbage? Can you toss it across a lake? Can you hit it with a badminton bat?
Would you
can you touch space? Can you see space? Can you hear space? Can you experience space?
Hold on, Jenny. I appreciate it. So, so is it a concept or is it physical?
If you are out in the desert and
no, I don't want a story. No, it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Is it physical or is it either one or the other? Physical or concept?
Physical because there are particles in space.
No, you're talking about a secondary. That would be delta. So if particles are in space, I'm talking about the primary thing we talked about, space itself. It's a concept. So is time.
Space itself is all around you.
Space is length, width, and height.
Yeah.
Depth. That's space. The space between you and I. The space between me and the wall in my room.
Yeah,
that's space. Can you bend that? Can you tell me how you bend 12 inches of table?
Oh, that's not space, though.
Yeah, it is. 12 inches. Okay, tell me how you bend 12 inches of air. You can't, right? Because it's a concept. Listen, it's a concept. So now we'll go to time. It's a concept. You can't break it. It's not real. So listen, is time real or a concept?
Time is real.
How is it real? Can you bend it, warp it?
Traveling through space right now.
You're imagining a story. I'm asking you, can you bend a concept? No, you cannot. Anyway, you would have to provide an actual experiment using general relativity from the 1915 papers. We need the independent control variable of that experiment. That would be the one that was manipulated. So go find that. Run along and find us an experiment that proved gravity was doing anything. Please.
Are you saying concepts aren't real?
Wait, because I've been waiting for 7 years and nobody's provided one. So if you could go get that for me, I'd really appreciate it.
Are you saying concepts don't exist?
I'm saying concepts aren't physical.
But they are real.
Brandon,
they're real, but they're not physical.
Is it love physical? Brandon, is it love physical?
It's chemical reaction inside our brains, so yes.
That's different. You keep going to the secondary thing. We're talking about the primary thing we're talking about. Can you bend love?
It was pretty bad.
No, you can't. Listen, it's a simple answer. Of course, anybody knows. Those are all concepts. They're in the realm of philosophy.
Well,
They're
wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, love.
Hold on, why?
Can you measure love?
Hold on for what? Wait a second. What, Brandon?
Let's say you love somebody and they cheat on you. Do you love them anymore? Or is that love?
You're going to a secondary story. I don't know why you do this, Brandon. We're talking about the initial. No, on everything we talked about, you went to a secondary story, auxiliary story that doesn't apply to the primary item that the subject we're speaking about would be bending love or bending any concept.
Everything has a secondary thing to it. Dude.
Can you break it? Can you take it across your knee and break it in half? No.
Doesn't work like that, though.
I'm trying to help you out here, Brandon. I'm trying to help you out here. So now what topic do you want to go to? About Earth. Do you know, let me ask you a question, Brandon. And it's important that you're honest here in this. There's no right or wrong answer. It's just to find out what you actually know about the globe itself, okay? Do you know much about the globe?
Well, I'm not a big time researcher or anything.
Okay.
Like that,
okay, that's fine. That's fine. Do you know where, when, and how anybody in history has ever measured directly the curvature of Earth?
I know of one experiment off the top of my head that Eratosthenes sticks into shadows.
Okay, are you just kind of like vaguely telling me, or do you know this for sure? How do you know exactly how he did it? Because I would need to know all the details.
Well, I think what happened is he put a stick in the ground and he measured the shadow. And there was another one.
Okay, and what did he presuppose?
I don't think he presupposed anything. I don't know.
Okay, then how did he get the distance to the sun, and what was that distance to the sun?
Why do you have to presuppose anything?
Okay, I'm asking you a simple question about something that is your claim, Eratosthenes. So obviously you don't know because you couldn't answer. You want me to ask again? How did he guess at the distance to the sun, and how far away was it?
We're still saying presuppose in a different way. You said guess.
Okay, what did he determine the sun's distance was?
I don't think he did, but it was
determined. Okay, so you don't know. Okay, so you don't know, but that's all right that you don't know. So it's not something you can say, you know that the Earth was measured to show curvature for sure, because you would have exact evidence for it, and you just kind of vaguely know, Eratosthenes, that he sticks in shadows. That's all you know about it.
So you know
you know for a fact that the Earth is a globe. Now, how about rotation? Do you know where anybody in history has detected Earth's motion or axial rotation?
Bob Nodell did an experiment with an info. I don't know how to say it, but he did an experiment, and it ended up being 15.
And before Bob, who was it?
You're going to tell me before Bob Nodell, and before the invention, because it had to have been done before all of this. So before the space age, when did they measure motion of Earth in axial direction?
Why do you want to go back before we had it?
No, because it had to have been done before, bro.
Because Bob didn't get the Nobel Prize, man.
How are you going to get off a globe that's spinning if you don't know how big it is and how fast it is? So tell me, yes or no? You know or you don't know?
The bottom of the building, but you want to go
Okay, so you tell me exactly how that was done then, because you're making a claim now. So tell me exactly what equipment and how it works, and what exactly was determined at the end of that. Okay, exactly. So we'll move on to the third one. You didn't know on first one or the second one, which is curvature. You didn't know. Hold on, don't interrupt me, bro. Brandon, don't interrupt me. Just advice. Simple advice. Stop interrupting me. I was already talking. It's my turn. So listen. On the first question, curvature of Earth, you don't know. On the second premise of the globe Earth, which is rotation, actual rotation, you don't know. You were honest. So now we'll go to the third one. They say we have gas pressure. We do have gas pressure. That's a fact. At sea level, 14.7 psi. And they say we're in an open container, Earth, because they can go outside and go to places like the moon and stuff, right? So it's open container, according to the globe Earth. Yes. So how do you have gas pressure without a container? Can you show me a practical demonstration of that?
What do you mean practical?
Do you know of anybody that has shown that you can have or you can achieve gas pressure without a container, with the use of gravity? Because that's your claim.
I can look for a video right now and show it to you.
I didn't ask for a video though. That's kind of a problem. What I asked for is an actual practical demonstration. So what is this video showing?
A video is, I can't remember what.
It shows them bringing a heavy gas into a room, which is a container, in a container, and then pouring it into another container. So you have 4 containers. So now what are you going to say about that? Then what?
There's no lid. It's an open container.
Yeah, you're not okay. Show me exactly how they measured the gas pressure then, without all 4 sides being contained. Because for pressure to exist with gases, you have to have a constant volume. You can't have a constant volume with the top open, bro. Do you understand that?
Constant volume.
Yeah. In other words, gas pressure doesn't exist without the walls. That means fully contained walls, not one side open. So the walls need to be contained in order to maintain a constant volume. You can't have pressure and gas without a constant volume. Do you understand that?
Yeah, are you saying that there needs to actually be a physical container holding the gas in?
Yes.
So you're saying there's a physical container?
It has to be a physical container. Yeah, that's according to NASA. NASA says the gases bounce in very fast speeds and bounce against the walls of their container. That requires surface area that's measurable.
Do they contribute that to the Earth or on the Earth?
Earth.
Outside?
Well, all we know is Earth. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but all there is Earth. Earth is all there is.
The moon doesn't exist?
Yeah, it is.
The moon doesn't exist?
The Earth in the sky, yeah. Those things that are around Earth, above us, they're all above us, though.
The sun doesn't exist. The moon doesn't exist.
Yeah, but it's all above us. Everything, all those luminaries are all above the Earth, the horizontal plane. Earth is a horizontal plane.
Can I ask him? Brandon, sun exists, moon exists, it's up in the sky. Do you know that sea level exists also?
Yeah, sea level exists.
Yeah. How many sea levels you have on the sphere?
Sea levels? What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, if I'm 5 miles away from another sea level, wouldn't I be a different angle? Yeah, it would be, because at 5 miles, that's 16 feet of drop. That requires an angle on the surface, at the top of the surface. That means it would be tilting down towards anywhere further away from me, would be tilting down. Brandon, so that means there would be a sea level where Sasha lives, and
down is towards,
and that it would be tilted to the side from where I am, like my sea level would be sideways. Do you think there's people sailing on boats sideways on the side of a ball?
That's not how it works, dude.
Brandon, question
really?
for
That's
you.
not how it works? They say it's a ball spinning on an axis. So wouldn't the sides be where people would be sailing to?
No, I'm right side up for my perspective.
Everybody else is right side up too.
I'm being interrupted.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm right side up for my perspective, and somebody on the bottom of the earth is right side up by their perspective.
But to us, they're upside down. That means the aircraft would have to turn upside down eventually on its way to Australia, wouldn't it?
No, why would it?
Because
why?
It's a ball, and if you're on a ball and you're on an aircraft that's following the Earth's contour, convexity, then at some point you would be on the bottom of the ball. You'd be upside down. Your aircraft would be landing upside down compared to where it took off from. Does this ever happen, bro?
That's not how things work, dude.
Oh, really? Okay, tell me how they work then. Please. Tell me, explain it to me.
By your perspective, you are always right side up.
What about the other one? Both perspectives at the same time are noticing sea level, and they're both point up, and their fingers are pointed in the same exact direction. Their fingers pointing straight up and arms are vertical. Those lines of their directly above every person on Earth, directly above them. All those lines going straight up are all parallel to each other.
In that case, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, well, what I'm talking about is all the waters on Earth are horizontal. That means every seashore is horizontal to the next one everywhere else. They're all horizontal. If millions of people on the seashore pointed up at the same time, they would all be pointing the same exact up. There's only one up and one down.
Brandon, does water curving?
Does water curve?
Does water curves?
Yeah, if it's being stuck to a ball with gravity.
Okay. And where is that? Where is that in reality? Brandon, question only like a child. I will ask you like a child. Did you ever was outside?
Did I ever go outside?
Yeah, on the some body of water, lake, sea, ocean.
I've been to the ocean. I haven't necessarily done any observations in the ocean, but I've been.
And it's curving.
The thing is, the Earth is huge. You wouldn't expect.
Do you know how huge it is?
It's like 30,000. Shit, that's a lot. It's a lot. I know that.
Yeah. It's very, very big. Yeah. Do you know how much distance you can see with your height with that large Earth?
Distance to the horizon is shit. I don't know.
I will tell you if you want.
Yeah, go ahead, tell me.
Let's say with your height, not more than 5 kilometers.
5 kilometers. I don't know what is that in miles. I'm sorry.
Miles. With your let's say with 6 foot height, you cannot see more than 3.5 miles.
3 miles. That sounds about right.
Yeah, 3.5 miles. You cannot see more than that.
Like 15,000 something feet, I guess.
No, with your height, with 6 feet.
Oh, I feel 6 feet. It'll be about 15,000 feet. I think 5,000 miles or 5,280 feet.
No, with 6 feet, you cannot see more than 3.5 miles. That is 40,000. That's huge. How it is, That's the number. Do you understand that?
You wouldn't expect to see curvature over short distances.
That short distance is telling you where curvature should to be with your, what you said, huge. That huge has a number. You said 40,000 or 25,000 miles, or radius 3,959 miles, or your height, that means 3.5 miles, or 1 foot, that means 1.22 miles. That's that huge. Do you understand that? If you have Earth with 75,000 miles, then that will be bigger distance. But no, this is the numbers. You can see only 3.5 miles. And then it's starting to curve more and more and more and more. You know? But do you know what is problem, Brandon? You're not here anymore. That numbers. Houston. Close your eyes. Don't think about numbers. To never go in reality, and globe will always be there.
I've got trench in the live stream. I've unlocked your mic, mate. Do you want to talk? Let us know why it was muted. Trench, you've got no roles. Let us know what you think about the place where we live. What happened to your mate, Sasha?
I wrote you in the voice text. Nothing. I thought in one moment that I'm speaking with this guy, and I saw that he's out. This Bob Knodel approved rotation.
That's the only time that it happened. Yeah.
When I hear that, I cannot believe. I cannot believe that people can say that sentence. Bob Knodel approved rotation, and oh fuck shit, and nobody reacted. No mainstream, nothing. We have the man.
Yeah, no one said, oh, Bob Knodel proved the rotation of the Earth. We can throw out Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, fuck all discussion and everything, and give the man the award, and because we didn't have the name. Now we have the name, experiment, and year, everything. And plus it's flat earther. Jesus. But still, that drone, the cheapest one, will hover still above your head if you want. Whatever gyroscope is doing.
Why doesn't Bob Nodell have the Nobel? I think we need to have a campaign. We need to have a campaign, the Nobel Prize for.
Yeah, he's the guy who proved it in the end, right?
He proved it. So why aren't they? Where's the banners? Where's the celebrations? Where's the pride parade?
Isn't it funny that they point to him for the rotation proof? Like, shouldn't they have already known before Bob did anything? So Bob's the guy who finally proved the rotation after these thousands of years.
Wow, that's hilarious. I mean, that's awesome. We need to definitely have a Bob Nodell Day.
Isn't that should to be some kind of machine what is purpose to do properly that, because if I'm measuring the pressure, I need the barometer. If I measure the temperature, I need the is it gyroscope made it for measuring the rotation of the Earth?
You know what? No.
But how are we using some machine to measure something what is not purpose for that? Like if I take my temperature like that, for measuring my temperature, body temperature, can I measure the pressure with that?
I'm looking up some information right now because I don't know that much about it. I just know it doesn't measure the freaking rotation.
Yeah, but Sunny, you need to have some kind of machine, and you will call it, and then when that machine is in function, you say this machine it's invented because it's measuring rotation.
It's measuring. It's not doing anything. It's for inertial navigational technology.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So,
yeah.
So they're just noticing it has some kind of drift. How have they ruled out all of the mechanical variables in order to know that it's not part of the mechanics? I'd love to see those studies done on the mechanics of that, because that's what they would need to do.
Yeah, but they can't figure out the difference between a cause or an effect, right? They just
don't.
switch between the two when you're talking to them interchangeably,
Uh-huh.
Like they don't know the difference.
Hey, I want to know,
seeing an effect and then determining the actual cause behind it.
The gyro compass, it goes back as far as 1904, invented by German Hermann Anschutzkampf. Let's see, what is he saying here? Evolving from mechanical, which worked fine. Let's see, just yeah, the whole purpose is maintaining. So show us a ring laser gyro then that is turning upside down as the aircraft's flying to Australia. That's all we need. Let's see it. That would be the ultimate proof, wouldn't it, folks?
Yeah, wouldn't we be able to have very many of these gyros, like in a gyro farm, and then every day, like just the perpetual motion of it spinning, we could harness free energy from just having these gyros perpetually in motion. Or we should have a Cavendish perpetual motion device, or we should have a Coriolis.
A Coriolis,
which I guess would be the
Coriolis farms.
This gyro, yeah. There should go on Gloobers, change the world. Come on.
Where is all this technology because of this rotation? That would be a great energy to harness. Think how powerful that would be.
Shouldn't they be able to do that? Because they always tell us that all of physics won't work without the globe, right?
Right, exactly. So I need to see it. There would be like a bunch of poles standing up with tether balls, and the tether balls would be attached. And those spinning around, they should just start up. All they should have to do is push it once. It should start swinging around that pole. And then we should just put generators at the top, and you have a bunch of Coriolis farms. What do you need wind farms for? So inefficient. Wouldn't the rotation be much more efficient? Another campaign.
Yeah, we should just every school can have the tetherball court, and then they should just start spinning around Coriolising, and they could harness energy from that. There's lots of ways they could do these perpetual motions if you have a force that's physically forcing all day, every day, consistently, right?
Yeah.
But real physics is physical, and it forces things to happen by force. Whereas what they theoretical, just postulations, playing little mind games of physics, not physical.
Yeah, forces are what affect physical things. Concepts and bending and warping of these concepts in your mind, it's not a force of anything. It doesn't do anything physical in the physical realm at all. End of that discussion.
They call that physics, though. They're talking about abstract, imaginary, conceptual stuff, and then they're calling it physics.
They hijacked that word. Like, how dare them?
If it's physics, shouldn't you be able to physically demonstrate it?
It's working like this. Do you know 1,000 miles per hour, and that means in an all atmosphere together, and that means that air it's moving on 1,000 miles per hour, and inside of that air the winds are moving normally.
Yeah, everything's just moving inside, and a whole thing spinning at different rotation, different RPMs at different elevations. Where are the planes coming up with these changes? Not to mention changing direction anywhere, any oblique angle to the actual rotation itself. Let's say north and south, or southeast, southwest, north, or northeast, southeast, any of those odd angles. And then going up and down in elevation. How are they adjusting for the different speed because of the latitude? And how are they adjusting at different elevations, the speed, to maintain the same speed when there's clearly a rotation happening, supposedly? That would mean if the air is moving around like they say, they're stuck in it. They're in such a bind here. They're saying that the atmo is spinning around with this globe that they haven't measured, by the way. Well, they don't have any choice. The higher up you go, you're further away from the center, right? That requires a higher speed. Show me on the aircraft. Show me in the black box or whatever you do. Anything in the navigation. Show me in the freaking ring laser gyro. How they're managing to not have to worry about those changes in speed going up and down in elevation, different speeds.
And how is ludicrous to fly over the sea level with elevation and in the air with nothing rotating, and you have aeroplane flying through the air with flat surface down and nothing is rotating. That is ludicrous. And air is not moving. Everything is all right. Everything is okay. Aeroplane is flying in the air. Can you imagine that aeroplane is flying in the air? No, it's like no, man. Aeroplane is flying together with the atmosphere and the air in the air. But that's programmed in our mind, and people have big of this. I had it. Everybody has it. Had it. Everybody has it. It is big. Fuck it. It's big. It's not small air. Big. But not enough big to be locally flat. For ants, it's locally flat for sure. But for people, sorry.
Well, where did they figure out it was curved from then? Not from the local level?
Sorry for your math.
Do you guys think that spherical excess would even work on a globe? Because what are the lines between the points that they're claiming to get their spherical excess from? The lines of sight. So what's going on? Is the line of sight curving? Like if you take a theodolite, measure an angle from one point to the next, what is that line between the points? It's a line of sight.
Jesus.
You're telling me the line of sight bends now? Okay. Does it? And does that prove that the ground is bending? So since they're just straight lines of sight from point to point, the only question you got to ask at the end of that is, all right, where are you getting more than 180 from then? Ah, yes, computed as spherical, right? Because we already know it's a sphere, right? So we know there should be excess there, right? So we'll just add in that correction for the spherical coordinates that we already know exist. But yeah, since we're talking about lines of sight, I don't even think this would work on a globe. Am I wrong? I've said too much. Everybody's gone quiet.
Sasha's brain went to commercial break.
Does that make sense, though? What do you think?
Oh, I got
Repeat that. Repeat it again for me, Heretic.
Well, when they're doing their spherical excess angles, right? What are the lines connecting the points, right? When they're doing this, they have their theodolite and they're taking an angle from one point to the next, right? What is that line between the points? It's a line of sight, right?
Yeah, which is a straight line.
You're taking three lines of sight, you're putting them together, and you're saying that comes out to more than 180 degrees?
Yeah, that doesn't work for trigonometry, and it doesn't work for the geometry at all. So yeah,
what
it makes sense.
So even if that is the case, that they came out to more than 180 degrees, so what are you saying now? That the lines of sight themselves are curved?
That would be the argument that it sounds like he's arguing for, which is a pretty fallacious argument. So yeah, you're right.
There is a spherical triangles. You know that?
Oh, okay. Then I guess we can have circular squares.
Yeah.
I guess we can have perfectly, a cube. We can a cube can be a rectangle.
Yeah, but listen,
Triangles or circles.
they can draw you that on the sphere, you know. But they cannot measure the fucking angle on that triangle because they cannot.
How do you get a perfect 90 degrees horizontal to vertical on a
You will not
ball?
get angles. You will have different angles from every point of every on that line.
Then
From
how does a
every
sextant
point.
work?
You need.
How does a sextant work?
You need
It
straight
works with
lines.
angles.
For angles, you need two straight lines.
You can't have a 90-degree angle on the outside of a sphere.
No, Jenna, listen to this. You cannot have angle with the curved line.
The bent line.
Yeah.
Right.
With the curved line, you have different angles from each point and every point, and even if they are, how to say, parallel.
So are you saying that it's like this geodesic, like it's flat right here and then it curves and then it's flat, it's level right there, or I'm not understanding.
I'm saying that you cannot get angle from the curved surface in any case. You need straight lines for angle. Do you understand?
3 straight lines adding up to more than 180 degrees? How'd you do that? Oh, but the lines are bent, right? Because it's the globe. But what are the lines? They're lines of sight. So the line of sight bends left to right horizontally. That's what happens. When I'm looking out, I have a line of sight from one point to the next. That line of sight is bent left to right. I mean, am I thinking about this wrong, or?
No, you see only flat.
I mean, it doesn't. Isn't that what they're saying basically amounts to then?
Yeah. They're basically saying there is something happening, and then behind that, that's what they are believing.
Because the spherical triangle they're talking about, that's just in the horizontal axis, right? So then that curvature would have to be left to right. And when you think about, like I keep saying, what the line actually is that they're getting the angles from, it's a line of sight, not a line over the Earth or something like that. So because the Earth's a globe, we have bent lines of